training their brain, specifically their subconscious brain, which controls 95 to 98% of all of our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors today. And within 6 months, that group increased sales by $100 million.
Jesus.
$100 million. And I said, holy shit.
Well, first of all, if you look at a business, the chokehold on the growth of any business is always the psychology and the skill set of the leader. And it's 80% psychology and 20% mechanics, meaning
Really incredible what you've done to your mindset.
The best entrepreneurs I know are very self-aware. They're aware of their shortcomings, right? They want to improve them. They want to get to the next version of themselves all the time. What you think you're worth and what you're going to tolerate is absolutely what you're going to bring into your life and what the outward part of your life should look like.
I have found in my experience that income does not far exceed personal development. Now, sometimes income takes a lucky jump, but sure enough, unless you grow out where it is, it'll usually come back where you are. Life has strange ways. If somebody hands you $1 million, best you become a millionaire quickly, so you get to keep the money.
A man is as he thinketh. How you think, that's how you are. If you think poor thoughts, you will forever be poor. The moment you start thinking rich, rich starts coming to you, because your mind is an incredible thing, man, the way it works.
I am going to share with you the lessons and the wisdom I have gained over the past 10 years of studying the power of the mind and sharing this information and wisdom with thousands of entrepreneurs across the world, helping them generate tens of millions of dollars and scale their businesses using nothing but the power of their mind. I can guarantee you right now that this video is going to be the most valuable video you ever watch when it comes to growing your business and making more money inside of your business. You have to realize now that your mindset is governing your entire reality. It's driving every decision you make, every behavior that you have, every thought that you have, every habit that you operate from, every emotion you experience, and every belief you hold on to, which are all collectively creating the results in your life. In this video, I'm gonna share with you everything that I know from A to Z about how to use your mind to grow your business and make more money. Not only will it help you grow your business and make more money, it's gonna allow you to live a more fulfilling life, a more happy life, a more purposeful life, a more peaceful life, and it's going to bring you closer to God. Now, why am I making this video? Why am I giving away all of this value? There are two main reasons why. Number one, in the Bible, it says it is more blessed to give than it is to receive. So I truly, from the bottom of my heart, I want to change your life and I want to impact you. I want you to take this wisdom, take this information, apply it into your business and make a lot more money and impact your loved ones' lives. The second reason, I know from putting out this video, it will help me grow my business and I will attract clients and other people who want to work with me further so I can help them grow their business and make more money using the power of their mind. So those are my two reasons for making this video. But with that being said, whether you work with me or not, I can guarantee you right now, once you go through this training and you study it and you apply it, this will be the most valuable video you watch when it comes to growing your business and making more money. I want to make you aware that I put together a free meditation that you can get in the description below. So make sure you hit the link in the description and download that, because what you're going to realize is that information is valuable, but if the information is not applied, it will not be effective in getting you the results that you want. As you go through this training and you go through the 5 modules that I've put together, the meditation is going to help you understand it at a deeper level. It's going to help you truly understand the power of your mind. So make sure you hit the link below and access the meditation. So before I get into the training, I want to tell you about myself, who I am, what I've accomplished, and why you should even pay attention to this training. My name is Jonathan Gabb. So my journey began when I was working in a supermarket job. I was trying my hardest to make money online, pushing trolleys in the rain and the cold and the snow, working hard, but I could not seem to see the success that I was looking for. I tried everything that I thought would get me the result, but it was setback after setback and failure after failure. I was trying every business model there was. I was trying all the tactics, all the strategies, watching all of the courses, but I could not seem to get the results that I was looking for. This led me down the path of really trying to understand why. Why was I trying so hard, but the results were not reflecting my efforts? This is when I discovered about the power of the mind, and what I uncovered transformed my life forever. What I learned is that we have two minds. We have our conscious mind, which is 10% of how we operate. And then we have our subconscious mind, which is 90% of how we operate. I went from making no money online within 90 days to having my first $10,000 month. And at this point in my journey, people started asking me, how am I doing this? I was sharing my results online in communities that I was in and people that I knew. And I would tell them, you have the same information as me. You know exactly what to do. It's not the information holding you back. It is your mindset. And from this, I started to work with many individuals and I started to see them get incredible results as well, simply by changing their mindset. From this, I have been able now to coach literally thousands and thousands of entrepreneurs. I've been hired by some of the biggest names in the space, such as Iman Gadzhi, Charlie Morgan, and I've been hired by 6, 7, and 8-figure entrepreneurs to help them grow their business using the power of their mind. I've helped my clients generate millions of dollars using the power of their mind and quite literally transformed their lives. So what I'm going to be sharing with you today is everything that I've learned over these 5 years of coaching, 10,000 hours clocked in, speaking to thousands and thousands of entrepreneurs, right? And not to mention, I've been studying this now myself for over 10 years. So when it comes to mindset, I can safely say that I'm an expert when it comes to this. And as you go through this training, you're going to see that. So this training is going to be broken down into 5 modules. Module number 1, we're going to cover vision. What is it that you truly want in your life? The second module is going to be understanding your identity and who you need to be to make that vision a reality. The third module is going to be discovering your emotional drivers and your reason why you want to make this vision and why you want to become this person. The fourth module, we're going to be discovering how to actually reprogram your mind and how to transform and renew your mind by working with visualization, meditation, and prayer. And then in module number 5, we're going to be talking about the doing part, the habits we need to form, how to stay consistent, how to stay disciplined, and how to stick to the plan that you have created. I have put months and months into this training, spent hours of filming and preparation to give it all away for free. So make sure you lock in, you pay attention, you take notes, and we'll go from there. The notes from this training will be available down below where you can access them, and also make sure you click the link in the description to get your free meditation. All of this information is good, but unless you apply this into your mind using the techniques that I'm going to share with you in the training, unless you go through the process that I explained to you, which is meditation, you will not see the true benefits of that. So there's a free meditation in the link below. You can click there to access that. And other than that, I will see you in the training. God bless. Welcome to module number 1, where we're going to be diving deep into vision and what is it that you exactly want. One of the number 1 things that I've worked with my clients on over the past few years is always gaining clarity on exactly what it is that you want. You have to understand now that thoughts are the process of actions being born. Every image you hold in your mind is going to drive the actions that you take in your reality. If you do not have a crystal clear vision of what it is you exactly want, you will never be able to create the life that you truly want. If I ask you right now on a scale of 1 to 10, how clear is the vision for your life and your business? When I ask this to the clients I work with or to the people that I speak with, most of the time it's a 7 or an 8 out of 10. My question to you is, why is it not a 10? In this training right now, in this module, you're going to understand how to make it a 10 out of 10 so you can bring that reality to life. Welcome to creating the vision and understanding exactly what it is that you want. Now, what I've decided I'm going to be doing with these modules is I'm just going to go free flow, because there is so much information in here. And if I go structured, I can't get into the flow state that I want. So I'm just going to kind of go free flow, and then you can access these documents below. All right. So vision basically is this, right? What do you want? What do you actually want? Now, people hear this all the time. You have a vision, bro, have a vision. But it's like, yeah, but do you truly have a vision of exactly what it is that you want in such vivid detail that you can see it in your mind before it even plays out in your reality? And have you truly thought about what it is you want, or are you operating from an old limitation, an old mindset that was given to you? Because a lot of the time you have these concepts in your mind, these constructs in your mind of how you believe reality should be, and that's how you build your vision. So for example, you might believe that growing a business is going to require hours and hours of work, and it's going to require a lot of stress and a lot of pushing, and that's the vision you're going to move towards. So you might achieve your financial goal, but if you do it in a way where you burn out and you're stressed out and you're sad, did you really win? Did you really succeed? So vision is really about understanding truly what it is that you want. Not just like, what do I think I want? It's about stepping into that reality. Here's a nugget, right? Thinking from the vision, not of the vision. You have to think from that reality as if it's already done. And then your goal is to step into that. All right. So most entrepreneurs have a vision. Yeah. Most entrepreneurs I speak to, they have a vision. But the issue is most of them are focused on what they do not want. The common question I ask them, right? I'd be on calls coaching 100+ people on a call, right? So, hey guys, like what do you want? Oh, well, I don't want this and I don't want that. So understand that where focus goes, energy flows. Where focus goes, energy flows. If you tell me I don't want to be broke, well, you're focused on being broke. If you say, well, I don't want to have a business where I'm working all the time, you're focused on that. Think about this, right? The images you hold in your mind are what you're going to gravitate towards. Because your mind is always going to move towards the images you hold to be true. It's not going to override the understanding of what the word means. So if you say, for example, like, oh, I don't want to be broke, well, then you're going to move towards that word. All right. If you say, I am wealthy, I am successful, I run a business that is streamlined, systemized, has high profit margins, I work a few hours a day, I have freedom, I am peaceful, I am love, I am joy. Now my subconscious mind, my focus of my energy, which is what is going to create this reality, is our thinking, because thoughts are energy, which then transfer into emotions, which drive motion, attraction, and the actions that we take. That's what we're going to bring back to us. It all begins at the thought level, which is the vision we hold in our mind. The vision is the collection of images we hold in our mind. Like I was saying before, everyone has a vision. The question is, did you consciously choose it? Like I said, I spoke to thousands of entrepreneurs. Most of the time, they tell me what they do not want. Now, where focus goes, energy flows. So if we look at this image here, right, you can see this is scattered energy. Right? This is what most people do. They're unsure about what it is they want, so their energy is all over the place. Now, if you have focused energy, which is clarity of vision, direction, what it is you exactly want, you're going to be able to direct your thinking towards that. Think about a magnifying glass, right? If you get a magnifying glass and you get the sun and you shine it onto a leaf and you hold it there, the leaf will burn. Yeah? If you do this and you move it around, the leaf won't burn. The same is with your vision. What most people are doing is this, right? You have those bursts of inspiration. You have those downloads, those insights, those messages from God. Yeah? You hear that. You plant the seed. You say, yeah, that's for me, right? And then you start digging up the seed. You start questioning, is this really what it is for me? Like, is this really what it is for me? And then that is the doubt, that is the fear, that is the worry, that is the power of having a vision, is direction of focus. Whatever you impress into your subconscious will be expressed into your reality. It's that simple, right? Your subconscious mind doesn't judge and it doesn't filter, just in the same way the soil does not judge or filter a seed that is planted. Whatever is planted and nourished, it will grow. So again, I'm going to just be going off free flow on this presentations because there's so many things I can dive into. But one of the concepts I'm going to be sharing with you is the concept of the vision you have. It's not something you think about. It's something that's already given to you by God. It's something that has already been placed in your heart. When I've spoke to thousands of entrepreneurs now, this isn't just theory. Yeah. When I speak to them and ask them, tell me your vision, like really think about what is it? Everyone has this unique individual vision. Everyone has this different dream, if you will, this different imagination, this different calling. Where did that come from? It's not random. That's God-given. So your job is to familiarize yourself with that vision. It's not about you saying, what's going to feed my ego? What's going to feed me and what I want? Because again, how many of you have had success in business, right? You've achieved your goals, but it didn't actually give you any sense of true fulfillment. It didn't actually bring you what you thought it would bring you. I can guarantee you right now, you was moving towards the wrong vision, or you was moving towards something that your ego wanted, your lower self wanted. Some form of validation, some form of materialistic gain to get approval from other people, whatever it might be. Your vision is in your heart. It's truly the unique vision that's true to yourself that you really, really want. Okay? So, again, when we're thinking about vision, I was speaking to one of my clients the other day, right? They're a big consulting business, coaching business, and they were doing $500,000, $600,000 a month, right? They're trying to get to the $1 million per month. And when I'm speaking to them and I'm asking them, what's the challenges you're facing right now? It was all down to the images they hold in their mind. Everything that so basically they had their biggest month, $600,000 in a month, right? Then what happened is they slowed down. And I asked them why. Like, what actually happened? The tactics didn't change. The strategy didn't change. Nothing changed. But their perception of it changed. The way they was thinking about business, the way they was perceiving business, the way they grew the business was a lot of pushing and grinding and doing. When they hit these big milestones, they were like, that was it. So they slowed down. But I'm telling you, if you have a vision that's exciting, the vision has to compel you. Your vision has to drive you. If you're trying to grow your business and it's like this, yeah? When I get there, I can finally relax. I can finally let go. What's the point? Like, again, these are just old, limited ways of thinking. You're in a program. You think that, oh, I have to struggle towards my goals. Why? God did not give us a spirit of fear, because that's all it is. Any kind of stress or forcing or pushing is just fear. God gave us a spirit of love, power, and a sound mind. So if you're building your business and it's from force and struggle and push it, for what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his soul? One of my favorite Bible verses, right? People are confused in this day and age. They are so mistaken, because if you just take a step back and you think about, why did you even set up a business to begin with? You built a business to live a good life, man. To have freedom. To have joy, to have peace, to have love, to enjoy time with your family, your loved ones, to travel the world, to do all of these things. But in the pursuit of the goal, you lost yourself. You lost yourself. And it's all because of your vision. It's all the way you have thought about it. There was once a potential client I was speaking to, right? Says to me, John, I got to $50,000 a month in my business. John, I bought my dream car. John, I bought my dream house. But he was working 12 to 14-hour days. He was burned out. In the pursuit of growing his business, he got overweight. He neglected his health. One of the main reasons he wanted to build his business was to find a wife, find a girlfriend. He lost his confidence from getting overweight. He couldn't even go and speak to girls. Is that success? Tell me, is that success? It's not success, right? Success to you is going to be individual to each and every one of you watching this. But success has to be defined, and that is what the vision is going to do. It's going to define truly, what do I want? The way I defined my life, my vision was always, I run a simple, streamlined business that allows me to make a certain amount of money per month, that allows me to travel the world in freedom, in luxury, doing what I want, whenever I want. And I achieved that. For the past 3 years now, I've been traveling the world completely free, on my own schedule, doing whatever I want, whenever I want, going wherever I want, because I had a vision. I know when I first started my business, and this is how I came about this, because when I first started my business, what happened is I built a business, right? And when I built my business, I achieved my vision. But my vision was limited. My vision was from a small paradigm of thinking. So my vision at the time was make money online, travel the world. But when I would see that vision in my mind, when I would close my eyes, remembering every vision we hold is going to then create images in the mind, because what we think about determines how we feel. And these feelings are based off of images that are constructed in the subconscious mind, which drive action. So when I would envision my goal or my vision in my mind, traveling the world, making money online, subconsciously what that was equated to was a $10,000 month, right? That was the number I was told to make. $10,000 months, And I was told that, well, in my mind, what I imagined that to be was working long hours, burned out and stressed out. That was just my belief that I had not questioned about business. And again, we're going to dive into beliefs in another lesson. We're going to dive very, very, very deep into beliefs and everything surrounding that. But my vision I had is exactly what I got. So I was able to move out to Amsterdam. I was able to be making $10,000 per month. But I was working 12, 14-hour days with clients that I did not like, running a business I did not enjoy. So was I really successful? And compare that to the version of me now. I love my business. I love running my entrepreneur. I love the clients I work with. I love the money I make. I love the life I live. I am fully aligned because I took a step back and said, what is my true vision? Not what do I think I can get? No. What is my vision? What is God calling me to step into? When I close my eyes and I think from the vision, remember, not of the vision, from the vision, and I start to see that, I start to crystallize that vision. Vincent van Gogh said, first I dream the painting, then I paint the dream. All right? You have to see the dream first. You have to see the vision first. Then you put pen to paper and then you start building. All right? In the Bible, Jesus talks about those of you that hear my words and do not apply them is like building on sand. You know? Those of you that hear my words and apply them is like building on rock. One is a strong foundation, one is a weak foundation. If you build your business on a weak foundation, it will come crashing down, or you will get to a level where you're making the 100K months or whatever it is, $1 million month. You're going to be unhappy, you're going to be unfulfilled, you're going to be stressed, and you're going to realize that wherever you go, there you are. This is another lesson we're going to talk about in the identity, the who section. We're going to dive into that later on. But ultimately, yeah, you're going to achieve the goal. I'm not like you can achieve goals without a vision, but it will not be the vision that's true to your heart and true for you. You can create whatever reality you want. Just think about it. If you take a step back right now and you just think about, okay, can that reality I truly want in my heart, can I make that happen? Yes, you can. It's like, let's say you're working like 10-hour days right now and you're like, I want to work 2-hour days. I want to spend more time with my family, with my loved ones. I want to travel more. Is there a reality where that's happening? Yes, but you have to define it in your mind first because vision is the first step. There's so many things we're going to dive into here, guys. Like this is just scratching the surface, right? So the subconscious mind, the conscious mind, right? So the conscious mind, the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is what we're working with here. All right. The images that we are impressing into the subconscious mind are what are going to be played out in your reality. If you are not impressing the thoughts into your subconscious mind of what you want, it's like, again, planting seeds in the ground. Let's say you have roses, right? And then you have weeds or some like plants you don't want. If you plant the weeds into the ground and say, I want roses, it doesn't matter, does it? If you're telling yourself you want one reality, but your subconscious mind has another complete different perspective of that, and that is, again, the feelings. Like if you just ask yourself right now, when you think about your vision, you think about your goals, when you think about the things you're saying that you want, how are you responding to that? How do you feel towards that? What is the reaction to that in your subconscious mind, in your nervous system, however you want to call it? Because feelings are just revealing to you what you truly think. Feelings are just sharing with you what you truly think about. So I'll give you a prime example right now. If I say to you the word geld, what comes to mind? If I say to you the word geld, for most of you, nothing. It doesn't associate anything in your mind what the word geld means, okay? Now, if I say to you the word money, what comes to mind? You will start to think about things linked to money, correct? So you might have positive associations with money. You might have negative associations with money. Meaning, the thought creates a feeling and a reaction to it. And based off that reaction, because your subconscious mind, or your conscious mind can only process about 40 bits of information per second, your subconscious mind is going to do all the work. It can process millions of bits of information per second, right? So your subconscious mind is going to handle all of whatever that word you interpret it as and everything in between, which is going to proceed to actions you take and things you attract into your life. Now, going back to the word I said before, Geld, that means money in German. I'm just using that as a random example to prove to you. Now, if I say to you the word Geld, you're like, money. Okay, now it means something to you. The point I'm trying to get at is the vision you hold on to, the vision you have in your mind. If you are not associating that with images and feelings and emotion, it won't mean anything. It's just words. Like, again, I speak to so many entrepreneurs. What are your goals? They tell me their goal. They're like, yeah, I want to get to $1 million a month, right? Okay, what associations are you linking to that word? What images are created in the mind in association to that word? Because whatever you envision based on the word is what you're going to move towards, is what you're going to gravitate towards. Where focus goes, energy flows every single time. Every single time. So where focus goes, energy flows. Your thoughts are energy. So when you're focused on a vision, when you're focused on a target you want, and you're seeing that clearly, your subconscious mind, which is a goal-seeking mechanism, will gravitate towards that goal. So if your vision for your business, right, you're like, I want to make $100,000 per month, right? But in the subconscious, you're envisioning that being hard. You're envisioning that being a struggle. You are envisioning that being a challenge, right? It's going to be a lot of force, a lot of stress. I'm going to have to sacrifice things. I'm not going to be able to get, build my health as well on the side of that. That will play out. That will play out. But in the same way, if you take a step back and you construct a very clear, detailed vision where you're like, hey, I run a streamlined, simple business. Leads come in and apply to work with us. We have a flood of inbound leads waiting to work with us. Can you see how those visions can both become a reality? It's just choosing where you focus your energy on. It's just deciding this is the vision that you want. And again, I'm going to be diving deep into actually how to take the vision and use meditation and visualization to impress this into your subconscious mind so it overrides the subconscious mind. Because the subconscious mind, we're going to dive into this deeper as well, it really is where everything is playing out in your reality, because your subconscious mind governs about 90% of your actions, your feelings, your behaviors, your beliefs, your emotions, your habits, and everything there. So if you're not working with the subconscious mind, you are going to be leaving so much money on the table in your business. It's ridiculous. Your subconscious mind is governing your entire reality. Again, when I ask entrepreneurs, what's your game plan to work with your subconscious mind? 99% of the time, no, I don't have one. And I speak to entrepreneurs, complete beginners, all the way up to 9-figure entrepreneurs. No, I don't have a plan to work with my subconscious. Well, how can you expect to truly tap into your full potential if you're not tapping into your full potential? Right? So this is why simplicity executes on whatever you visualize, right? So, this is why it simply executes on whatever you visualize and builds a reality that matches it. Whatever images you construct in your mind, they are playing out in your reality. Just take a step back, think about it, right? Is the life you're living now in correlation to the thought you was having 3 months ago? I can guarantee you the answer is yes. I can guarantee you that right now. Everything I'm living in my life right now, right, the reality I've built for myself is completely in correlation to what I was thinking about 3 months ago. The difference between me and you is I intentionally constructed the reality I wanted to live. And I'm not just talking about the physical. I'm not just talking about living in beautiful places, traveling the world, doing all of these things. I'm talking as well about the state that I operate from. The identity of the person I am. Because there was times in my journey where my business was booming, I was successful on the outside, but internally, man, I was operating from pain. I felt sad. I didn't feel good. I had low emotions. Construction of my mind again. It's what I was thinking about. And because I would think about that, I would keep on replaying that same story again and again and again. That would keep playing out in my reality. So I took a step back and defined my vision. Who would this version be? And I can even recite it to you because you have to keep it top of mind. You have to remind yourself more than you need to be taught. But in my vision, it says, I wake up in the morning feeling peace, joy, and love. I am free from the emotions that once used to weigh me down, for example. So as I start to tell myself this vision, I start to envision and construct in my mind a reality where I'm waking up and I feel peace, joy, and love. Okay, and I'm seeing myself free from the emotions that once used to weigh me down. And lo and behold, that plays out in my reality. Because we have about 75,000 thoughts every single day. 90% of those are the same as the day before, same as the day before, same as the day before, right? So my question to you is this: if you believe that your thoughts in any way, shape, or form are going to create your reality, and you know that your thinking right now is not allowing you to step into the reality that you truly want, my question to you is, what have you done to change your thoughts? It's like saying, oh, I have small arms, right? Okay, cool. Have you gone to the gym consistently and hit weights to change them? No. Okay, then how can you expect it to grow? With your thoughts, what have you done to constructively build up new thinking, new beliefs? Like, I can guarantee you, again, if you're not getting the results you want, or you're not moving towards your goal in alignment, this is the key thing here, in alignment, your thoughts are holding you back. The way you think about things are holding you back. If you're constantly feeling like you're pushing, this is another thing I see with entrepreneurs, right? They push, they grind their way to their goals. Then they achieve their goals and, oh, now I can relax. You're just thinking in the wrong way. You're not working with your subconscious mind. It should be a flow. The natural laws of this universe is flow. It's least effort. By default, the human mind, the brain, it wants to conserve energy. So when you are doing something that is, like, this is straight facts, when you are going towards a goal and you feel like you're burned out and you're stressed out and you're worried and you're anxious, you are just in a state of fear because of your subconscious projections. What you're subconsciously perceiving is what is keeping you in that state of fear. But let me ask you, is that fear that you're interpreting, is it real? Or is it just an illusion in the mind? If you went into the woods and you see a bear, would you be scared? 100%. But if you found out it was just one of your friends in a bear costume playing a prank, you would instantly change how you feel. But your perception of the bear was, oh, it's a bear, I'm scared. Then you realize it's your friend in a bear costume, you don't feel scared. So imagine the things in your life that you fear. Are they actually true? Or are they just illusions in your mind that are keeping you in a state of fear? Now again, what is that? It's your vision. It's what you're perceiving in your mind. It's what you're seeing in your mind. But you haven't taken the time to step back and construct a clear image, a clear vision of what it is you want, and directed those thoughts with intention, using creative imagination to direct your thinking into the specific things that you want, so your mind will focus on that. Because if I ask you right now, what's going good in your life right now? You can find evidence. If I say to you, what is going wrong in your life right now? You can find evidence. Okay? The point is, where focus goes, energy flows. So again, if I ask you right now to look around your room, look for everything that is red. Okay, so my mic recorder thing here is red. The book is red. Right. The remote, the button is red. Okay, now, close your eyes. Tell me everything you saw that was yellow. Tell me everything you saw that was yellow. I'm going to do the same. So I'm going to open my eyes now. I can't recall anything that was yellow. This is what I'm saying to you. This is yellow. Right in front of me. What else do we have? The book is yellow. Anything else that's yellow in here? Not that I can see. But the point I'm trying to make is this, right? Your mind, what you focus on is what it's going to look for. What you focus on is what it's going to look for. What you focus on is what you're going to move towards. Okay? So here's another example. Okay? Right now, as you're watching this video, just look around your room and just look for something and become aware of it that you wasn't aware of the whole time it was there. Okay, so let's say, for example, I look up at that light. It's been here for the past 25 minutes as I've been recording this video, but my conscious awareness hasn't been on it. But now I focus on it, I start to think about it. Do you see what I'm saying to you? Our mind is always going to filter out things that aren't relevant. It's always going to push away things that aren't relevant. This is what the RAS is doing. This is why I said as well before that the mind, the subconscious mind the conscious mind can only process 40 bits of information per second. Because if it didn't, it would be overwhelmed and literally would just be overwhelmed, and probably you would die because there's so much information surrounding us right now. We can't take it all in. So if you understand this here, think about this. You are going to be told things in your life. You're gonna be told these certain beliefs about things and opinions on things and whatever it is, and they become beliefs. They become what you believe to be true. So let me give you a prime example of this. For those of you, when you was younger, right? We believed in Santa Claus. We believed in Santa Claus. Think about that. And then one day, we realized it wasn't true. So it's like we held on to that belief so strongly that it was confirmed in our reality, but it wasn't true. So how many things do you believe that are not true? How many things do you believe to be true about your business, about life, about success, about everything else that are not true? That's stopping you from living the true life that is for you. And again, I said business, like the external, the reality, but also you as an individual, like the way you operate, the way you carry yourself, the way you feel about yourself, the emotions you operate from, the way you live your life. This is all vision, guys. This is all the way you are perceiving things. So again, unconscious vision, default belief would be business is hard and stressful. It will create a state of stress. This will then cause you to procrastinate, force your way towards your goal, grind, burn out. You get a painful result, burnout, complexity, stuck, whatever it might be. Reality confirms belief, and it plays out again. This is the same for a sales team, for a business, for like a big corporation. Like, I don't know who's watching this right now, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a business owner, whether you run a team. Especially if you run a team, this is even more important, because if you're a solo entrepreneur or you run a small business, you can kind of, you can work with yourself. When you start to operate a team and you start to lead people, you better have them dialed in. This is what I work with teams on, right? Because if they're not aligned with these visions, the whole team's going to be affected by it. But anyway, conscious vision, a chosen belief, and here's another nugget I want to share with you, is this, right? What do you want to believe? This is a golden question. What do you want to believe? One of my other favorite quotes is, beliefs are not true in themselves. They become true in our experience if we believe them. So the question is, what do you want to believe? Do you want to believe business is hard, or do you want to believe business is easy? And again, you could say, John, business is hard. Okay, is that belief serving you? How does that belief make you feel? If you believe business is hard, what is the feeling that evokes within you? Versus you say, yeah, business is easy. I got this. I'm finding my way through it. Again, how do you define hard? Because there's people outside right now working on construction in the heat, right? Working hard all day, all night. Is that hard or is that easy? I'm sitting here behind a laptop right now filming videos. This is going to make me a lot of money. Is this hard or is this easy? In my opinion, it's very easy. It's just perception. And my perception of it is going to determine how I feel within. So why would I want to be, it's hard, it's stressful, doesn't serve me. So why would I choose to believe that? Why would I choose to accept any belief that does not serve me? Do you understand? Even if you say, okay, business is hard, framing it like this, business is hard because it challenges me, but I love challenges. Perception. So you'll be more calm, more clear, more confident. You're going to have more of an aligned behavior. Powerful result, it will confirm your belief. Again, here it's like you burned out, overworked. You might achieve your goals, but it's like, at what cost? Like, just because you achieve a goal does not mean you're successful. We're going to talk about that in a minute as well. So here, free, wealthy, energized, business working for you, life fully lived. And that's exactly what I do. I live my dream life because I designed that. Like I said before, there was a time in my life where I achieved my goals, but it wasn't what I wanted, truly. I didn't think about it. And the problem with men nowadays is they simply do not think. A clear vision gives your life clarity, focus, direction, and purpose. It acts as a blueprint for the life you are building. It guides you on what to say yes to and also what to say no to. Such a big point as well. The key truth, the mind doesn't care whether the goal is positive or negative. It just goes after what's programmed and what it's focusing on. This is why it's critical you have clarity of what you want in vivid detail, so your mind can move towards that. If your goal is focused on an outcome, I always mess things up, the mechanism will find ways to confirm it. If your goal is I'm building a thriving business, it will filter ideas, people, and opportunities to make that real. Your mind is wired to protect consistency, not happiness. It does not care about your goals. It cares about safety and survival. Like I said before, the question is, what do you want to believe instead of, so what do I believe and what do I want to believe? Again, I know many entrepreneurs, very successful financially with their business, right? But they are still operating from this paradigm of being burned out, being stressed, worried, anxious, and everything in between. You can have it all. This is the belief I'm trying to instill into you guys. You can have it all. You can build a business where you're making $100,000 a month, $1 million a month, and still be relaxed, calm, peaceful, present, loving. You can do that. It's a choice. It's a belief. Like I said before, I didn't say it. The Bible says it, right? God did not give us a spirit of fear. He gave us a spirit of love, power, and a sound mind. You know? When you start to understand these principles, these just universal laws, you start to really question the life you could truly be living. So, mentioned this part before as well, but your mind is a goal-seeking mechanism. So, you will realize this, right? Whatever life you are living, whatever is playing out in your reality is directly correlated to the way you've been thinking about it. Just look at your results, look at the life you're living. I can promise you right now, it is in direct correlation to the way you thought about it. If business is booming right now, if your business is crushing it right now, if you're hitting your targets right now, if things are flowing right now, it's because you was envisioning that happening. You was directing your thoughts into that lifeline, into that reality, and you stepped into it. Now, if your business is not going the way you want, or you are achieving things in your business, but you feel unhappy, you feel unfulfilled, whatever it might be, you envision that too. It's about taking this vision, right? Truly crystallizing the vision. And then directing your thoughts on it. This is why I heavily work with people on their subconscious mind, because your subconscious mind is what is going to automatically take you towards the goal. It's what you're going to automatically gravitate towards and move towards, right? So it's so important that the vision you're holding on to, you are working with the subconscious mind. Once you do that, you're going to gravitate towards it, okay? Every thought, decision, and behavior after that becomes course correction towards the outcome automatically. You don't just need to work harder, you need to align your mind with your visions and goals. Another massive point here, guys. How many entrepreneurs do you hear that say, yeah, just grind, just do more, take more action. You grind, you take more action, but the results are not what you know you could be getting. You know you could be getting more results, right? Or are there times in your business where you're just aligned, you're in a flow state, and opportunities are just attracted to you? Things are just unfolding in a perfect way. It's because you're being the individual. You're putting out a different energy, and that's coming back to you. We don't attract what we want. We attract who we are. Like attracts like. If you're in a state of abundance, peace, love, and joy, you're going to attract more of that. If you're in a state of lack, scarcity, fear, you're going to attract that. And it's, again, just a decision. It's a point of focus in your mind. So to summarize this aspect of this first part of this entire training, right? This is just, we're just scratching the surface here. Clarity of vision is the foundation. Your subconscious mind doesn't judge, it executes. You can achieve your goals and still be unsuccessful. Everyone has a vision. The question is, did you choose it? Vision must be felt, not just thought. And a clear vision aligns your entire system, right? It aligns with your subconscious mind and everything that's happening beneath the surface, right? Again, there is quite literally so many things I could dive into in each part of these things here, but I've got to kind of keep this efficient because there's a lot to get through. Like truly, there is a lot to get through here. So as we continue, here's another huge lesson. Okay, the reason why a vision is so powerful as well is because most people, what do? They focus on what they can't control. Okay, so outcomes, timing, other people, money, external, right? The future, how it comes, everything in between. Things that we can control: identity, intention, daily action, vision, who we are, what it is we want, why it's important, and programming the mind. But linking this to vision, right? When you start to visualize an end goal, what it does is it starts to allow you to experience that reality as if it's already done, and you can let go of it. You can stop trying to force it. Stop worrying about the how. Ultimately, it brings you faith. Again, people ask me, yeah, but if I feel like I've already achieved it, why would I move towards it? Because it's who we are. Think about any goal you've accomplished, any goal you've achieved. Was it the goal that was fun, or was it the process? It was the process. Now, in the pursuit of the goal, the more you can construct the end reality, the more you can see that in your mind playing out, then you will more effortlessly and more easily and more efficiently step into that. This is why you see the most successful people in the world visualize. The biggest sports players, actors, and everything in between, they visualize because they know if they can visualize the end product, by default, their subconscious mind will guide them more efficiently towards it. If you look at, again, like I said earlier, Vincent van Gogh, first I dream the painting, then I paint the dream. Nikola Tesla, we're going to dive into this in a moment as well. What Nikola Tesla would do is he would construct in his mind the image of the invention first, and then he would go ahead and he would create that from the image he held in his mind. So again, this is how I live my life. I see it play out, I envision it, and then I go to create it. Because at times in my life when I didn't do that, what I would do is I would just take action unconsciously, moving towards a goal, and then I would get results I didn't want, but it was based off old programs, old stories, what society had told me. Like, I don't know, let's say in business, for example, even pricing. You grow up, you have beliefs about money, you can't charge high prices, this and that, whatever it might be, all of these things. So you can go ahead and grow your business, but if you have a belief, if you have a vision that growing your business and making lots of money is bad, you won't move towards that. If you believe that growing your business to $1 million a month is going to be hard, stressful, painful, you won't move towards that. Because in your subconscious mind, the images playing out is going to be based on fear. So you're going to be like, why would I move towards that? This is why, again, like, mindset is the key. It's undeniable. People just don't understand mindset. They don't understand how powerful this is. Again, just to touch on that, what is mindset? Mindset is what is your mindset on? Going back to vision. Like, what do you see in your mind? What are you cultivating up in that mind of yours? What are you subconsciously impressing? What is the scenes you see? What are the images you see? What are the feelings you experience? That's what you're going to move towards. And once you get clarity on this vision, you have to be courageous enough to step into that. For example, me building this course right now, it's going to be a good 4 or 5 hours, years of work. Like, so much time, effort, energy, money has gone into this, right? And I'm just going to give it away. Because that's what my imagination is telling me to do. That's what God is telling me to do. He says, give it away. So I'm like, okay. That's the process where it could be, oh, do all these other things that these people tell you, short form content, reels, all of this stuff. I'm just like, no. I'm just going to drop a free course on YouTube, you know? When I envision my business the way I want it to be, this is what comes to my mind. So here I am doing it. But if I didn't have a vision, I promise you right now, I would be doing random things. It'd be scattered energy, like I mentioned before. This is why, again, I see a lot of entrepreneurs that work hard. They do a lot. They don't get the result. They work hard. They do a lot, but they're burned out. They're stressed out. So people worry and operate from fear, limiting themselves because they don't know how to get to their vision and goals they have. When you put power and energy into something out of your control, you will feel powerless and begin to overthink, worry, and operate from fear. When you give power to something you can't control, outcomes, timing, money, other people, the future, your nervous system reads it as threat. The brain's job is to predict and protect. So the moment it can't see a clear cause and effect path, it shifts from the prefrontal cortex, right, into the amygdala. That's why, again, meditation is so powerful, because it allows you to calm down the amygdala, which is the fear response part of your brain. Anytime you go into fear mode, you need to just, I'm not going to get into the techniques right now, but you need to basically understand how to breathe. As simple as that. But the point is, this is what most people are doing. They're operating unconsciously. This is why, again, people think this like mindset stuff is woo-woo. No, it's neuroscience. I combine them all together. But it's how your brain works. It's how your brain works. If you are an entrepreneur and you're running a business and you're trying to make money and you don't work with your mindset, you are leaving money on the table. It's like, again, I tell people when I work with them, it's like, you are already winning. You're already successful. This is going to allow you to tap into power that you're not tapping into. It's going to allow you to reach your full potential with your already existing efforts. You're already taking action. Just work with the mind, and I promise you, you will 5 or sometimes even 10 extra results or even more. So, again, I'm gonna kind of brush through these because I'm gonna put these documents below. You can access them below, but there's just so much in here. So, give me 6 hours to chop down a tree and I'll spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. Abraham Lincoln. This is what another analogy I would use for when it comes to your mindset. Yeah, working on your mindset is literally that. It's sharpening the sword. It's taking the time to think about truly what it is you want, aligning with that, visualizing that, constructing it in your mind. So when you go out to work on it, it's effortless. It doesn't require forcing or pushing or grinding or needing. Does that make sense? Now, when you define exactly what you want your business to look like, you activate one of the most powerful mechanisms in your mind, focus. A plane is set with a destination before it takes off. Once that destination is locked in, it doesn't fly in a perfect straight line. When turbulence and external forces constantly push it off course, the autopilot doesn't panic or overcorrect. It simply makes tiny automatic adjustments to keep the plane aligned with the original direction. The pilot isn't forcing the plane every second. The system corrects itself because the destination is already set. Your mind works in the same way. When your direction is clear, your thoughts, emotions, and actions begin to self-correct. You don't need to micromanage every decision. When something pulls you off course, the system naturally adjusts you back towards where you're going. You set a target, a clear mental picture. Your subconscious acts like a servo mechanism, constantly adjusting thoughts, emotions, and behaviors to move you towards a target. And when you drift off course, your nervous system and intuition send feedback and signals of discomfort, tension, or desire that push you to the correct direction. This is how your mind naturally self-corrects and realigns with whatever goal you've programmed into it. Again, undeniable facts. Whatever vision you're holding in your mind is what you're going to move towards. If you have a vision in your mind of your business reaching a certain level, but there is pain associated with that, or there's more stress associated with that, whatever it might be, that is what you're going to create. That is the reality you're going to build. Because that is what you're focused on. Your subconscious mind, it doesn't care about your goals. It cares about moving away from things that might be potential threats or potential danger. It cares about moving towards things that are familiar, because at least that's known. So, for example, again, there's so many things I can dive into, but let's say, for example, you have some kind of pain associated with growing your business, which is like, if I grow my business, I'm going to be more stressed out and more burned out. Well, subconsciously, you won't move towards growing your business because you perceive it as painful. You perceive it as hard. You perceive it as pain, but it's just a vision. It's just a vision. So I'd ask people all the time, like, do you want more money? They always say, yeah, I want more money. But do you want what comes with that? Do you want the pain of growing a business? That's where they're like, I don't know. But again, it's like, why do you even assume it's going to be pain in growing your business? Is it actually true? Is it, or is it just a belief? Is it just a belief? I found in my business, the more it grows, the easier it is. The more my business grows, the easier it becomes, because I can hire people. I can build systems. I can work with more clients and get them even better results, which feeds into my marketing. So I found that growing my business is easier. Making more money is easier than making less money. It's all beliefs, guys, but they all begin with the vision. So, the mind does not respond to willpower alone. It responds to imagination impressed with faith and emotion. Okay? The mechanism activates when 3 elements are combined. 1 is imagination. 2 is faith, right? Believing in and trusting in God. And then action. Now, again, there's so many things I can dive into right now. I'm going to kind of brush past this aspect here, but the point I want to get across here is the subconscious mind and the conscious mind. I haven't even dived into this yet, and this is one of my biggest teachings that I teach people. You can see how in-depth this is, right? But the subconscious mind is 90% of how we operate. Okay? 90% of how we operate. It's how we think, it's how we feel, it's how we act. These are essentially our beliefs, our emotions, and our habits. Okay? This is 90% of how you operate. This is where the vision will be stored. This is where your imagination is. This is where faith will be basically stored. The subconscious mind is the most powerful part of your mind. So again, most people work with their conscious mind, the logical mind, right? Short-term bursts of willpower. So if you're not working with this, what do you truly want to believe? What do you want to feel? Right? What emotions do you want to experience? What habits do you want to have? Let me just ask you this, right? What beliefs do you have that are currently slowing you down in business? What emotions do you have that are slowing you down in business? What habits do you have that are slowing you down in business and from making more money? Right? Again, these all go together. How you think determines how you feel determines how you act. Change the vision, change what you're focusing on. You're going to change how you feel. And change how you feel, you're going to change the actions. And again, thinking about identity, we're going to get into this in the next module, but when you think about identity, when you think about how you see yourself, what you believe to be true about yourself, how you think towards yourself, how you feel about yourself, how you act towards yourself. If you're trying to grow your business, right? But deep down you think, but I'm not good enough. Or you think, but even if I make money, I'm not going to change how I feel. Or you think that if I grow my business, I'm still going to be the same person. How are you going to feel? You're going to feel pain. You're going to feel resistance. You're going to feel like, what's the point? So then you're going to take actions in alignment with that. Again, this all happens at a subconscious level. And then you never question your beliefs. You never question what's going on. And then you keep on this hamster wheel, chasing more tactics, more strategies, more doing, knowing full well that the reality you're stepping towards, the more money, not really going to change your life. It might. But again, other things are going to be associated with that. Pain, some kind of pain. If you look at when you first started your business, again, let's say you first start your business, you start having your first 100K month, whatever it might be. And then you go, slow down. Because you, at some level, associated pain with the next level up. It's that simple. And that comes down to vision. So, success mechanism versus the failure mechanism, right? Both are autopilots. Both are decisions you are making. It's just with your subconscious mind. If I asked you now, would you rather operate from faith or fear? Which would you choose? Right? Because all you have to do is begin to program it into your mind. Success mechanism triggered by clear goal, faith, and positive expectation. Outcome, forward momentum, creativity, resilience, right? Failure mechanism is fear, self-doubt, negative self-image, hesitation, procrastination, and sabotage. It's all a vision in your mind. It's all a vision in your mind. So I'm going to brush past these things here because I want to get onto this part here, which is going to be very valuable. All right. Your vision is the frequency you tune into daily. All right. When you think about your vision, it should give you like an excitement. It should give you this like deep feeling of just joy, excitement, power. Yeah. Like something that truly excites you. When your internal world matches the external reality you desire, manifestation becomes effortless. You don't force results, you align with them. Your job is to keep the internal state congruent with your desired outcome. And that's why working with the subconscious mind is the most effective way to do this. Change your vision, change your vibration, you change your reality. And one of my quotes is, if your vision does not move you emotionally, it won't move you physically. If you don't have an exciting vision of what it is you truly want, you're not going to be excited to move towards it. And again, what's going to happen is you're going to step into that, right? And we've all been there. Like, I need to do this. This has to get done. It's just, again, perspective. My whole kind of one of my principles or my philosophies is like I said many times, we can have it all. Why would you be on this like grind and this push and forcing it and letting life go by? And then you look back and you go, well, in the pursuit of the goal, I didn't even enjoy life. It doesn't make sense. One of my greatest mentors, who is Ed Milet, he says, he looks back, he's worth over $500 million, very successful individual. He said, if he could go back in time, right, he would be more intentional about the emotions he would want to experience. He said he would have made more money, been more successful, and enjoyed himself more. And that's what I'm saying to you guys. What do you truly want? kind of life do you truly want to live? Do you truly want to work all day, every day? Like, if you do, that's cool. But if you don't, then get clear on that. If you want to make more money, get clear on that. If you want to build a business that's more systemized, more streamlined, get clear on that. There's a great book called The E-Myth Revisited. And in this book, one of the things I remember from it was about IBM. And what they done is they had a vision for their business. They looked at it when it was complete, how it would be when it was fully complete. And that's how they built it, from the end in mind. That is another kind of analogy to look at here. So when it comes to creating your vision, you need two components, right? You need the emotional, this is the vision and the imagination, and then you need logical, the goals and plans. We have the right side of the brain, we have the left side of the brain. So the what I see with people, right, is going to be one of two things. Either one is they're just too, on the left side, they're too logical. It's just like, okay, goals. Like, let's just make it $1 million a month. Let's make it $500,000 a month. But it's like, okay, cool. But why? You know? And if you just think in terms of that, what's going to happen is you're going to make the wrong decisions, because your analytical mind, in comparison to your imagination is so much more powerful. Your imagination is the subconscious mind, right? It's the part of you, it's that higher self that knows the most simplest path to achieve your goal. The more you can construct that image in your mind of the end reality you want, the more you're going to move towards that. So you might be saying, again, I always say to people, all right, in fact, we're going to get onto that in a moment. Let me stay on track here. So GPS analogy is the right brain sets the destination, the where. The left brain creates the route, which is the how. If you skip the destination, the GPS can't calculate anything. If you never route it, you'll just stare at the map. Vision is the right, it gives direction. Strategy, left, gives motion. Nikola Tesla said, I construct the machine in my mind, I run it, I see where it wears, I make improvements. When I finally build it, there is no difference between the mental model and the physical one. Like, do you understand that, guys? So if you're building your business and you haven't truly thought about how it is operating, how it's built, how it's structured, and everything in between, you're going to build it based off of other people's opinions, things you haven't really thought about, and you know what can happen there, right? So just take the time. Like I said, the quote, Abraham Lincoln, if you give me 8 hours to cut down a tree, or 6 hours, I'll spend the first 4 hours sharpening my sword. Take the time to really think about it. And when you think about it, think from the vision, like I said, really imagine it, like see it. What would it look like? How would it be structured? How are we charging people? How much money are we making? What kind of life am I living? Because you'll build that. You can have it all. For Tesla, imagination wasn't fantasy, it was the real workshop. Physical building was just printing what had already existed internally. Start with the vision, then set the goal. Jonathan Gabb. Imagination is the preview of life's coming attractions. Albert Einstein. So use the right side of your brain to imagine and visualize, and then use the left side of your brain to set goals and plans. Here is an example of a vision I wrote down, which is now my reality. Business is a systemized, simple money printer. I have built them in a way that requires me to put in minimal effort and earn back $100,000 per month minimum in profit. I just make content, and then my systems, processes, and teams operate the rest. It's a well-oiled machine. It runs smoothly and easily. From building this, it allows me to be calm, relaxed, and spend my free time getting closer to God and living the life He has blessed me with. Business is just like going to the gym for me. I check in for 1 to 2 hours and then continue my day without giving it any more thought. I will check in just how I check into the gym and eat my meals. That is an example of a vision. Now, there's so much more that goes into it, but here's an example for, to really kind of drill this point home. When you go to the gym, for you people that go to the gym, right? You don't go to the gym and stress about it all day. You just go in and check out. Why is business any different? Why is business any different? It's not. There's entrepreneurs out there, like Tony Robbins. I think he runs like 67 companies or something. 67. Something like that. It's like a huge amount of businesses. Even imagine running 10 businesses, right? He's found systems and people and employees to make that reality. So you just have to, again, like I said, what do you want? Like recently I had my biggest month in business and my biggest day in business where I had my biggest earnings in a single day whilst on a road trip with my dad in the USA working 1 hour a day, if that. If I didn't take the time to think about what life do I want, I wouldn't have been able to go on this road trip with my dad. I have to work all the time. I'm stressed out. I was chilling. So the reason I live this life is because I saw it in my mind first and built from there. I know exactly what I want and I know exactly what I do not want. Again, I know what I want and I know what I do not want. Like I mentioned earlier, when I set up my first business, I was working like 12-hour days, burned out. You get the point. Like, it was a vision I constructed. And now, as I'm advancing on my journey, one thing I do is I get even more clear on my vision. I obsess about my vision because I know that everything that I think about in my mind is going to play out. Everything I envision, everything that I see playing out first. And again, there's many techniques I can share with you, but like I've mentioned many times, thinking from the vision. When you start to think from the vision, you start to step into that. You start to really like experience that. You're going to know. You're going to know. And it's like, if I told you right now, you build a business that allows you to work 4 hours a day versus a business where you work 12 hours a day. Which would you choose? You would choose the 4-hour day, most likely. Now, again, granted, some of you might not. You might love business. You might love working. But again, it's like this, right? If I said to you, hey, you can run a business where you work 4 hours a day, and then 2 hours you can train at the gym, and then 2 hours you can spend time with your family. You know, it's like, what do you truly want? Don't build your business don't build a business where your lifestyle fits into the business. Build a lifestyle so your business can fit into that, if that makes sense, right? Build your life first. What do you want in your life? How does your life look? And then have business as a part of it, your fitness as a part of it. Because again, it's like some of you might be like, yo, I want to be a bodybuilder. I want to compete in competitions, right? Then you would obviously dedicate more time to that. You might say, hey, in business, like, what do you truly want? Some of you might want to build a massive corporation. You might want to build a mammoth company. I don't want that. I want a simple, streamlined business that gives me freedom, that has high cash flow, high profit margins, right? From these visions, I step into that and I feel content. I feel happy. I'm successful because this is my definition of success, but it's all about a vision. If I was here like, yo, I want to build a massive company. I want to have multiple employees but I don't want that. You see what I'm saying to you? But the other side of the spectrum is true. Like when I first got into business, like I was saying to you, my belief was business is hard. Business requires a lot of work. Business is stressful. Making money is hard. These were all visions in my mind. They played out. Then I was like, what do I want to believe? What do I truly want? What kind of life do I want? What kind of clients do I want? You know? And as I started to crystallize that became my reality. And, you know, what I've realized as well is like, you don't need to know the how. You really don't need to know the how. My next goal, my next vision is very much about selling a business, right? I have a very specific goal, very specific target. And I know I've already been given the idea on how I believe I'm going to make it happen. The vision has been given to me. Now I just follow that. I just step into that. First I dream the painting, then I paint the dream, you know? So again, I can't explain it to you any other way than the vision is the foundation, how you think about stuff, how you truly visualize your business being. And we haven't even touched about the kind of more business aspect of vision, but like when you think about vision for your company, you know, how is that structured? I know a lot of people, again, they're confused. They're like, they don't take a step back and think about it. So what they do is they run a business that is just stressful, overwhelming. Like, we have a very simple, streamlined business. We help entrepreneurs make more money using their mind. We have 3 products, right? Low, medium, high. And we have a very simple sales process. We have very good offers. It's like, it's streamlined, simple. Very, very simple, very, very streamlined because I thought about it. And I see these companies, like I said, they don't think about it and they make a lot of money, but their profit margins are low. They're stressed out. They're working with the wrong clients. They basically created a prison in their mind because they didn't take the time to think. They didn't take the time to crystallize what it is they truly wanted. What is it that what is their heart calling them to? Because you'll get it. And then the thing is as well, you start to think differently. You start to think, okay, if I want to build a business like that, okay, I need to charge higher prices. Okay, how can I charge higher prices? How can I increase my price to be high ticket, for example? But if you're just like, no, I can't charge high ticket, or whatever it might be, you get my point. But it's, again, vision. It's all vision. Here's another great example, okay? One of my clients once asked me, he goes, John, you think $10,000 a month is a good goal? I said, what is your vision? I want to move to Dubai. I want to live in a penthouse. I want to get a G-Wagon. Okay. Can you do that with $10,000 a month? No. Okay, then. So, no, that's not a good goal. But if I ask somebody and say, hey, what's your vision? They're like, hey, I want to live in Thailand. I want to live in Thailand in the jungle and meditate all day. Well, $10,000 is a good goal. You see what I'm saying? What do you want? What do you want, truly? Again, when you think about these things, do not think from limitation. Do not think from this perspective of like, well, based on what I know right now, what do I like? Close your eyes and imagine a reality that would, like, you just, your heart's calling you to it. Like, truly. Some of you, right? You might not care about staying in nice places, right? You might just be happy staying in a small room, whatever it might be. But you might value eating good food. Yeah? You get my point. It's like everyone's different and unique, but everyone has a vision in their heart. I value luxury. I value having a lot of money. I value this lifestyle, you know? So that is what I move towards. But again, if I didn't value it, for example, yeah, let's say if I didn't value it and I'm just like pushing towards it. One question I asked myself once was, if I couldn't post this on Instagram, would I still do it? That question changed my life, you know? Because there's a few things I was doing that it was just to flex. It was to post on Instagram. It was to get validation and stuff. And when I said, would I still do this if I couldn't post it on Instagram? There's a few answers that were no, but a lot of them were yes. And there's still things that I do now that I don't post on Instagram because I genuinely enjoy that. You know, I fly, for example, business class everywhere, right? I have done for the past 3 years. I don't post it on Instagram all the time. It's just because I value that. I value that thing. But for example, we went out last night in Miami, went to a restaurant, and the bill, I don't value that, bro. I was just like, man, I can get this food. I can get this for like, I don't know how long that would last me, but this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't value that. So it's about knowing what you truly value, what your heart is calling you to. So I want to touch on this part here. I'm not going to dive into goal setting right now, but vision first, goal second, plan third. That is the breakdown. This is a concept I came up with myself, right? Because I used to listen back in the day to these people, and they'd be like, yeah, set goals. But I would always be like, I just feel like, nah, this doesn't feel right. You know, goals are logical. Visions are emotional. Visions, in my opinion, the emotion, that is from God. So you set the vision, the emotional picture, like the dream, the thing that excites you. So if I say to you right now, I'm like, all right, cool. If I say to you right now, yeah, $100,000 per month. Let's say that's your goal. Think about your goal. Okay? Now if I say to you, traveling the world in luxury with your best friends or your wife or your girlfriend, in first class, staying in luxury penthouses, right? Or I say to you, buying your dream villa home in the mountains of Thailand, and you step out in the evening and you see the sun setting and you feel, I made it. Right? You get my point. So the vision comes first, then you set the goal. You get clear on the vision, then you set the goal. Because again, some of you might be saying, oh, I want to make $100 million, right? And then let's like arguably making $100 million is a whole of a ball game, yeah? But like getting to that level is going to require more work, more time, more energy, and everything in between. But it's like, do you actually want that? Is that truly what your heart is calling you to? The greatest lie we tell ourselves is trying to convince our head of something that our heart knows is a lie. So you take a step back and you get clear on the vision. You're like, no, I don't want that. I don't need that money. Let me just get clear on the vision. And then God will provide you how to get there. He will always provide. Whatever you ask for in prayer, believe you have received, it will be given unto you. As long as it's aligned with you and your heart, you know? So vision, goals, and then you have the plan. If the vision to travel the world freely in luxury and fly in first class, staying in five-star hotels, investing in stocks and in a goal of $10,000 would not make sense. It would not allow you to live this life. In the same way, if your goal is a simple life with a small team and located in Thailand and then the goal of 10,000 could make sense. What do you truly want? This is what I'm saying to you. All right? So here we have the breakdowns. We have the Bible verses we mentioned, right? I'm going to now just talk and recap everything I went over. So in this module, we went over vision, okay? Now, when you think about vision, it is about crystallizing truly what it is that you want. Like, what is that life? How does it look? How would it be? What do you experience? First, I dream the painting, then I paint the dream. It's about crystallizing that. When you write your vision down, yeah, it has to be done in a way that when you get up from the table, wherever you've been writing it, yeah, you get up from your laptop. When you get up from that, it's like it has to feel aligned. It has to feel like, yes, no stone left unturned. No, oh, I'm not sure about that. It's like specifically like how your business would be operating. Now, again, when I talk about vision as well, the way I break this down is you have grand vision, like an ultimate life vision. Yeah, this is like when everything, quote unquote, would be done. Like you've achieved every kind of goal. This is more like of a general kind of vision. But in here, you want to be very just kind of open, very general, very broad. Then what I do is I have something called the next chapter. And in the next chapter, this is where I write down what I see the next 6 to 12 months of my life are going to look like. The shorter term goals, the shorter term vision that I have. This is how I've always wrote my vision down and how I've always gone on my journey. One of my favorite Bible verses is the heart of man plans his way, the Lord will establish his steps. So what you're going to find when you write down a vision, when you have this compelling life vision, right? Talking about family, you're talking about the life you're going to be living, everything in between. God is going to take you on a journey, right? The Lord will establish your steps. And it's about being aware of that. Because again, when I think about my vision that I have, my ultimate vision in life, when I think about that, how I get there is none of my business. At this point in my life, I thought I would have been in a different, completely different place in my life at this point, but I'm not. So God will take you on a path. God will show you the steps that you're going to take and you have to follow. In the Bible, it also says, your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path. God is going to show you what steps to take, but he's only going to show you the first step. He's not going to show you the end of the path. He's going to show you, take this first step, trust in me, right? Another Bible verse, Proverbs 3:5-6, lean not on your own understanding, but in all your ways submit to me and I will make your path straight. So along those lines, but Proverbs 3:5-6. But the point is, when you have this vision, you need to let go. You need to have faith. You need to trust. Once you take a step back and you start to define your vision, you're like, okay, this is my vision. Okay, this is the life I will be living. This is how my business will be. This is the type of clients I work with. This is how I would be operating day to day. This is the kind of money I'm making. Everything in between, you have to let go. You have to trust that God is going to take you on the correct journey to develop your character, to develop yourself. There's going to be ups and downs and everything in between. But here's the key. The vision stays the same, but the plan may change. And that's how it goes. So this has been module 1 on vision. Again, there is so many other things I could dive into here, but it's already been an hour long. Like I could talk for another 2-3 hours on this topic of vision. Understanding as well, like the vision is the images we cultivate in our mind. Once we have the images in our mind, then we have to work on visualization. We're going to get into that in another module. We're going to be talking about how to visualize, how to now take this vision and impress it into your mind. But to summarize it, this is the end destination. What do you truly want? What are we trying to build? What does the end goal look like? What does that reality look like? Once we have that vision, then we set a target. If my vision is to, okay, I want to buy my dream villa in Thailand, for example. I want to be able to travel the world full time. I want this and I want that. Okay, cool. What would the logical goal be to make that reality happen? Then we set the logical goal. Then we set the logical plans and the steps we're going to follow. So, for example, my vision to build the #1 consulting business in the world, helping entrepreneurs with their mindset. Okay, cool. From that vision, that's just an aspect, one component of the vision. Okay, from that, what's the goal that we're going to step towards to make that happen? What's the first goal? Okay, we're going to bring on 30 clients per month. That's the first goal. Okay, what's the plan? Well, let's create a program that we can put on YouTube for free. And we can give away so much value that people will watch it, they will get results, and they win. And maybe some of those people become clients. Here's the thing. We might put this program out and it doesn't bring us any clients. It doesn't bring us any business. But guess what? The vision stays the same, because the vision is given from God. God is telling me, hey, you have to build my entrepreneur. You have to share this truth with the world. You have to give this out to the world. There's a noise going on that's distracting me right now. But yeah, you have to give this to the world. So that's my vision. My vision is to help entrepreneurs master their mindset and make more money. My vision is to build the #1 consulting business. But the plan in which I get there, the steps in which I take to get there, out of my control. The other day we was going to run paid ads and our Instagram account got shut down. Out of my control. The vision stays the same. So with that being said, you can access these below in the description, and I will see you in the next module, which is going to be all about identity. The person you need to be. This is going to be the most powerful module in this entire program, and I will see you there in a moment. God bless. You've just been through module number 1 on creating a powerful vision. And now we're going to dive into module number 2, which is going to be all about who do you need to be and the identity of creating that vision and making it a reality. Welcome to module number 2, where here we're going to be talking about identity. Who do you need to be? All right. The person you see is a person you are going to be, and from being we do, and from doing we have. If you do not define who you need to be, you will never tap into doing the correct aligned actions of your higher self, and you will never have truly what is for you. Okay? You've got clear on your vision now. You know what you want. You know the vision, you know the lifestyle, you know the business you want to have. But the question is, who do you need to be to get there? As I've coached now thousands and thousands of people, the golden question I would always ask them is this. Do you believe that making money online is possible? They will say, yeah. Do you believe making $100,000 per month online is possible? Yeah. It can be done. I've seen other people do it, right? It's like, do you believe that a Ferrari can be purchased? They're in the car lot, right? Yeah. Do you believe you can do it? And that's where people hesitate. That's where people go, oh, I don't know if I can do that. And that is it. It's like, once you define what you truly want, and you know it's out there, then the question is, well, who do I need to be? Socrates said that. First define who you must be, and then do what you must do. And that is what we're going to be covering in today's in-depth training. This is going to be one of the most valuable videos you ever watch in your life. I guarantee you this right now. I guarantee you this right now. So let's dive into it. This here is worth millions of dollars. If you apply this into your life and you're an entrepreneur, you can quite literally make millions of dollars off of this whole free training, yes, but specifically this identity training. You're going to hear things in this training that are going to shift your mind in such ways that I promise you right now is going to make you more money than any business lesson, tactic, or strategy you've ever learned. I guarantee you right now. I'll put a bet on with some of you. Like if I was to be sitting in a room with you right now and I'd put a $100,000 bet on, if you apply this for 90 days, you will make more money back. Depending on where your business is at, it will be the bet. You get the point. This is going to change your life. Let's get into it. Every strategy you've tried, every course, every coach, every tactic, every morning routine, and yet something still keeps pulling you back from the same results. The same revenue, ceiling, the same pattern, dressed in a different month. This isn't a strategy problem. It's an identity problem. Beneath every action you take, beneath every decision, every result, there is a version of yourself you believed yourself to be, and that belief is running everything. Not consciously, not loudly, subconsciously, silently, constantly there. Your mind isn't broken. It's doing exactly what it was designed to do, keep you consistent with who you think you are, and until that changes, nothing else changes. This is why you can know exactly what you want to do in your business, the offer to sell, the content to post, the client to reach out to, and still not do it. It's not a discipline problem. It's a motivation problem. It's the action. It's that the action doesn't feel consistent with the identity you're currently operating from. Your brain isn't resisting the task. It's protecting the self-image. Because the strongest force in human nature is the need to stay consistent with how we define ourselves. Your thoughts create your feelings drive your actions, and your actions recreate your results every single day. So if the thoughts, feelings, and identity do not change, nothing else will. You don't make more money by trying harder. You make more money by changing the way you see yourself. Who you believe you are is the ceiling. And this is where the real work begins. Not in your strategy, not in your offers, not in your content, in you. The person you see is the person you'll be, and from being we do and doing we have. Now, I want to emphasize this point as well, right? when you're thinking about business, this is where, again, I see a lot of entrepreneurs just shoot themselves in the foot, right? You have to be clear on a vision as well, because if you're trying to, like, you're striving to get to like 500K a month or $1 million a month, yeah, and you're just like, you don't really want to get there, you're creating unnecessary pressure for yourself. The reason why clarity is so important as well is because you can set a goal, and like for me, my goal, the goal we're hitting now, is it's perfect for what I need in my life right now. I don't want to go ahead and like worry and stress myself out to scale and bring on all of these things. I don't really want to do that right now. So because I have clear vision, it's like, it's so easy to step into that. And again, it makes it easier to define the identity of that person and where they would be. Now, we're going to dive into this in a further lesson in the doing part, right? But like your routines, your structure, your daily disciplines, these are very important as well. But without identity, like if you don't see yourself as an individual who's capable of making that money, you won't step into it. If you, let's say again, like let's say your goal is $100,000 per month, right? That's the number we talk about on this channel. $10,000 is too little. $100,000 per month for me is like the sweet spot, right? So it's a great number. So the $100,000 a month goal you're striving for, when you think about that, okay, who would you be at that level? Who would you be at that level? How would you be thinking about money? How would you feel about money? How would you be acting day to day? Like, would you believe that $100,000 per month is a big number, or would you just be like, nah, it's normal? Because when we had our first $100,000 month, right, it felt very normal when we achieved that. It felt very normal when we achieved that. If you're putting it on a pedestal, it's not the money. Because again, if I ask you logically, like, do you think $100,000 is a lot of money? No. Especially if you charge high ticket prices, it's a very small amount of clientele. But if we break this down, I don't want to go off topic because this training is in depth, right? Again, you can access this below, all right, for more information on it. So most entrepreneurs, right, they focus, let me see if I can actually, no, I can leave it open, it's cool. Most entrepreneurs focus on outcomes, $100,000 per month, right? The more advanced entrepreneurs focus on the process, all right? I need to take these actions, I need to post these YouTube videos, I need to create a free course, I need to build these things in my business, cool. But the smartest entrepreneurs, the real winners, focus on who they need to be, the identity. Because when you step into being that individual who's already at that level, you naturally take care of the process and the outcomes naturally come to you as a byproduct. You do not get success by going out and chasing success. You attract success to you by being the individual who is successful. One is from force, one is from flow, one is from push, one is from pull, right? So the more you define who you would be at that level of your vision, going back to the first module, all right, you have this clear vision, you've defined it, you know exactly how you want your business to be, the pricing, the lifestyle you would be living, the team structure, how much you would be charging, how much you're making per month, how you're charging these prices. Are you doing high ticket? Are you doing low ticket? Are you running paid ads? Are you doing YouTube? Like really constructing this life you would envision that would get you there. Because again, I didn't even really mention this, but like there's a million ways to grow a business, right? There's YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, affiliates, paid ads, Snapchat, you know, leaflets. Like there's infinite ways. Like within those as well. Like think about Instagram. You have Instagram stories. You have paid ads. You have reels. You have DM games. You have like picture posts. You know, you have selling a low ticket. Like there's so many ways. But it's like, how do you want to run your business? So like for me, the business, my entrepreneur, for example, one of my businesses is streamlined, simple, high ticket clients, right? Minimal. I don't want to work with like hundreds and hundreds of people. I want a small, lean business working with clients I enjoy working with, who apply to work with us. If they qualify, they work with us. And if not, it's cool. So I'm going a bit off topic here on this lesson, but you got to get clear on the identity. It is vital. It is, again, like I've been studying this now for 10 years, right? 10 years I've been learning this stuff, but like identity is something I still constantly, like even as I was making this presentation, I had so many breakthroughs in myself, in my business by just going through these notes, right? When you think the same thoughts and feel the same emotions every day, you stay in the same state. And from that state, you take the same actions, and those actions recreate the same results in your business and in your life. Now, let's break this down, the belief cycle. So most people, what they're doing, okay, is they are looking at their problem outside of them, and they're trying to change the effect. They're like, okay, we have a business problem. Let's try and change that. And you might get, some results. You might get bursts of changes happening in your business, but you're going to notice you always default back to that original reality you was experiencing, right? The same problems occur because you cannot solve a problem with the same level of thinking that created the problem. Einstein said this, right? Let me repeat that one. You cannot solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created that problem, or the same level of thinking that created that problem. Okay? So how this happens is your belief, okay, is the amount of belief you have determines the amount of potential you can tap into. So let's say, for example, you have limiting beliefs about yourself. I don't even like the word limiting beliefs, right? Because they're just beliefs. I'm not going to dive into that right now, but simply put, beliefs are just beliefs. They're not limiting. They're only limiting if you label them limiting, right? But you have a belief about yourself, what you think you're worth, what you believe you're deserving of, everything in between. From that belief, you're going to tap into a certain amount of potential. From that potential, you're going to take a certain amount of action, and that certain amount of action will lead to the result, which refills the belief, which reinforces the belief, right? So one of the quotes I heard Alex Hormozi say is, you don't get confidence by screaming affirmations in the mirror. You get confidence by going out there and taking massive action. But what does that insinuate? It insinuates that on the pursuit of the goal, you don't have confidence. So if you're taking action from a place of not having full confidence, that's your belief. I'm not confident yet. You're only going to tap into, let's just say, like on a percentage of 100%, right? Let's say you don't believe you're 100% confident. You believe you're 30% confident. You're going to tap into 30% confidence, which is going to get you 30% of results, which will reinforce I'm not confident. So the question is, when do you decide I'm confident? Is it based on a number you make in your business? Is it based on the money in your bank account? Like, what gives you confidence? My question to you would be, when did you decide you're not confident? When did you decide you didn't believe in yourself? Because that's what confidence is, right? When did you decide to say, I'm not good enough? Because rather than doing more to get confidence, the question is, well, what do I believe about myself that stops me from feeling confidence, and how can I remove that belief? And that is, again, where we're going to be talking about today, and how this whole thing all comes together. You will see very shortly as you go through the rest of the training. But confidence is not about doing more. Confidence is about removing the blocks and the stories that tell you why you're not confident. Because let me ask you this, when you was born and you came into this world, did you lack confidence? No. You learned to not believe in yourself. You learned to not have confidence, which is now a belief. And like I said, if you believe that you're at this potential, and you believe you don't have confidence, and in the pursuit of the goal, you're telling yourself you don't have confidence, how are you going to take the true action in alignment with that reality? Imagine, for example, right now, is like, I don't really have confidence. I'm gonna make this good course. I wouldn't be here, or I wouldn't be making it in the way I'm making it. It's just like, no, I'm confident. I believe in myself. Because I have confidence and I believe in myself, I tap into that potential. And because I tap into that potential, I take that kind of action. And because I take that kind of action, it reinforces my belief. You see what I'm saying to you? But the other thing I want to add on to this as well, like I mentioned in the previous training, you have to let go of the attachment of the things that you can't control. Because I'm not going to base my confidence on how many views this training gets. I'm not going to base my confidence on how many clients this may bring us. I'm not going to base my confidence on the outcome of this. This might get 10 views. But what I base my confidence on is my ability to create this work, record it, put in 100% effort. That's what gives me confidence. When I'm sitting down and I'm like, oh, this is hard, and I sit there and do it anyway. That is what gives me confidence, right? So it goes back to identity and what we see about ourselves. So how you see yourself is how you will act, and how you act will determine your results. You don't act like the person you want to be. You act like the person you believe you are. It's as simple as this. So what you believe to be true about yourself, how you think of yourself, how you feel about yourself, how you act towards yourself is what is going to create your results in your life. This is why, again, like, just through willpower alone and pushing and forcing and grinding will only get you limited results. It will only get you limited results, right? This is why, again, you see people in some realms where some areas of their life where it's like their business is booming, but their health and fitness isn't. Or some people, their health and fitness is booming and doing well, but their business isn't, right? It's just their internal mirroring outside of them how they feel about themselves. Again, people say, oh, I just need to grow my business and make more money. But the question is, what does your current business or your bank account mirror back to you and reflect to you? So when my business wasn't doing well when I first started off, right, it was a clear reflection of my self-image and what I believed about myself. I believed I wasn't smart. I believed I was stupid. I believed I couldn't focus. I believed that to have money you had to be intelligent. All of these things, right? Well, where were these beliefs instilled into me in school? Because I wasn't smart in school and I believed to make money you had to be smart. That belief could not be in alignment with the vision I was trying to create. So essentially what it comes down to as well is if you do not have alignment between the conscious mind and the subconscious mind, you're going to have dissonance, is what it's called. And if there's dissonance, there will be resistance. And if there's resistance, you won't step into it. Again, it all goes back to pain and pleasure, right? Safety and survival. If you have this vision and this big dream, which all of you do, like everyone has a vision and a dream, but if you're in the back of your head like, that's not for me, that's not who I am, you won't move towards it. But the beautiful thing is you can change your identity. And when I say change it, I don't mean try to become somebody new. I mean stripping back the stories and the lies you've begun to believe about yourself that are not actually true, so you can step into your authentic self. And from that authentic self, you can then get the things that you know are from you in your heart, because what you seek is seeking you. What you seek is seeking you. These things you wrote down on the previous lesson, right, about your vision and the goals, they're not random. Like, that's not just like, oh, I think I want that. Like, God has given you that dream for a reason. But the thing is, like I said, you now have to decide, well, who would I be to make that a reality? Or who would this person be? And again, so much of that is about letting go of who you are not. I can't even emphasize this enough. Yeah, like I used to really focus on I need to be this individual, right? And it was very much focused on this paradigm of, okay, who do I need to be? And it was like, I need to be disciplined, right? I need to be consistent. I need to be focused. But these were all focused on doing. These were all focused on actions. But the problem with that is, again, it goes back to that diagram I showed you before of the outcome, the process, and the identity. Because I was so focused on the process, right? Doing, taking action. Think of it like this, right? Think of a tree. Now, if you think of a tree and you think of taking action, it's like you're cutting off the branches of the tree. Yeah, I'm going to take more action. I'm going to be more disciplined. But if the root of the tree is, I'm not worthy, I don't deserve it, I'm not successful, right? Those branches is going to keep on growing back, right? So what you need to do is you need to really uncover like what the root beliefs that you have about yourself that are stopping you from stepping into that version of you you should be. This is like such a huge lesson right now, because I promise you, like, you have the business, the opportunities are in front of you, but there's going to be beliefs holding you back. And again, this is going to be the same true for you, like higher level entrepreneurs watching this, making the 100K months, the $1 million months, the big teams and stuff. If you are experiencing like not reaching your full potential and you're seeing other people in your space overtaking you, or maybe you have made a lot of money, but you still feel unworthy and you still feel bad and you don't feel good about yourself and you feel unfulfilled and you feel stressed out and burned out, it's your identity. It's what you believe you're worthy of. It's like you've pushed and grinded to make all this money, but deep down within, you're like, yeah, but I don't deserve to be happy. I don't deserve to feel love. I don't know all of these things right here. Again, it goes back to the vision, like I said before. But collectively, what we're going to be doing is taking the vision of what we want and who we are and combining them together, which we're going to break down. But the point of the matter is, it all links back to your identity. How you see yourself, how you define yourself, what you think to be true about yourself. So again, how you think, your beliefs are running your business, right? How you feel, your emotions are setting your income ceiling. And then actions, your habits are the output for your identity. So it's like how you think, how you feel, how you act. That's how it goes down. And again, I want to emphasize this, like you can make a lot of money. Like you can grow your business and have a lot of money. But again, for what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his soul? If you do that, if you build this business, you make all this money, but you still feel unworthy within, you just built on a weak foundation. You built on shame. You built on guilt. And that's not successful. And I can really dive into this as well, because think of it like this, right? We can only convey to others, we can only express to others that which we understand and that which we feel. It's a transfer of energy, right? So I'm assuming most of you want to have a family, you want to have children, you want to have a wife, you want to be a good father, a good husband, a good son, all right? Well, whatever it is that you want to do. Well, let's say, for example, you have your family. If you have, let's say you build your business and you're doing it purely from a place of, I want to provide for my family and everything else, right? But you build it from shame. You build it from guilt. And you don't love yourself. You don't have fulfillment within yourself. You don't feel joy. You don't feel peace. How can you convey love to your son truly? You can't, because it's an emotion. It's an internal thing. So you cannot give to others that which you do not give to yourself. And that is why I'm so strongly on building yourself, building your business from this true self, from God. And as you build the vision from this paradigm, from what do I truly want? Who am I? Who am I truly? As you step into that, your life is going to transform. So for me, for example, I built my business in the beginning stages from anger, right? From shame, from force. I'm going to show them. I'm going to prove them wrong. But what happened was I achieved all my goals, and it didn't change how I felt. And wherever you go, there you are. And because I achieved my goals from this paradigm, it was just like the hedonic adaptation states, whatever life we create for ourselves becomes normal. We just adapt to it, right? So I built this life and I adapted to it, and I was just like, oh, okay, so I've made all this money, but I still feel bad. I still feel shame. I still feel guilt. And it was this journey at this point in my life where I really started to find God, and I really started to understand these principles at a deeper level. And I started to define, okay, well, who would I be truly? Truly, who would I be? And I do believe there are stages, right? Because, when I first started off in my journey, I was like, I need to be disciplined. I need to take massive action. I need to be consistent. I need to be focused and everything else. But my big shift in my life was my identity went from, I used to really pride myself in my appearance, how I would look, and I would pride myself in the money in my bank account and all of these external things. And I read a Bible verse that says, disregard his height and appearances, for I have rejected him. And that Bible verse changed my life, because I was that guy. I was very much focused on my appearance and my things that I had acquired, the money, the physique, the success, the appearance. And when I read that Bible verse, I was like, oh, like God doesn't care about that. He literally says, like, I care about the heart posture of the individual. So this took me on this journey of like, well, who am I? Like, who am I? And my conclusion was, well, I'm a man of God. I'm a man of love. I'm a man of peace. I'm a man of joy. And as I started to step into that, God really started to show me areas in my life where I didn't love myself. He started to show me areas in my life where I was idolizing money above God, where I was idolizing these external things above God, where I was trying to seek validation, right? In money, in business, in success, and everything in between. And it was ultimately just covering up deeper pain within myself. And I was, blessed enough and grateful enough to find God, and God guided me on this path where he started to show me all of these things and essentially break everything down to rebuild it again. And like I mentioned in the previous training, the Bible verse where Jesus is saying, if you hear my words and you don't apply them, you're like the person building on sand. It will come crashing down. And that's exactly what I done. But once I started to hear him, once I started to align with Jesus and God, right, and I started to read the Bible, I started to take a step back and build on a solid foundation. I started to build on rocks. And as I've done that over the past, I would say year, that I really step into that, following God, obeying God deeply, did my business, not only did it grow a lot, not only did we make more money, not only did we have more success, but me as an individual, I just feel just bliss. I feel love, I feel peace, I feel joy. I don't feel stressed out. I don't feel worry. I don't feel anxious. I'm not constantly chasing. I'm not needing things, because I've built my business on God. And it says in the Bible, you can only serve, even mammon. Mammon is anything outside of you, right? Mammon could be your physique. Mammon could be a relationship. It's something like external outside of you. It says in the Bible, yeah, money. Okay, let's just say for now for entrepreneurs, money. You can only serve money or God. If you're chasing money and you're serving money, and that is the thing that shapes your identity and how you see yourself, what you believe to be true about yourself, you are always going to be chasing. You're always going to be feeling empty. Why? Because money's not real. Money is not God. Money's not from God. Money is man-made. It's bits of paper or digits on a screen. So for as long as you use money to validate yourself, and you're constantly looking at money and the money you make and the income you have and whatever you buy and everything else, right? You are always going to feel a void. Because again, it's not real. It's an illusion in the mind. It's like right now, living in this cool apartment, nice watch, whatever else is going on in my life, cool, but it does not define me. What defines me is my relationship with God and the way I see myself, which is a man of God. And from that, I follow God. I read scripture. I meditate. I pray. I seek time in silence. I obey God. That's how I define myself as a successful man, right? And it's going to test your ego. It's going to challenge you because so many men are just chasing money. But it's like, okay, cool, but what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his soul? And it really hit me when I went to Dubai and I went to this mastermind with like 7, 8, 9-figure entrepreneurs, and I could just tell that they weren't fulfilled. They weren't happy. And this is when my business was just picking up. I was hitting 50K months and traveling the world. I just was living in cool places. I was doing what I wanted. And when I went to this mastermind, there was a few people I spoke to, and I just could feel that. And that is when I started to really like find God more. And even now, as I talk about this in this video, I'm not afraid to tell you, like, God is the way, God is the truth, and I can't emphasize that that's so important, how important it is to have God in the center of your life and to root your identity in God. And God is love, right? God is love and love is God. And when you think about that analogy, again, the tree, if the tree is love, what's going to come from that? Peace, joy, love, abundance, success, and everything in between. But if it's not love, what is it? It's fear. So if the root of the tree is fear, what comes from that, right? It doesn't matter if you make loads of money, you're still going to feel scarce. It doesn't matter if you have a lifestyle of freedom, you're still going to feel unworthy. You're still going to feel unsuccessful and everything in between, because reality is an illusion. We see 0.035% of this reality, right? That's what we perceive it as. So the world is not as it is. The world is as you are. Yeah, I'm going to repeat that one. The world is not as it is. The world is as you are. So go ahead, strive and push for your goals. Grind it out. Operate from shame. Prove them wrong. At what cost? Why? You can't tell me. It's just an old paradigm that you've never questioned, and you started off on your journey like most of us do, like I did. I'm going to show them. I'm going to prove them wrong. I'm going to make all this money. I'm going to flex online. And you get to the goal and you go, wow, that's it. You see what I'm saying to you? So the way you have to do this is you have to build your identity in God. And that is love. And the way you love yourself is through meditation, through praying, through having a clear vision, through aligning with that, through letting go of the past, the experiences that happened that weighed you down, forgiving people, and everything in between. This goes very deep. The reason why this is because the unknown equals potential danger. So your mind prefers familiar pain over unfamiliar growth. Even if your current identity is limiting you, it feels safe because it's known. Consistency equals safety, familiarity, and comfort. This is simply pleasure. Okay? Change equals risk, potential danger, discomfort, and this danger can be any form of pain. That is basically it, right? Familiar pain versus unfamiliar growth. It's comfortable where you are. So if you try to change your identity and how you see yourself and what you believe to be true and everything, it's very dangerous in the mind because it's perceived danger. You've been operating like this for years now. So it's like you've basically got addicted to these habits, these beliefs, and these emotions, which are all in the subconscious mind, which we're going to get into in a moment. And they have become so comfortable and so familiar, you don't question them. And then you just say, yeah, that's just how it is. And then you just stay in that autopilot loop. So anything that's unfamiliar, you're going to move away from, plain and simple, right? And even if you have, a golden question I ask people, my clients, is this, right? Let me ask you this question. You say you want to grow your business. You say you want to make more money. Okay, cool. What is the pleasure of growing your business and making more money? What is the pain of growing your business and making more money? What is the pleasure of staying where you are and not growing your business and making more money? And what is the pain of staying where you are and growing your business and making more money? When you answer these questions, you're going to quickly identify that if you're not moving towards the goals in which you want, and again, I want to emphasize this point too, there is a time delay in achieving your goals, right? There is going to be some time delay from, starting off to getting the result. I'm just going to set up a business and hit $1 million in one day on the first day, right? But the question is this: do you feel aligned moving towards it? Do you feel in a flow state moving towards it, or is there resistance? Is there pressure? Is there like this like constant battle going on between where you're trying to get to and where you are now? Because that's when you know there's resistance and there is some kind of pain that you're associating with getting to this next level. Which is why, again, you have to identify, well, what would the vision be? Like, what do I truly want? And then secondly is, who do I need to be? Because it's going to be one of those two, or we're going to get onto the third one later on. But that's it, right? So ultimately, safety equals familiar. Energy saving, acting like your identity is automatic. Changing requires effort, okay? Internal comfort, acting against your identity feels uncomfortable, so your mind pulls you back. Proof seeking, your brain looks for evidence that confirms who you think you are. And control, a stable identity makes life predictable, and the brain likes predictability. Right? Tony Robbins, who is an American author, coach, and motivational speaker who's worth $600 million, says the strongest force in human nature is the need to stay consistent with how we define ourselves and what we believe to be true about ourselves. Okay then, so if he's saying that, there's probably some truth to it. The reason why is because your brain is built for stability, survival, and predictability, not transformation or achieving goals. So if what you want has any pain or danger linked to it that could threaten your identity, you will avoid moving towards it at a subconscious level. All right, one of my quotes, again, I'm a philosopher out here, guys. A business cannot outperform the entrepreneur operating a business. First, say to yourself who you would be, and then do what you must do. You don't make more money by trying harder. You make more money and grow your business by changing the way you see yourself and what you believe to be true about yourself. The easiest and most effective way to achieve this transformation for true long-lasting change is to work with the subconscious mind. All right, so we've been through this part here. I want to dive into this aspect now, the do-be-have model. But just to summarize it so far, guys, right? Because I know this will go over a lot of your heads, because it went over my head for many, many years. Even when I was studying this, right, it still would confuse me. The person we see and what we believe we're worthy of, what we believe we are deserving of, and everything in between is going to shape the actions in which we take and the opportunities we step into and what we attract to ourselves, right? And everything surrounding that. The reason why is because if we have decided we are this type of person, if we move out of that, there is potential threat there. Now, this is the kind of neuroscience of it, the biology of it, if you want to call it that, right? That's that aspect of it. The way I see it and the way I interpret this is God wants you to have the vision. He wants you to have that thing you're asking for, the reality you're paying for, and everything in between. But he needs to develop your character to prepare you for that thing you're going to step into. And if you have any danger or any threat associated with moving towards that, it's basically like saying you don't think you're worthy of it. You don't think you're deserving of that. So you pull away from it. But once you realize that God already loves you and God wants you to have everything you ever asked for, because whatever you ask for in prayer, believe you have received it and it'll be given unto you, then you move back these stories and these lies, and then you step into that life and God will give you what you're asking for. Now, again, identity is like self-image, what we believe to be true about ourselves. There were so many times on my journey, like my blocks would be, for example, making a video like this or a presentation like this would be quite near impossible. Why? Because in school, for example, I would always believe I can't focus. John can't focus. John can't do the work. So when I would sit down to do work like this, it would be very hard. But it was a program. It was an old story. So every time I would sit down to do the work, it would be very hard to execute on it. It'd be very hard to focus. It was just a story in my mind, you know? Once I started to define, okay, what are these old stories I'm attached to? What are these old beliefs I'm attached to? Right? What do I believe about work? What do I believe about business? And I started to change them. So I had to change the way I saw myself. Then I stepped into it. Other things as well is like, what do you believe about yourself? Like, do you believe you're, like, outside of business and money, what do you believe about yourself? Do you believe you're worthy? Do you believe you're deserving? Do you believe that you are destined for success? Do you believe you're worthy of living a good life? It's never about the money. Right? Money is just the tool. But outside of money, how you see yourself, if you link and associate that with money and business success, whatever it is, then you will either bring it towards you or push it away from you. Again, if you believe that you're not worthy, you might make a lot of money, but you might work ridiculously long hours and not have any time for yourself, for example. So the identity is really all about how are you seeing yourself, and going deeper on that is like, how do you think about yourself? But even deeper than that is how you feel about yourself, your self-esteem. Because if you don't feel good about yourself, you're not going to allow yourself to have things that make you feel better, right? It's like it doesn't align. And again, this is what I'm saying to you. You can go out there, you can make a lot of money, but it doesn't mean you're going to feel successful. It doesn't mean you're going to feel worthy and everything else that is what you truly want. Now, we have two core emotions, right? We have fear and we have love. So anything, yeah, that is not from our higher self is from fear, and anything that is from our higher self is from love. So we always do something because at the end of an experience is an emotion or something we want to feel. So if you're growing your business and you're trying to make more money, it's because you want to feel good. Ultimately, you want to feel love, right? That's it. You want to feel love. So when you can start to receive love now from God and accept that God already loves me, you can build from there. And this is like I'm saying to you, I'm not saying, guys, like, oh yeah, just feel love and like chill out and just don't go after your goals. No, have savage goals. Like have big visions. Like I said before, have clarity of those things. But in the pursuit of it, don't lose your soul in just chasing bits of paper and bits of money from this paradigm of I'm not enough, I'm not good enough, whatever it might be. This money's going to change me, and it never does. Money will change your life, but it won't change you. Another quote by myself. So it's good to have goals, it's good to have visions, but I just ask people, like, why do you truly want that? You know, like, why do you truly want that? And if you're doing it from ego, you ain't doing it from God. And if you're not doing it from God, it says in the Bible, if you build the house without the Lord, you're building in vain. You know, I've been there, like I said, on my journey, this is what took me on this path to be able to have this wisdom to share with you guys. I was there where when I achieved all these goals, right, and I had the success, it didn't do anything for me. And I quickly realized I was building from my ego, you know, like from this place of like, oh, I'm going to show them. Like I said, I'm going to make all this money and prove my haters wrong. I'm going to make all this money and be able to show people who I am. But it's like, why was I seeking validation outside of me? Because I wasn't giving it to myself. Or why was I not giving it to myself? Because I didn't love myself. Why did I not love myself? Because I didn't have God in my life. You know, that's how it's broken down. So the two paradigms you can operate from. One is do, work harder, more tactics, more strategy, more hours. B, like, then you're going to step into being the individual who feels good, right? Who is like, finally, I've made the money. But just, again, question, like at the end of every experience is a feeling, an emotion, and nothing outside of you can bring you that. So why are you doing what you do? We're going to dive into this in the next lesson. Like, why are you actually doing it? Because we have to have core driving reasons why and strong driving reasons why we're doing what we do. But then you will have the thing. Maybe someday I'll have the thing. Maybe then the pain will go away. How many of you have achieved a financial goal and it didn't change you? This is why I say as well, I love to work with the high-level entrepreneurs, because I know you still want to make more money. Like, you still want to grow your business. For me, it's like, I always wanted to grow my business and make more money. I just knew the way in which I was going about it wasn't the right way. I wanted to be a different person. So still have these goals, but it's like, again, you have to change your perspective of it, because you know that more money won't change you. You know that more money won't actually bring you what you're seeking. So rather than just being on this hamster wheel of just chasing more money, more money, more money, it's like, well, who do I need to be? So when I can be this individual, the byproduct of that will be money. Then it's like infinite game, because every day you get to be and become a new person. If you're just chasing things and trying to attain and acquire and appear to be somebody, you're always operating from that paradigm of doing more. I need to do more, I need to do more, I need to do more. But it's like, let me ask you, like, think about your business. You know, like right now, working on this project all day, past few months, right? Is it hard? Yes. Does it require a lot of time? Yes. Is it challenging? Yes, but I love it. Why? Because I see myself as that individual. I'm being the individual. I'm not just here doing. When I was making it, it was like, well, who do I need to be? I need to be focused. I need to be disciplined. I need to be someone who loves himself, right? And as I was stepping into being that, I would naturally do the thing that aligns with that. Because otherwise, this is why people procrastinate, because they're just focused on doing. And then if they think about just doing, it's painful. It's like, force, grind, taking massive action. But it's like, no, be the individual first. Okay? Then do, then have. Become the person first at the mindset level. Then the doing becomes automatic, right? So, once you begin to operate from your true self, making money in business stops feeling forced, and instead you operate from flow. My goal is to train your mind to see yourself as who you truly are and let go of the old self. It's not about becoming someone new. It's about removing the old identity that was blocking the abundance from already for you, right? So what I was mentioning before, right? When I was saying to you guys, my old identity, because I had these old stories, right? Old beliefs, old thoughts, feelings, and actions, it would just be this uphill battle. It would just be constantly forcing and pushing my way to my goals. And it would just feel like I would hit a financial goal, my business, whatever, hit a milestone. It would be like this almost like weight off my shoulder, like, now I can let go a bit. But it's like, but what is the point? You know, like, when does it end? And it was all because of this identity and this story, and as well linking to the vision as well, the vision I had, that was just simply not in alignment. It was just out of alignment. It was dissonance between my subconscious and my conscious mind. What I said I wanted and who I believed I was were two different things. So I was trying to get to this goal, and I would push, and I'd get there, and it'd be like, and I'd push, let go. And arguably, like, yeah, you could say to me, okay, John, but like, you know, in business, you can just build systems and you can build, you know, teams and everything else. But again, I've just seen it with people where they know exactly what to do, but they don't do it. They know what they need to do, but they're not doing it because they're not being the individual. So they can't experience that reality that they're asking for, that they're trying to step into, because they don't see themselves there. And there's like, again, feeling unworthiness, not deserving, whatever it might be. So they avoid moving towards it. It's as simple as that. That's how it works. And again, it all begins with vision and knowing who you need to be. So if we look here, ask yourself, right? When you think about these questions here, right? What action created this? Right? What action created the result you currently have in your life? What feeling drove that action? What thought created that feeling? What belief drove that? And what identity is that belief rooted in? Because the identity, who you are, what you believe to be true about yourself, is going to drive the beliefs, which is going to drive the way you think about stuff, which is going to drive the feelings, which is going to drive the actions, which will drive the result. It's always linked to you. It's always linked to you. Like, I get this example pops in my head, but like when we think about the other, you know, a few weeks ago, it's like, let's raise prices. We didn't go, oh, how are we going to raise prices? You know, simple as that. But so many people get caught up in that, raising prices, for example. And it's just like, again, it's an identity thing. It's never like, there is an abundance of information out there, an abundance of information and resources to grow your business, but people don't succeed. So many people are not successful. It's not the how-to, it's the being, it's the identity part. So instead of saying I need to fix my results, the outside thing, like what's going to be the strategy, what's going to be this, what's going to be that, instead you say, what identity is producing these results? What thoughts am I having? What feelings am I having? What actions am I taking? Right? So the external problem, I'm not making money. Most people stop there. But if you go deeper, I'm procrastinating the action. I feel overwhelmed, the feeling. I think this is too much, I might fail, is a thought. I believe I'm not capable at that level, a belief. I identify as somebody who's not fully there yet, identity, right? So even if you look at this one, I'm not capable at that level, for example, what's the identity surrounding that? Where does that identity come from? Where did you pick up on that? Like I said, for me, a lot of it was school. Because I had so much evidence in school, like I wasn't capable. because I didn't get good grades and everything else. But was that belief true? Was that serving me? You know, it's like, yeah, it might be I'm not good at taking exams, but does that mean that I'm not capable at running a business? Does that mean that I'm not capable of making money? Does that mean I'm not capable of achieving my vision that I have for myself? And then you start to really unravel these beliefs you have and how you see the stories stack on each other. Because again, it's like this. I started to look for evidence. I'm like, hold on a minute. When I want something, I get it. It's when I didn't want it, I didn't get it, you know? So I was like, well, in business, I'm like, do I want it? I'm like, yeah. I want the money. I want the success. Okay, cool. So what belief is going to serve me in business? Anything I want, I get, right? I am smart when I working on things I want to do. And you just start to look for evidence that support these beliefs you're giving to yourself. And it'll be like, it's kind of magical, but like once you shift one or two beliefs, you will be shocked how different your life will become, because most of the time these beliefs are happening at an unconscious level. You're not even aware of them. They're just there chilling. But you just look at the results in your life, look at the experiences in your life, look at the outcomes in your life, yeah, and you will see a direct correlation to your internal world being mirrored out. The world is a mirror to you. The way you think, feel, and act about yourself is going to be mirrored outside of you. So if you try to fix the symptom without fixing the source, you stay stuck in loops, the cause and the effect, right? The internal shift happens first. The external results have no choice but to follow. We sow a thought, we reap an action. We sow an action, we reap a habit. We sow a habit, we reap a character. We sow a character, and we reap a destiny. So it's all going back to our identity and what we think about ourselves, how we see ourselves, what we feel to be true about ourselves. So most people think that becoming your best self is something you add. More affirmations, more achievements, more external validation, more doing. But real confidence isn't built through addition. It's built through subtraction and removing the distorted beliefs about yourself. Every child, including you, starts life with 0 limiting beliefs about money. You don't have thoughts like, I can't afford that. Money's hard to earn. I'm not the kind of person who gets rich. So a child assumes everything is possible until the world teaches otherwise. But over time, financial conditioning builds up. Parents who constantly said money doesn't grow on trees, adults who argued or stressed or thought about bills, teachers who trained you to seek permission or create value, a world that praised security and shamed risk, early failures, debts or rejection that you turn into identity, watching others succeed and believing wealth is for them, not me. You didn't lose the ability to earn, create, or attract money. You learned to doubt it. This is it, right? And once a belief is there, once you believe something about yourself, once you believe something about money, and you're like, making money's hard. Like growing up, I was told, yeah, like $30,000 a year is good. Imagine that was my belief. $30,000 a year is good. And then I started to question that. And I was like, hold on a minute. $30,000 a year. What can I do with $30,000 a year? You know, and as I started to shift these beliefs, now I have days in my business where we make 45 grand in a day, 25 grand in a day. In a day. So what I used to believe I would make in a year, I make in a day. What changed? My belief. My belief changed, and then I stepped into opportunities to make that happen. Then I started to think bigger. If my belief was, yeah, making $30,000 a year is good, well, I would have stayed there. But I questioned these things. I was like, what do I truly want? What do I want to believe? What life do I want to build? What kind of business do I want to have? How is it going to be structured? How much money does it make? Who do I need to be? What are the ways this individual would think, feel, and act? If they was already at that level, who would that individual be? Let me be that person today. Let me think like him. Let me feel like him. Let me act like him. Let me wake up early. Let me go to the gym. Let me work on my business. Let me stay focused. Let me change my belief of what I believe about money. Let me realize I am worthy of money. Let me take massive action. Let me actually build a business, right? So as I had this clear vision in alignment with an identity, I started stepping into it, and then lo and behold, the results reflected it back to me. And going back to that diagram I was showing you before, right? The belief came first, the identity, then my potential, then my action, then the results. And I started to get the feedback of this belief. Do you understand? It is always an internal game. You try and change reality, working with just reality in the outside, you're going to limit yourself. You're not going to get the results. You're not going to truly be able to step into your full potential. So let's talk about this as well. You learn to play small, undercharge, settle, hold back, and stay realistic. Not because you lack the ability to make money and grow your business, but because you were conditioned out of the belief that you already could be. You were not born financially insecure. You trained yourself into scarcity. And scarcity is not your nature, it's your programming. Money confidence is not something you earn by getting rich. It's something you return to by removing the beliefs that taught you wealth was unsafe, unavailable, or not for people like you. You don't need to become worthy of money. You need to unlearn the story that you wasn't. Money is simply a tool. It is not who you are. I'll even add on to this as well. It's such a big point. Yeah? Just detach from money in any way, shape, or form linking to how you see yourself. Money is it's just a tool. It's just bits of paper. It's digits on a screen. It's an exchange of value. Your business and you, it just is. It's just, I make money, right? Money doesn't make me. For as long as you put money on this pedestal and you're like, money's going to define who I am as a man or as an individual or whatever it is, you're always going to just be running after it, chasing it. Let money chase you by becoming so valuable that it can't not but chase you. It has to come to you because money is value. And that's why, again, a belief of mine is like, I have infinite value, therefore I have infinite money. Because I believe I'm infinitely valuable because of the value I give to the marketplace. So by default, my brain's like, yeah, I just make money. And I do. So again, all of these things about money, you've got to really begin to untangle and identify, like, what are these stories you hold on to? What are these beliefs you hold on to? What are these conditions you've attached yourself to about money? And this is one of the biggest things I work with my clients on, is really identifying like the old stories, the old beliefs they have, like about money, about success, about worthiness, about, you know, how they view money. Like, what do you believe about money? How do you see money? What does money mean to you? How does money make you feel? How do you feel making $100,000? How do you feel having $1 million? You know, and as you start to unravel these things, it's like, you know, you start to notice the parts of you that feel triggered or feel uneasy or anxious. And those are the parts you've got to work on, because it's just your subconscious revealing to you what you already feel anyway. Because if I say to you right now, I'm like, you are a tall green dinosaur, you don't feel anything, but you probably, what's he talking about? But you don't feel any association with that. But if I say to you something that you believe about your business, like, oh, you're not making $1 million a month yet, or I don't know, that's a pretty bad example, but I said something that would trigger you, it's because you already believe it. So it's just revealing to you where you're already not free. It's showing you the path to your level up, right? Triggers are just showing you where you're not free. So here is a breakdown of how you actually do this, right? This is what we call the mind system. This is one of the things I work with my clients on. But ultimately, creation, installation, application. Okay, so you need to, simply put, you need to get clear on your old reality, your old beliefs, the old emotions, the old habits, and then you need to create the new ones. Okay, the same is true with your current reality, your current habits, your current routines, your current behaviors, like the way, your environment, everything like that, like the external world. You have to get very clear on that. And you have to write down what the new one would look like, the perfect reality, the dream life, the routine, the daily actions. And the third thing is your motivations, your reasons why, what currently is driving you, what old emotional driving forces are you holding on to? Are you still attached to money? Are you still attached to proving people wrong? And then you say, well, what really drives me? What's my true reason why? Why am I doing this? So you get clear on the old, you get clear on the new. This is the creation process. Second thing is the installation. This is where we work with our clients on guided meditations, visualization. There's some very in-depth, high-level techniques we apply so they can quite literally reprogram their mind, renew their mind. We focus on praying, meditation, and visualization. And it's a 3-step process here as well. I'm going to get into that in the lesson on how. And then the application process, right? So you take aligned action. This is the key word, aligned action. You get feedback, and then you keep on recreating this until it becomes fully locked into who you are. It's like, think about this. You drive in a car. When you first learn to drive a car, you take action, you get feedback, and you improve. It's the same with this. Imagine, you had to learn to drive the car. You're learning the new thoughts. You're removing the old. You're creating the new. You're impressing it into your mind. You're going out into the real world. You're taking action. You're getting feedback. You're going from there. So to become confident, you don't just add more. You remove everything that's blocked you. You remove your need for approval. You remove that voice that says you're not ready. You remove the habits that drain your energy. You remove comparison, judgment, and perfectionism. You remove the attachment to outcomes. Just imagine if you didn't have current blocks you currently now have. How differently would you show up? This proves it's not about doing more. Like, think about that. If you didn't have the current blocks, how differently would you show up? What kind of actions would you take differently, and everything in between? It proves it's not about just doing more. It's about becoming more. It's about being more. Every layer you strip away brings you closer to your core. And at your core, you're already the highest version of yourself that you can imagine. So you must also remove the attachment of money and this linking it to your self-worth. You can only receive what your identity feels safe to hold. If your internal blueprint is, I am not enough, then more money will feel unsafe. So your subconscious will block it, delay it, or destroy it. It's that simple. The money you're praying for is already available. Like, think about it. It's out there. It's out there. The identity required to hold on to that money is what's missing. Money doesn't start with strategy. It starts with self-concept, your identity, how you see yourself. The moment you stop needing money to prove something about yourself, you finally become the person who can receive it without sabotage. Because then money is no longer tied to your worth, your identity, your validation, or your emotional safety. You stop operating from fear, pressure, and lack, and start operating from power, creation, and abundance. Money stops being a judge of who you are and becomes a tool you command, not a master that you obey. Detach from money emotionally and you will access it effortlessly. That's the shift. So what do you believe about money and your identity? When you detach from money in any way of validating you as a person, just accept right now that money is a tool. It's bits of paper and digits on a screen. View it with logic and remove all emotions. So again, to just emphasize on this point, like, you have to completely let go of the story that money will define who you are. Money equates to me being worthy and good enough. I am good enough. I am worthy. And because of that, I take action and I get what I asked for. This isn't to say you just are entitled to money. I am not saying that. You still got to put in the reps and the work, but it's at the foundational level of I am worthy, I am good enough, full stop. Not I am worthy and deserving when I have money, because again, you're constantly going to be chasing money to feel worthy and good enough. Money is just a byproduct of the person you are. Yeah, it's like, again, if you feel at some level you're not good enough or you're not worthy, you're going to push money away. If you think that money is going to make you feel worthy and deserving, but you have to say, I'm worthy and deserving, make that the belief, and then money will be attracted to you. There's so many other things as well adding into this, linking back to the vision and everything else. But yeah, I think we covered that part very nicely. So again, if you believe when I make more money, then I'll feel more confident, you are subconsciously admitting that right now I am not confident. So what happens? You start pursuing money from a state of lack, insecurity, and self-doubt. And when the identity behind the action is I'm not confident, your brain can only access ideas, decisions, and behaviors that match that identity, which means you hesitate instead of execute, you overthink instead of deciding, you play small instead of showing up powerfully, you undercharge, underperform, and undervalue yourself, you wait for confidence instead of acting in confidence. You cannot create abundance, right, or abundant results from a scarcity identity. So the belief becomes a trap. I need money to feel confident, so right now I don't feel confident. And because I don't feel confident, I take weak, fearful action. And weak, fearful action produces weak, limited results, which proves I'm not confident, which makes me need money even more. You see that? Because you're looking at the money to give you the thing you want, but you can only give that to yourself. We've covered this before, the belief, potential, action, results. And that is it. This is the loop that keeps entrepreneurs stuck for years. It's not a skill problem. It's not a strategy problem. It is an identity conflict. Confidence doesn't come from money. Money comes from confidence, right? If you don't believe you deserve to win, you're capable of earning a higher level, you can deliver a higher price, you are safe being seen, judged, and paid, then your subconscious will limit the level of success you allow yourself to reach because the identity and the goal do not match. You don't attract what you want, you attract who you are. Now, I know some of you are going to be thinking, how can I be confident when I don't have the money that I want, right? Well, you've got it backwards because money doesn't create confidence. Confidence will create the money. Your bank account is a mirror reflecting the self-image, not a maker of it. If you see yourself as the person who undercharges, hesitates, or avoids risks and seeks permission, your behavior will match the identity and your income will sit at that level. Change the self-image and the behaviors shift. The behaviors shift, the numbers follow. Confidence isn't a reward you get after you win. It's the stance you take that lets you play at the level where winning is possible. So again, it goes back to being, doing, and then having. And this goes as well, even for the entrepreneurs making millions, right? There is another level to get to. You have to unravel the old story. You have to let go of the old identity. You have to become aware of the old beliefs, the old story, the old way of thinking, the old habits you have, right? And you have to completely remove them and then create the new one so you can step into it. This is the renewal process. This is something that I constantly am doing for myself and my clients. This is how you have the biggest growth, because what you once believed, it served you up to a certain point. It brought you to a certain level, but it's not going to take you to the next level. You can push and grind. I know entrepreneurs doing $10 million in a year, right? $10 million. They're trying to get to the 30, 40, $50 million month. They're trying every strategy. They're trying every tactic, but they couldn't break through. Why? Mindset, right? Their identity, what they believed they were worth, how they would feel about making that kind of money, the stress that might come with that, everything else. So one part of them wants to grow their business. That I know that's for me, but there's a conflict in their identity. Once you change the identity, the actions become effortless. And you know this. You know this. The question is, how do you do it? So let me break this down for you even further, right? If you anchor confidence, or whatever the feeling would be, to your current balance, you've outsourced your self-trust to a number that lags your behavior by weeks or months. That keeps you trapped. People don't earn their goals they set. They earn at their identity and how they see themselves. If your inner thermostat says, I'm a $100,000 per month operator, you'll unconsciously take actions that keep you there. You price for safety. Avoid bold outreach, delay hard conversations, and avoid the actions that you know will help you scale, right? When income rises above your identity, you spend it, stall, or start over on a new offer, self-correcting back to familiar. It often looks like a coincidence or a decision, but just observe, where did you make that decision from? Was it from emotion or logic, right? When income drops, you grind just enough to return to baseline. Change the thermostat, the self-image, the automatic behaviors change. The bank balance follows, just like room temperature follows the thermostat. Again, mentioning this point again is very important, guys. This is why clarity is so important, because you might be pushing and forcing and grinding to try and hit like $1 million a month. I just want to make 100 a month, bro. You know, and it's like, that's cool, but like, why are you pushing and stressing and burning out to hit this number? You don't even know why you want to achieve it. This is why clarity is power. Like, that's why I keep my stuff simple. Who, what, why, how, and do it. We focus on those things there. So, let's say, for example, the belief, which drives a state, the behavior, the result, okay? Belief, I'm not confident until I have money. State, tension, hesitation, second guessing. You're constantly going to be in fear, right? Just observe again how you operate. Like, you get what I'm saying, though. If your belief is, I'm not confident until I have money, you're not going to be like, yeah, man, like, let's crush it today. You're going to be like, oh, I need money. Where's the clients at? You're forcing it. You're trying so hard. You're pushing. You know exactly what I'm talking about. The behavior, you undercharge, you soft close, inconsistent outreach, slow delivery improvements, etc. You get the point, right? Don't take action on opportunities right in front of you. The result, average revenue, right? Reinforcement, I knew I was that guy. Flipping it, I am a money man who sticks to the plan, all right? I'm worthy, I'm deserving, I'm abundant. This is for me. This is what I deserve. This is just who I am. Then you're calm and focused. That's the state you're going to operate from. Love. Like, if you love yourself, yeah, I deserve that. I want the vision. I want the thing I'm asking for. I deserve that. I'm operating from love. Behavior, clear offers, firm pricing, consistent pipeline, fast feedback loops. Results, higher revenue. Reinforcement, this is who I am. This is why, again, it's so interesting though, on your journey, yeah? It's like a game, right? As you get clearer on your identity, what I've realized, as you get clearer on your identity, it's like you have to really align that. It's like, from my experience, right, when my business grows, it's always in correlation to how I feel about myself and how I see myself. God's not going to give me more money if I'm still not understanding a lesson he's trying to teach me about my identity. He's like saying to me, for example, something happened, right? And God was like, yo, if you want to get to this level in your business, you're not going to be at that level operating from anger. You're just not, bro. You're not going to have shame. You're not going to anger. So he was like, I'm going to give you something that's going to give you a lot of anger in your life, yeah? Situation that happened. It's like, you're going to learn from it. As soon as I learn from it, yeah, boom, next level in business, right? Because he was not going to let me get to that next level holding on to the anger. And it was like some coincidence happened which brought the anger out of me, but it was like I allowed myself to let go of it and I ascended. So it's a game, but it's like, who would you be at that level? And the more you can step into familiarizing yourself, and that's the key word, familiarizing yourself with that version of you and just step into that, you're going to attract it, guys. And we're going to dive into how to do that in a moment, but yeah, that's it. So why entrepreneurs get stuck at financial ceilings? Most entrepreneurs don't hit income plateaus because of strategy. They hit them because of their identity not being aligned. Entrepreneurs who hit a number expecting to feel different discover nothing inside change. It's one of the biggest things I've observed from working with so many people now. They grind, they hustle, and they force their way to the 10K month. You know, a team I'm working with, 600K month, right? And then they hit that number and they're like, it didn't change me. Like, why am I bothering? Why am I doing all this, right? Because they're doing it because they're like, money will make me feel like the man. Money will make me feel good enough. Money will bring me X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. But it never does. Because they're not being the person. Like, money, for me, is a byproduct of the man that I am. My physique is a byproduct of the man I am. It's not the thing that I chase. If I chase the external to give me an internal feeling, by default, every time the goal is achieved, I'm going to burn out. But I'm like, running. I need to get to the end goal. Get to the end goal doesn't bring you the feeling you want, because wherever you go, there you are. And then you're like, why did I do all that? It's the process. The journey is the destination. But how can you be on a journey if you're not being the individual and you're constantly just operating as your lowest self? Like, you're just going after money, but you're snoozing your alarm. You're not waking up on time. You're not hitting the gym. You're not being the guy. You're not operating from peace, joy, love. You're not believing you're worthy. You're not believing you're deserving. You fucking failed. Sorry for swearing. That's the first swear word on this whole program so far. But anyway, something I'm working on. But you get the point, guys. So I thought money would fix how I feel. Why do I still feel the same? Why doesn't this feel like success? Because the money never healed what they were unconsciously trying to fix. So they either burn out and crash, right? Because the emotional high never comes. Raise the goalpost again. Chase the next dopamine hit. Or self-sabotage. It's one of those three. And I've been through all of them, right? But now, because I'm building from being and becoming, and I am like, who do I need to be? Who would this guy be at the next level in his business, right? And it's like, again, like I said, it's like a game. Because the version of you making 10K a month is different from the 50K version. The 50K version is different from 100K. The 100K is different from 5. You get the point. But it's like, if you are building from doing, yeah, let's go. It's just like, why, bro? Because you're going to be operating from one of these. Burnout and crash, you should raise the goalpost. I'm not saying that, like, you should. But again, that goes back to your vision. Most entrepreneurs, what do? They just, let's set another financial goal. Why? But tell me why you're actually doing that. If you have a good enough reason, cool. But if you don't have compelling reasons why, then it doesn't make sense, right? Vision first, goal, then the plan. Ultimately, even though they want more money, they subconsciously now link pain to making more money. So they either stop, slow down, or keep doing with force and pushing. The problem was never the money goal. The problem was the attachment. When money is chased to change how you feel about yourself, it will never be enough because the internal wound stays untouched. This is why I understand and accept now that money does not define who you are. Money is simply a tool we use to live a good life, and that's it. We want more money, but we don't need more money. Still have big goals, but do not get attached to them. It's like, fall in love with the game, but in the pursuit in that game, love yourself. You know, have a great time. Operate from peace, joy, and love. Build your lifestyle around your business. Don't build your business to fit into your lifestyle. Whichever way around that makes sense. You get the point, right? Build a lifestyle. Let the business be on the side of that. That's just my opinion, of course. But like, listen. Most of us get into business. We want to have freedom. We want to have fun. We want to have a good life. When I have my family, you think I want to be working 12-hour days, bro? No. I want to spend time with my family, bro. I want to live life. I want to get to the end of my life and be like, I lived a mad life. Not I burned out and I stressed myself out for bits of paper. It doesn't make sense. Yes, of course, mission and purpose, we're going to get onto that in the next module, is massive. And I'm not saying to you guys, do not work hard. And it again goes back to what I said in the previous one. What's your vision? You know, I'm trying my best, guys, to teach you principles and frameworks. I'm not telling you what to do. Think for yourself. But the principle is, what do you want and who would you be? You know? So money didn't change me because money was never the thing that was broken. All right? Like, it's not money that you're going after. Money will change your life, but money will not change you. So how do we let go of this? Let go of the rule that money equals identity. Let go of the rule that money equals proof I'm good enough. Let go of the rule that money equals success. Money is not you. Money does not validate you. Money does not define you. Money just moves. Money flows. Money is a tool, not a title. The people who make the most money are the ones who are the least emotionally attached to it, right? This is what I've seen in people I've been around. I've been around some high-level people. They don't chase money to feel worthy. They have money because they already are. Money's just a byproduct. This is why, again, you can make a lot of money, right, and still not have a good health. Or you can make a lot of money and not have a good relationship because deep down you don't feel worthy and you use money as a tool. So you can only serve God or money. Which one are you going to choose? God every time. Simply a cause and effect. So I'm not going to get into this example. I've done this in the previous video. Let's see what else we have in here. So, okay, I've covered a lot. I've covered a lot in this training right now. I want to share with you this, okay, which is the vibrational chart of consciousness. So, again, right, when you think about this, okay, when you make the most money, when you see the money coming into your business, you're making money, you have hit a milestone. Like in the beginning stages, yeah, you feel good. You feel like, yeah, we made some money, cool, right? But think about it. How long does that last for? How long does that last for? Maybe a few days, if that, right? In that moment, you felt joy, peace, and love, right? But then you go back down to here. So you push. You're like, okay, anger, pride, whatever, like grief, maybe some shame, whatever it might be, right? Guilt. You're pushing. And you're, oh my God, we made money. I feel good. I feel peace. I feel joy. And then boom. This is what I'm saying to you. You should be optimizing to operate from here all the time. Love. You should just be operating from love. Now, love is a state of being. And love is simply accepting God's love. And when you just step into that, think about it. If you're operating your business and you're operating from love and high frequency, right? Love, joy, peace, gratitude, faith, flow, abundance, creation. Like, are you going to make more money? Yes. And here's the other thing as well. Even if you made less money, but you was doing it from high frequency and you was loving the process and you was loving every day, isn't that more successful to you than bits of paper and digits on a screen? Like, think about that. And I'm saying to you guys, like, this goes in alignment with the vision of what it is you want. But if you really want it, you'll get it. But like in the pursuit of the thing you really want, that's for you. Why would you do it from low frequency? Why? Because when you get the thing, you're going to still be low frequency. Because wherever you go, there you are. So you build a business, you make all this money, you get a sick apartment, you're living wherever you're living, you get the nice watch, whatever. But you don't love yourself. You're in low frequency. You lost. You're still running. You're still escaping. You're still escaping to alcohol or lust or junk food or whatever it is. You lost. You just attain things externally, some financial things, some materialistic things, cool, but they ain't real. And you know that because everything we get, we adapt to it. It becomes normalized. It becomes normal. And I learned this very early on in my journey when I started to really live a very abundant life. And I was like, this ain't changing me. So I started to work on me. And now I love myself. And I operate from joy, peace, and love. And I operate from high frequency. I love myself. I love my life. And I still make a lot of money. So it's like, I'm winning because this is my definition of success. But I don't believe anyone, if you said to them free willingly, would you rather choose high frequency or low frequency? Who's going to choose? Yeah, I want to operate from fear, shame, guilt, apathy, scarcity, doubt, survival, resistance. Why? Why would you actively and free willingly choose that? You wouldn't. So you're lying to yourself. This is the real work. Doing this stuff here. Real talk. So we covered a lot today. There's so many things I can dive into. If you are interested in knowing more, feel free to apply to work with us. There'll be links below, right? Identity, guys. The person you see is the person you're going to be. From being we do, from doing we have. You don't see yourself as somebody with money, you're not going to make money. If you see yourself as somebody who's unworthy and undeserving and everything else, like, yeah, you can push your way to your goal, but you're going to sabotage it, you're going to burn out, or you're going to keep on just grinding. It's like, what's the point? So start to let go of the identity surrounding money, link in any way linked to you. Let go of that. Realize you're already loved by God. He already loves you. I am love. I am peace. I am joy. I am blessed. I am abundant. I am successful. I choose to grow a business. I choose to have that money. I want that money. I'm not going to chase it. I'm not going to force my way there. I'm going to trust in God's timing, and I'm going to enjoy the process. What a better way to live life. And I'm going to design my reality exactly how I want. I'm going to run the business I want. I'm going to live the life I want. I'm going to travel. I'm going to have a life of freedom, because that's what I want. Again, if you are like, I want to have a business where like I'm just obsessed with building a massive I want to work all this, like, cool. I don't want that. I'm very clear on what I want. I'm very aligned with what I want. And I have a clear vision, and I've achieved everything else that I set out to, and I'm going to achieve everything else that I'm going after. And I'm going to do it my way, and I'm going to do it with complete freedom, designing reality exactly how I want in God's will. This is what I'm saying about identity, guys. The person you see is the person you will be. Again, there's like so many things I can dive into, but it's like, I don't even know where to continue, because I could go down so many different avenues right now of identity. And the more you can clearly define yourself, define who you would be, define this version of you, right? It's like a magical power. Like, I can't explain it any other way, because when you have a clear vision, like I said, everyone can write down a vision, what they want, but it's like, do you think you can get there though? Okay, well, who would they be? Design that character. Imagine you're in a movie, right? Design that character, design the identity of that person, really crystallize how you see that person, who they would be, like how they think, how they feel, how they act, what's their demeanor, what's their aura, how do they carry themselves, how do they walk into the restaurant. Like, I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you, it's an aura, it's a fucking vibration. Sorry for swearing. It's a vibration, it's an energy. And you step into being that individual, reality can't help but reflect back to you who you already see yourself as. You expect it. You just expect it. You're like, I'm that guy. I am going to get this. This is who I am. I expect it. I expect it. That's for me. I decided. And of course, you have to show up. And we're going to get onto the doing part later, because there's too many guys out there that quite honestly are just soft. Waking up in the middle of the day, procrastinating on going to all of these things that they like. It's not just about attaining external things, guys. I want to emphasize this as well. It's not just about making money. It's about who you become in the process, and becoming the version of you who you know is just the best version of you. Money happens to be a byproduct. We've just happened to choose to be entrepreneurs because we want to make a lot of money. We want to have freedom. Okay, cool. But still, do not neglect other things in your life. Still work on your mindset, your fitness, your mental, physical, financial, spiritual, emotional well-being. It's like, I'm winning in all areas, and I will continue to win in all areas, because I know I can have it all. And I just value building character and being a virtuous individual. Okay, so I hope this was valuable. I hope you learned a lot of lessons from this. And I will see you in the next one, which is going to be talking about reasons why and stepping into that. All right, God bless. You've just been through module number 2 now, understanding the identity and the person you need to be. Now we're about to dive into why you actually want to achieve this and the emotional driving forces behind it. Welcome to module 3, which is understanding your reason why and your driving force, your purpose, right? Why you're doing what you do. So far we've covered the vision, what it is you actually want, having clear direction of your thinking and your energy to create the reality you truly want. Again, I can't emphasize the importance of a vision, because if you do not have a vision, right, you don't have a vision you thought about, that you've clearly defined, you will gravitate towards the things that you subconsciously have been programmed to think about, that you subconsciously think is possible. Imagination is the preview of your life's coming attraction. So whatever you're imagining, whatever you're seeing in your mind is what is going to play out. Second thing is the identity, who you need to be. Again, I have to stress this, like, you can never exceed the way you see yourself and what you feel to be true about yourself. So if you have limiting beliefs and stories that you hold on to about charging more, making more money, accomplishing your goals, whatever it might be, those will play out in your reality as well. It's that simple. So if you do not have those first 2 dialed in, you're going to find it very hard to achieve what your heart desires, what you know is for you. So now we're going to drive about why. We're going to talk about why. The driving force behind all of this. Again, the analogy I gave you earlier is destination is the vision, right? The what is the vehicle that's going to take you there. The why is the fuel. It's the fuel for the vehicle. And the next 2 will be the steps you're going to take, and then the actual actions on how to get there, right? So, yeah, you should be seeing the value in what I'm sharing with you so far. One of my quotes is, if your vision does not move you emotionally, it will not move you physically, right? If your vision does not excite you, if you don't have a true burning desire why you want to achieve it, like having the vision dialed in is going to help a lot, right? You get crystal clear on a vision, you dial it in, you really think about what you want. That's going to be powerful. But adding this onto it is like pouring petrol to the fire. So now you have a clear vision and you know who you need to be, but without a reason why, you will never tap into your full potential. Your why is the fuel behind your vision. It's what separates the people who push through when things get hard from the ones who quit when pressure comes. Without a deep emotional reason, goals become hollow, easy to set, easy to abandon. Because when the resistance hits, and it always does, strategy alone will never be enough to keep you moving. You need something that pulls you from the inside. A true why isn't just about what you want for yourself. It's about the people you love, the legacy you'll leave, and the life of service God is calling you to live. When your why is tied to something greater than money, greater than ego, greater than results, you become harder to stop. You gain clarity when things are confusing, conviction when doubt creeps in, and resilience when trials hit. Without it, you'll drift, burn out, or build something that looks successful on the outside but feels empty on the inside. It is also critical you understand both sides of your reason why. Not just the pleasure of achieving it, but the pain of not achieving it. As humans, we are wired to avoid pain more powerfully than we pursue pleasure. Getting clear on what it actually costs you to stay where you are in time, in freedom, in relationships, in finances, in purpose unlocks a deeper level of drive that goals alone can't access. The goal isn't to live in the pain or operate from fear, it's to be aware of it, to use it when you need it. Because when your why is anchored in God's plan and bigger than you, you don't just want to win, you have no choice but to. So essentially it's like this, right? You have to get clear on why you want to achieve your goals, but also why you can't not achieve them. You will identify your pain of not achieving the goal. If you can tap into this, right? You think about your vision. You're, okay, cool, I could live a beautiful life. I could have a nice house. I could buy nice cars, whatever it might be. Yeah? That's nice. But if you don't understand the pain of not achieving that life, that will move you more than the pleasure of just achieving a goal. Because as humans, like I've mentioned this many times now, we move away from pain and we move towards pleasure. So if you're moving away from, if you're not aware of the pain of if you don't change it, it's going to be harder for you to fully go after your goals. So for myself, when I think about my goals, I have very, very strong, compelling reasons why I want to do it. But I also have very strong reasons why, if I don't achieve it, how I will feel. That motivates me, arguably more than the other one. Now, the thing I want to add on here, right, the kind of nuance to this, is when you're driving your car, yeah, you don't focus on the mirrors. You glance over to them, maybe 10, 20% of the journey, right? The same as with your pain and your pleasure. You want to have awareness of the pain, right? You want to be like, for example, I don't want to be a loser. I don't want to be average. I don't want to fail. But do not stay focused on that the whole time as your driving force. Because again, you're going to achieve your goal and you'll be feeling that. You want to be like, mind focus on the goal, the vision, the reason why you want to achieve it. But in the pursuit of the goal, you're gonna sometimes need pain to tap into, right? Again, it's like this. At my point in my life now, I'm comfortable, right? Well, I could be comfortable, should I say. I've got this life I'm living. I'm chilling. Like I've got all my needs basically met, right? What drives me to sit down today, it's now 5:20 in the evening, sit here and film all of this content, right? It is purpose. It is a mission of mine. It's to serve people. It's to help people. And there's many other things attached to this as well. My future life, my goals and everything else. But there is more pleasure attached to achieving this. And there's more pain to staying where I am. So I naturally move into that, right? Again, there would, on a subconscious level now, if I was to, I'm going to go to the beach after this, right? I'm in Miami. But if I was to go to the beach and I just messed off the day and I didn't actually do any work today, I wouldn't feel fulfilled. So what you start to do is you start to attach more pleasure to doing the things that are harder and more pain to doing the things that are easy. That's what will shift in your mind. And that's why you want to be clear on that. Because if you are clear on the pain of if you don't change and the pleasure of if you do change, you will notice a massive shift in your life. Again, we do more to avoid pain than we do towards gaining pleasure. You want to be aware of both of them. Personally, I like to focus on the pleasure of where I'm going, but I want to be aware of the pain if I don't achieve that. Here's some great quotes as well. Goals create interest. Reasons why create commitment. Right, this is another quote by myself. Goals create interest. Reasons why create commitment. One of the golden questions we ask clients before we work with them is, are you interested or are you committed? Because if I work with somebody who's just interested, they're not going to get the results. Whereas if they're fully committed, they will get the result. He who has a why to live can bear almost any how. That was Viktor Frankl from the book Man's Search for Meaning. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Again, this is all about understanding your reason why, perspective. If you sit down and you're dreading doing the work or whatever it might be, it's just your perspective surrounding it. Because you can look at it from two paradigms. You can look at it from this is exciting and this is fun, or you can look at it from the paradigm of like right now I could sit here and be like, this is hard, this is challenging me, I feel tired, but I'm like, no, this is fun. This is getting me closer to my goals. This is helping me accomplish my mission, my purpose. So it's all about perspective. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. How you view what you do affects how you do what you do. Similar to the one above, but again, how you view what you do will affect how you do what you do. If you're viewing it from a perspective where there is pain associated with it, sure, again, you can push through your goals and you can force your way there, or you can change your perspective and be like, I get to do this. I want to do this. Like imagine, for example, you're building a business, right? And in the pursuit of building your business, you're working a 9-to-5 job. And then you're like, oh man, building this business is hard. Or let's say you've even had success in your business and you've been able to quit your job. And you're like, oh, business is hard. I've got lots of work to do. You could just be like, I'm grateful I don't work at my job anymore. Instantly you're going to feel more grateful. It's a perspective. And another one, unless the Lord builds a house, the builders labor in vain. Yeah, if you're not building your business with God, what are you doing it for? You're probably going to be doing it for vanity. You're probably going to be doing it for your own selfish needs and your ego. So build it with God in mind as well. Now, this chart here, the emotional scale, will explain a lot to you. All right. So here, the downward spiral and the upward spiral. Downward spiral begins with boredom. Then it's pessimism. Then it's frustration. Then overwhelmment. Then disappointment. Then doubt. Then worry. Then blame. All the way down to guilt and shame. Right. And basically just low frequency. Now, the upward spiral is contentment, hopefulness, optimism, positive expectation, enthusiasm, passion, love, joy, knowledge, right? Peace. So essentially, it's like this. In any given moment, if you're in a low frequency, are you going to be able to achieve your goals to the best ability? No. Again, this kind of ties into what I'm going to be speaking about in the next module about the doing part, which is number 5, but understanding how to manage your state, get into peak state, everything like that. But ultimately, right, if you don't have strong reasons why, you're probably going to go into boredom. And then you're going to go into a downward spiral. And then you're going to be procrastinating. You're not going to be putting in full effort. You're going to be like, it doesn't matter that much. It's like the reasons why are going to drive you, not just by thinking about them, but it's going to give you fuel. It's going to allow you to tap in. If I ask you right now and I'm like, why do you want to achieve your goals? And you say, hey, I want to be the best husband in the world. I want to be the best father in the world. I want to build the biggest company in the world, whatever it might be. Is that going to put you into revenge and jealousy? No. It's going to put you into joy. It's going to put you into passion and enthusiasm, which is an upward spiral. And think about this. If you're operating from your goals from fear or love, which is going to allow you to achieve your goals more? It's always about being in a peak state. It's always about being in high frequency. The way you're going to be able to do that is your reasons why. If you don't have strong, compelling reasons why, you're not going to be able to tap into that. Your why is the fuel behind your vision. It's what allows you to tap into your internal power. Without a deep emotional reason, your goals become hollow, weak, and easy to abandon when pressure comes, like we said above. A true why is not just about you, it's about the people you love, the legacy you'll leave, and the life of service God is calling you to live. Right? Your vision must be committed to God if you want a lasting fulfillment. A strong why gives you clarity, conviction, and resilience. It keeps you focused when distractions come and strong when trials hit. Without it, you'll drift, burn out, or build things that don't last. But when your why is tied to God's plan, you become unstoppable. Again, I mentioned this above. I know I forgot to remove this part, but we don't just define what we want. We anchor it in why it matters. Again, it's so important, guys. From my experience, right, when your why is tied into things outside of God, and it's tied to just like shallow things or materialistic things, it never is going to serve you long term. It has to be attached to something greater. Like if you believe in God and you're like, hey God, like how can I serve you? How can I steward your name through my business? You're going to have a very different impact than if you're just like, oh, I just want to make money, right? And again, other big reasons why for myself is family, right? Impacting lives. This is why I'm producing this program, because I know it's going to change many, many lives. And that's really why I do this, you know? So the reasons why have to be bigger than yourself. The reasons why have to be bigger than yourself. So the reasons why must emotionally drive you, so you can literally use it as fuel to take action. If you don't have a true understanding of your reasons why, you will tap into limited power. Understanding at the end of any experience is a feeling. It's what you're chasing, right? Think about this. At the end of any experience is an emotion. You are not trying to grow your business and make more money to feel sad, are you? You're not doing it to get to the end of it and feel depressed. You're not doing it to feel weak. You're not doing it to feel angry. You're doing it because at the end, you believe there's going to be a positive emotion attached to it. So you're doing it because you're like, okay, cool, I want to build my business so I can then achieve it and then feel good about myself. So if instead of chasing the outcome, understand the feeling it will bring you and step into that now. The more familiar you are with that feeling, the more you will gravitate towards it and it will gravitate towards you. I am attracting everything I want by operating from the energy, frequency, and vibration of that reality. Key word, attracting. One is from lack. One is from abundance. Now, I know people are going to sit there and go like this, yeah? What if I'm already operating from the feeling of achieving the goal? Why would I go after the goal? Why, if I already feel the excitement and the joy and the peace and the love, why would I go after the goal? Or another argument might be, well, if I let go of certain driving forces, for example, let's say you want to prove people wrong, right? And that's the thing that's driving you. Okay, cool. Or let's say, for example, you're like, yeah, I want to strive for the materialistic thing, but I know the materialistic thing isn't really going to make me happy. Well, let me ask you this, right? Is that truly coming from your higher self? Is that motivation and that reason why truly coming from God? The first one I mentioned as well, if you believe, if I let go of certain things, or no, sorry, I'm going after the goal, right? But I already feel the emotion. Why would I go after it? It's because it's who we are. This is why I'm saying to you, they all go hand in hand. You have to have a clear vision of what you truly want that is aligned with your highest self. You have a compelling understanding of who you must be, your identity, the way this person thinks, feels, and acts, the emotions they operate from, the beliefs they hold on to, the habits that they have, the identity of this individual. And then you have strong, compelling emotional reasons why that remind you why you actually want to move towards this goal. Because here's another huge lesson I'm going to share with you guys. We have to be reminded more than we need to be taught. We have to be reminded more than we need to be taught. So you combine these three together, you are building a very strong foundation for building the life you truly, truly want that's aligned with your higher self and aligned with God. So when you're going after your goal, you go after it from this state of love, peace, and joy, and you are going to move towards a goal again because it's who you are. I am the individual who wants these things. I want my vision. Why would I not go after it? Right? This is who I am. These are the driving forces that are going to allow me to get it. Here's the pain if I don't accomplish this. Here are the consequences, right? Do you see how powerful these things are once applied? And we're going to talk about how to apply them later on, but these are the foundations. So with your reason why, it has to be in a way that it allows you to step into that emotion now. And again, like, think about some of the biggest entrepreneurs, there's so many names out there. They burned themselves out in building their business. They done it, achieved their goals, and they're like, why did I do it? They wasn't being the person. They was just trying to get somewhere and achieve it outside of them. They got the money, they got the success, and they were like, it didn't bring them what I wanted anyway. Again, I said this in the previous video. One of my biggest mentors, Ed Mylett, worth over $500 million, said if he could go back in time, he would have been more intentional about the emotions he would experience. And that's exactly what I do. Because I never want to do that thing again where I achieve my goals, but I do it and I reach them in pain, and I reach them from struggle and pushing and forcing and burning out. I don't want to achieve them from that way. Here is the difference, right? You have push versus pull. You have force versus flow. You have struggle versus effort. So what state will you accomplish more in? From a place of pushing or from a place of pull? From a place of force or flow? Struggle or effort? This is why I added all of these three for different examples. But again, struggle versus effort, right? Struggle insinuates pushing, grinding, resistance. Effort is still required. But it's like if you go to the gym, effort is required. Let's say you're benching 100 kg, right? and that's your max bench, and you try and do 110, you're going to struggle, right? Effort is required to break the muscle down and build it back up, but not struggle. And this is what I'm saying to you with your business. It requires effort. Today, there is effort involved in me making these videos, but I'm not struggling to make them. I'm not sitting there going, oh man, this is so hard. Like, when is this day going to be over? I love doing this because I have a very big vision. I know who I am. I act in alignment with identity. And I have strong, emotional, compelling reasons why. Because these are dialed in, I don't have thoughts like, oh man, like I've got to do this today. You know, I don't have those negative voices in my head. I get to do this. I want to do this. I love doing this. This is who I am. This is what I want. I have strong reasons why. So I'm in a flow. I'm applying effort, but I'm not struggling, and I'm being pulled towards my goals. Like, you can see the passion in these videos. Even though I've been working all day on this, I'm still in a peak state. I still love doing this. I've been working hard on this for months, building these presentation slides, and specifically in the last few days, really working hard on them. Another, I said this Bible verse many times: what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his soul? Like, what's the point of achieving your goal from a place of pushing, forcing, and struggling to get to the goal and realize, oh damn, this isn't actually what I wanted? In the pursuit of the goal, I felt low frequency. I felt bad about myself. I felt pain. Someone tell me why that is a smart way to achieve your goals. Because I'm sick and tired of seeing these entrepreneurs who tell you that you just have to struggle, man. You just have to push. You just have to grind. Why? It's perspective. It's if you are struggling in business, you're just struggling spiritually within yourself. And the business is mirroring that to you. In no part of life should it be a struggle. No part of life should it be painful. Again, it's not to say there won't be challenges that come your way, but the Bible says as well, consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trial of many kinds, because it produces perseverance. So am I struggling, or am I going through a blessing? But if I believe I'm going and I'm struggling, then I'm the one suffering. I'm the one who's going to be feeling pain. I'm the one that's going to be so defeated. And this is why I'm very passionate about these lessons, because quite honestly, guys, I've been holding back on my message. Like, I'm an undercover in this space. But it's about time that the truth comes out, because too many people are telling you to just burn out and build and grind. For what? For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his soul? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's not from God. It's a lie. It's a lie from the devil to tell you, yeah, you're just going to burn out and push your way to your goals. It's about being in flow. The natural laws of this universe are flow, least effort, right? The real matrix is in your mind. The only way to free yourself is from within. Your state is how you're going to create to your best ability. Your reason why is not something you will eventually attain. It's what you have now, the emotion of the end experience. Step into that now, operate from that feeling. How would you feel? Not the experience, but you, and be that version now. Step into that identity now. You don't get success by going out there and chasing it. You become the person and attract it to you. So let me break this down for you, okay? If I ask you this question right now, and I say to you, think about something you really want in your life right now. Okay, think about your goal. Let's say growing your business, for whatever it might be. Now, let me ask you this, right? What's a reason why you want to achieve that goal? It could be anything. It could be you want to retire your family. It could be you want to become the number one brand in your space. It could be you want to impact 100 lives. Think about that reason why, okay? And just envision that moment of that accomplishment. Envision the moment where you retire your parents, for example. Envision, for example, like traveling the world with your best friends in business class, in first class, going to the most luxury places around the world, right? Does that evoke more emotion in you? 100%. So now again, if you're sitting down working on your business and you're tapping into that emotion, you're tapping into that feeling, are you going to take more or less action? More action. Are you going to be in a higher frequency? Yes. Are you going to draw more results your way? Yes. Because your state is how you create. Your state is how you're going to draw things to you. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. Anyone can sit down and just take action and do. But if you're not in the frequency, if you're not in that emotion, that state, you're not going to get your best results. And even if you get your best results, quote unquote, which you won't because you're not operating from your true self and your higher self, you're not going to feel good at the end of it anyway. You're not. Think about it. If I was to give you $10 million today and just put it into your bank account, would it really change how you feel? Like, really? No, it wouldn't. You might say to me, yeah, John, I'll live a better life. Yeah, I could, help these people out. But again, it goes to show the pursuit, the journey is the destination. The journey is the goal. It's not about achieving the goal. It's the person you become in the pursuit of that. And the person you really want to become is somebody who loves themselves, somebody who feels good about themselves. And anyone who says this is incorrect is just hurt. Straight up. Because when did you decide, oh, no, life has to be hard. Life has to be a struggle. Again, for me, when I have my family, my wife, my children, yeah, I want to be the best father, the best husband, okay? So how can I be the best husband and father if I'm operating from pain in myself and I still have wounds in myself and pain and shame and guilt and all of these low frequency emotions? How can I be the best dad in the world? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Just people are just slaves to their business, and it's crazy to me. So we've been over this before, but again, it's about identity, who you are, defining who you are, defining what you want, and the reasons why you're doing what you do. Hey, like when you change the perspective, I get to do this, I want to do this. You have strong emotional reasons why attached to it. You're not going to burn out. You're not going to be struggling. You're not going to be going through pain because you're going to realize this is a blessing and you asked for this. When you are right in your reasons why as well, you need to go 3 to 5 levels deep on this. If you say you want to achieve something, your why must be rooted in something that will drive you long term. You can still have short term and materialistic goals, but what I found is that those are fleeting and will cause you to slow down. Your number one driving force, your number one driving reason why must be centered in God and serving Him. Point blank. Okay? But seek first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you. My journey as well, the more I seek God, the more I serve God, the more I align that with my business, the more I get clear on these reasons why, linking it to God, the easier my life seems to be. It's like I'm working for something bigger than myself and everything in between. Not, like I said, it's not to say you can't have materialistic goals, you can, but they should be secondary, right? Your goals to serve other people should be first. And just going back to this point as well, when you're thinking about this, right? What I mentioned here about operating from the feeling now, this is what I'm saying to you guys. Like, if you are stepping into that, like when I'm making this video now, even just by talking about this is reminding me why I truly make these videos is to serve you, is to help you, because I know the pain of what it's like to go through your journey, not have strong reasons why, and just be struggling and pushing and forcing it, right? So as I remind myself now, it's giving me a whole different energy. I think you can even feel it, right? So the emotional engine, right? My quote again there, but every man who's ever achieved something great had a deeper reason than himself. It was deeper than just himself. A vision can inspire you, but your why will sustain you. When you truly understand why something matters, your mind and body will find a way to make it real no matter what it costs. Your why is the emotional link between your heart and your actions. Without it, you're a machine with no battery. You don't quit because things are hard. You quit because your reason why isn't strong enough. And you realize now, if you achieve your goals from pain and suffering, you still lost. Like I said, well, like the Bible says, consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trial of many kinds. And this is why I'm saying to you, you can be making $1 million a month, $2 million a month. I see these entrepreneurs, right? I've spoke to them. They're making millions, but they're unfulfilled. They're operating from shame, and it's nothing to do with the business. It's just them, and they just chose to put their outlet of that pain into business. You don't have to operate that way. And again, when you have a bigger purpose and a bigger reason why, a big mission, you realize that, hold on, if I'm truly here to change the world and change lives, which is what most entrepreneurs are here to do, if you really are stepping into that power, you cannot do that to your best ability if you don't know why you're doing it, and if you are not operating from true motives. Yeah? Pain and power. The mind is more motivated to avoid pain than to gain pleasure. That's why it's critical not only to define what you want, but to confront what it will cost you if you do not rise, if you don't step into your full potential. Ask yourself, what pain will I experience if nothing changes? What happens to my future, my family, my purpose if I stay stuck? Who suffers if I don't step up? This awareness doesn't mean you operate from fear. It means you feel the weight of what's at stake and you use it as fuel. Pain is a teacher. It either breaks you or builds you. Okay, so think of, like I said, driving a car. Now, there's 2 layers of your reason why. Your why operates on 2 levels. The personal why, the self-driven reason, freedom, peace, success, fulfillment. the higher why, the divine driven reason, impact, service, legacy, obedience to God's calling. So I want to share this document with you here, right? This is what happens. This is where most entrepreneurs start off, right? Plateau and blame. And it's like, here is like success. Success happens to me. The market, the economy, the algorithm, all working against you, stuck and powerless. This is where most entrepreneurs start off, right? It's like you almost feel like, oh, how am I even going to get into this? Like, is this going to be possible? And you can see the emotion is fear, overwhelm, hopelessness. It's not possible for someone like me. You're basically being a victim, all right? The second stage, this is where you start to shift those beliefs. You're like, I can do this. I can step into this. It's the hustle and grind phase. We've all been there. We've all been there, right? The late nights, the early mornings, the pushing, the grinding, the hustling. All right, this is where, again, I think people go to like 2, maybe like 10K per month, right? You're pushing, you're grinding, you're working hard. But then you realize this is not sustainable. You're like, there has to be another way. And again, like people are going to say, yeah, just build systems, build a team, 100%, but you can never operate outside of your identity. And then your identity is linked to what we're talking about now. And you cannot solve a problem with the same level of thinking that created the problem. It's all linked back to mindset. So you know you should be applying certain things into your business. You know that you should have systems, a team member, whatever it might be, but you're like in this low frequency, so you can't apply it. The next phase, number 3, is success happens through me. Okay, so now you start to step into higher power, flow. You start to shift your beliefs, you start to shift your emotions. So you start to attract more opportunities. Things seem to just become a bit easier, right? Ideas are flowing more. You start to maybe build the systems and everything in between. And then number 4, success happens as me. This is total flow, right? This is where it's just effortless to do the thing. Unconscious competence, if you want to call it that, right? From this level, this is what you want to be aiming for. So you're going to go from here, is like blaming people, oh, this isn't going to happen, I can't do this. Hustle and grinding, forcing your way there, stepping into higher power and flow, and then just ultimate flow. Right? And I would say, even for myself, I'm probably here. I'm in higher power and flow, but I'm going to keep just understanding how to get into this level. I've got to this point before, but this is where, when you're operating from that total flow, things are just easier. You're just like, it's almost like effortless to achieve your goals. We've all been, or maybe we're not all been there, but the high level entrepreneurs, we've been there before. Like when I had my first 6-figure month, right? It was just effortless. It just seemed so easy. And I was like, what? But it was my energy I was operating from. It was the frequency I was operating from. It wasn't from doing more work, So, yeah. Commit your work to the Lord and your plans will be established. Unless the Lord builds a house, the builders labor in vain. Emotion creates motion. Without emotion, you have no motion. Without meaning, you have no momentum. Your mind doesn't respond to logic, it responds to feeling. When you combine emotion with intention, you create a magnetic force in the subconscious mind. And that's why it's not enough to write goals. You must feel them. Hence why my quote is, if your vision doesn't move you emotionally, it won't move you physically. You must make your why real enough through visualization, affirmation, and repetition. When the vision feels emotional, it becomes inevitable. Again, guys, we're going to be diving into this in another module about the subconscious and how to actually program it. But we even covered this in the what section, right? When you have a strong vision, it will naturally evoke emotion within you. When you start to think about a life that is truly exciting for you, that motivates you, that drives you, how could you stay here when you have this bigger vision that is going to drive you and compel you and excite you to get to that next step? And again, when you take that vision and you get even clearer on the reason why, and then you take these things, the who, the what, the why, and you learn how to impress this into your subconscious, to mix it with emotion and strengthen that, I can promise you right now, your business will explode. Your life will become so much easier, so much happier. Getting to the next level is a different individual. It's a different perspective in your mind. It's all mindset. It's all a shift in the internal. Then the external is going to reflect that. And this is how you do it. It's this simple. Again, this is from 10 years of studying this, 5 years of coaching, 10,000 hours locked in, spoke to thousands of people, coached hundreds of people. And this is it. What is it you want? Who and why? Then we're going to tap into what you need to do and then how you're going to actually get there through the programming of the subconscious mind. So, as we continue, Why anchors your identity. Your why defines your standard. It turns vague dreams into commitments. When your why is built on ego, the moment life tests you, you break. But when your why is built on service, love, and purpose, you become unshakable. A man anchored in purpose doesn't need motivation. He's powered by conviction and serving God. Now again, look at this, guys. A lot of people build out of anger. They build out of low emotions, low reasons why. And I've mentioned this already on this video, but what's the point? Like, think about it. If you could achieve your goal and do it from a place of joy, peace, love, enjoyment, fun, why would you choose to do it in the other way? Right? So, when your why is strong enough, everything else is aligned. Your vision becomes clear. Your habits gain power. Your discipline becomes natural. Your faith strengthens. Your energy multiplies. But if your why is weak, everything else collapses. No plan, strategy, or coach can compensate for a hollow purpose and compelling reasons why. Your why is the root that holds the entire tree. In the Bible, it says, above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. And that is what your reason why is going to do. It's going to allow you to step into your heart. It's your purpose. It's your mission. It's your God-given reason. So when you start to step into that and you truly understand, why am I doing this? And it has deeper meaning, deeper purpose, you will step into different power. You will step into a different energy. You know this, guys, but it's about clarifying it. It's about getting clarity on it and then reminding yourself of this. So like I mentioned before, you want to go 5 levels deep, 3 to 5 levels deep on your reasons why. So if you ask yourself, why do I want this? Then you want to ask yourself again, why does that matter? Why does that matter? Why does that matter? Each layer takes you closer to the emotional core, the real reason you desire it. That is where your power lies. Most people never go beyond the surface. They say they want freedom, but the truth is they want peace, love, security, or significance. When you uncover that truth, your actions become unstoppable. When you can operate from the state you want to attain, you will flow towards your goals. If there was ever a secret, it's the feeling. Because if you're operating from that state now, and this is where you have to discipline yourself to meditate, to step into that, if you can step into that emotion, that feeling, that experience now, you will naturally take different actions. And think about in your business, the times in your business when it's growing the most, you're having the most success, I can guarantee you it's when you are in a peak state. It's when you were in a flow state. Why was you in a flow state? Because your heart was open. Because you was thinking about why this is important to you. You had big reasons why. But again, most people, their reasons why are going to be very shallow and surface and conscious and from their ego. So it might be, for example, okay, we're going to do this launch. We're going to make loads of money. They make all the money and then they slow down, right? It's really about having deeper emotional reasons why outside of yourself. Again, the pain versus pleasure exercise. Write 2 lists down. The pain of not achieving your goals. What would it cost you? A life, faith, family, and legacy. The pleasure of achieving them. The freedom, the fulfillment, and the service that will flow from it. Look at both of them daily. Pain reminds you why you can't quit and what you do not want, and pleasure reminds you why it's worth it. So, in this module here, it's pretty simple. It's just about getting clear on your reasons why you do what you do. I learned this exercise from my mentor, Ed Mylett, and he told this story. He went to a funeral of his uncle's, and on the way back from the funeral, he was on his private jet. And when he was on his private jet, he was thinking, my uncle had a heart attack. I should probably go and get checked out. So he went to the doctor, got his heart scanned, and then he gets the results back, and the doctor calls him into the office, and he speaks to the doctor, and the doctor says, Ed, let me ask you, when your daughter gets married, do you want to be there on the wedding day? He's like, yeah, of course. Like, do you want to be the one that walks her down the aisle? Yeah, of course. Why are you asking me that? Let me ask you, when your son graduates college, do you want to be there? Yeah, of course I do. And what about, even I find this painful, like with your wife and your kids, you know, do you want to be the one having breakfast with them, sitting down at the table with them? Or do you want another man there? Ed said, why are you asking me these questions? He was getting angry. He says, look, Ed, if you don't change your diet, if you don't change your health and fitness, that's going to be a reality. Every morning when Ed Mallett would wake up and go to the gym, he was thinking about his daughter's wedding. He was thinking about his son's graduation. He was thinking about having breakfast with his family. Do you understand? So your reasons why, I get chills when I think about those stories, right? Your reasons why have to compel you. So when you think about that vision you have, that you've got clear on from the first module, you have this big, compelling reason why. So you have this big vision, this life you're moving towards. You know who the individual would be to make that a reality. Okay, who would I be? Who would that individual be to make that happen? And then you have these strong, compelling reasons why. I can promise you right now, like I promise you, these will impact your business, your success more than anything else. Especially when you go through the next module and you learn how to impress this into your subconscious mind. Because your subconscious mind is what is governing 90% of the decisions you make, the actions that you take, and everything in between. And again, when I ask most entrepreneurs, what have you done to work on your subconscious mind? Most of the time, 99% of the time, I don't have a plan. So you're telling me you don't have a plan for the 90% of your mind that's governing your reality? You see that? So I'm going to wrap up this module right now. And I will see you in module number 4, where we're going to talk about how to actually apply these things into your subconscious mind. The next chapter, the next lesson is going to be very, very insightful. So God bless. I'll see you in the next one. We've just been through module number 3 now, understanding why this is important for you and the emotional driving forces behind it. Now we're going to dive into module number 4, where I'm going to show you in massive detail how to apply this into your mind to get long-lasting results. Guys, welcome to how and programming the mind. How are we actually going to now take this vision that we have, take the identity, the person we're creating, the reasons why, and actually make it tangible, make it actionable. The thing is, most people, right, first of all, this module, wow. This module right here is, I think, the best one in the program. And yeah, it's going to be truly, truly impactful and it's going to change your life, you know. So, you know, what most people think about when they think about changing their life, they think, oh, I need to do more, right? I need to take more action, but that's not it. We have to learn that the subconscious mind is driving our reality. The subconscious mind is creating everything that we experience outwards. And that's what we're going to be diving into in today's training. So now you know what you want. You've got clarity on the vision. You understand who you need to become. You know why it matters. So naturally, the next question is, what do I do now? What actions do I take? What's my first move? Here's the thing though. Most people jump straight into doing. They get the vision, feel the motivation, and immediately start grinding, working harder, taking more action and pushing. And this is the mistake that everyone makes. They do not reprogram their mind. So they are still operating from their old way of thinking, feeling, and acting. This is still working only with your conscious mind, and which is why you would default back to your subconscious program. Before you do anything, you have to program your what, who, and why into your mind so you can become that person effortlessly, right? Now, I really want to emphasize this point again. Everything we're doing is to serve God. Everything we're doing is the purpose of serving God. Because even when you think about reprogramming your mind, it says in the Bible, you have to renew your mind. You have to create in yourself a new heart, right? And your subconscious mind basically is your heart, it's your nervous system. But when you think about this, like, you know, these principles that I share with you, yes, they're very much mindset based. They're to do a lot with neuroscience and things around that nature, but it all comes back to God and the Bible. And it all comes back to the word of God, and that is the truth, right? So when you're thinking about renewing your mind, when you're thinking about reprogramming your mind, it is to renew your mind to think in the way that God wants you to think, feel the way God wants you to feel, and act in the way God wants you to act. So when you can truly define, again, going back to the point I said before about your vision, your purpose, you know, who you need to be, your identity, why you're doing all of these things. When you have these things dialed in and you do it with alignment from what God wants for you, you are going to build such a strong foundation in your life, guys. Such a strong foundation in your life. If you're not building from God, what are you building from? And if you're doing it, if it's not from God, it's going to be something materialistic. It's going to be something that it can easily be taken away from you, right? If you're doing it for just money, if you're doing it just for a car or something materialistic, it will be very short-lived. So everything we're doing here, guys, is to serve God. So the 4 stages you need to understand, right, is unconscious incompetence. All right? Before you watched this training, you was completely unaware. You was unconsciously incompetent of the things I've shared with you. Now you have conscious incompetence, right? You're aware of them, but you're incompetent on how to actually start to think like that person, feel like that person, and act like that person, right? You're like, okay, I know I need to do this now. I know I should step into being that person. Then we have conscious competence. You start stepping into that. You start taking the actions. And this is where most people do it from, right? They just start doing. They just start taking action. But the reason why you want to really work with the subconscious mind is because you're going to develop unconscious competence. Now, yes, you can do this, right, through practice. Just through physical action and taking action like that. It's like when you learn to drive a car, yeah? The beginning stages of driving a car, once upon a time, you was unconsciously incompetent. That was even possible. Then you became consciously incompetent. You was like, okay, I know cars can be driven. Okay, let me kind of get myself how to do it. Then you start driving, you're consciously competent, like you have to really think about what you're doing. Then you become unconsciously competent. That is what we're doing with the subconscious mind. We're taking the way the think, feel, and act, the what, the who, the why, we're taking that and we're impressing it into the subconscious mind. That's where the real long-lasting transformation happens, through meditation, through visualization, and through prayer. This module here is going to change your life. This is how you take everything you've just learned and make it real internally. So real that your subconscious mind accepts that new identity and truth before you ever take a single action. Because when the subconscious mind shifts, the actions follow naturally, the decisions become effortless, and the results become inevitable. You want to use your conscious mind, willpower, discipline, and conscious effort to reprogram the subconscious mind, right? That is how you want to use your discipline and your free will to reprogram the mind. Then the vision, the identity, and reasons why will become installed. So think of it like a system. That's why I call it the mind system. You have an input, a process, and an output. You're going to input into your mind this new vision, this new identity, this new purpose. Okay? You're going to visualize through it using the mind system. I'm going to break this down for you throughout this training on how to actually do that. And then the output is going to be aligned action, feedback, and then improving from there. I'm going to break this all down. Now, again, the reason why this is so important is because if you do not do it this way, I can promise you right now, like I said, I've spoke to thousands of entrepreneurs, thousands, right? No one has had few people have had the experiences I have had and the blessings I have had to speak to this many people. But what I see a lot of entrepreneurs do is they will just take action, right? They'll just start moving towards their goal, but they're doing it from a weak foundation, like we said the other day. And if you, like Jesus said, if you hear my words and you do not apply them, you're building on sand. And if you hear my words and apply them, you're building on a rock. Most entrepreneurs build on sand. They build on weak foundations, weak identity, weak vision, weak reasons why. And because of that, they use their conscious mind, but they go back to their subconscious programming, because that is the program. That is the subconscious pattern that will continuously play around in your mind. And a great quote by Carl Jung, which I mentioned further on down in this training, is, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will control your life and you will call it fate, right? So it's like this, right? You can push your way towards your goals, but it's not sustainable long term, and you will burn out and you will probably sabotage. Okay, now most people try to change their life from the outside in. They change their strategy, they change their environment, they hire a new coach, read a new book, launch a new offer, change their routine, start to do something differently outside of them. And for a while, things may shift, but then without warning, they drift back. Or they build through resistance and struggle. They achieve their goal and they still feel bad. It is like driving your car with your foot on the brake. Back to the same patterns, the same results, the same version of themselves they were trying to escape. And this is the key point here, they're trying to escape. You don't want to move towards something. This is why when people say, for example, they're like, oh, I want to, if they're trying to build on it from a place of, I don't know, this is an example I can think of, right? Is like weight loss. I'm trying to lose weight. It insinuates that you're not healthy. It insinuates that the identity is somebody who's not fit, right? So you're just escaping that individual when what you would say is, I am healthy. Okay, I am my healthiest version of myself. Then you are reinforcing that identity. You're not moving towards something. You're removing the things that are not true to that version of yourself who you currently are. This is such a big lesson, guys. If you're trying to move towards something, you're like, oh, I'm just trying to step into doing this action so I can be this person. Again, it's from that paradigm we spoke about before, do, be, have. You're doing to then be, to then have. But it's like, no, who do I need to be? Who would this individual be? When you do this, right, it will become natural. It will become effortless for you to step into being that individual, and the results will be attracted to you. Okay? So, like I was saying, they will build through resistance and struggle. They achieve their goal and they still feel bad. Okay? This isn't a discipline problem. This is such a huge point as well. So many people think it's discipline, right? Or habits or taking action. It's not the problem. Because if I ask you right now, are you disciplined? Most of you are. Most of you have discipline. It isn't a motivation problem. This is a programming problem, especially once you've gone through the first few modules in this training, the what, the who, and the why. It's like you have this clear vision now. You know who you need to be. You know why you want to get there. Now you have to program it into your mind. Because beneath every action you take, beneath every decision you make, beneath every pattern you can't seem to break, there's a program running it. It's that simple. Silently, automatically, 24 hours a day. The program is your subconscious mind. And until you change what's running in there, nothing on the outside will stay changed. Again, there are so many things I can dive into right now covering this. It's insane, guys. Like, I can just go so deep into these principles. But, you know, when you think about what I'm saying right now, if you are experiencing resistance with your business, right, and you can't seem to get it to the next level, it's not a business problem. Because even if it was, let me ask you this, why have you not fixed it? And if you have a business problem and you feel like it's constantly forcing your way to the next level, it's because you are subconsciously resisting it. It shouldn't be like that. It should be a flow. It should be effortless. It should be joy. This is what I'm trying to get at, guys. So the mirror only reflects. So as you can see here, the reflection, right? Here's what the strategy, environment, you know, getting a coach, getting a book, offer, whatever it is, but it's always going to reflect back to you what's actually running it, which is your subconscious mind, your identity, your inherited beliefs, default patterns, and everything else, right? So, Carl Jung, like I said before, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will control your life, and you will call it fate. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. You have patterns in your subconscious mind that are running the show, that are driving your behavior, that are causing you to act in a certain way. This is why you say you want one thing, but you do the opposite. There is misalignment between the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. Now, also to add on to this, sometimes, it might not be you have to directly reprogram your mind, but it has to be renewing of the mind, changing the way you think about things, changing your perspective on things, your paradigm on things. So what I found as well, the way that my mind is going to be renewed the most is through meditation, praying, and visualizing. And I'm going to break those all down in a moment, okay? You do not rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your subconscious programming. Reprogram is simply the process of replacing the old mental software, the beliefs, the emotional patterns, the habitual responses that no longer serve you with new ones that do. Not through force, not through willpower, but through repetition, emotion, imagery, and state. This is not a metaphor, this is neuroscience. So I need to emphasize this point here massively because I see a lot of people get this wrong when it comes to visualizing and using their mind, okay? Your mind cannot be reprogrammed through willpower and conscious effort alone. It does not work because you're not working with the subconscious mind. The way your subconscious mind is reprogrammed is in a calm, relaxed state. That is how you're going to be able to do it. Understanding as well, your subconscious mind is impressed through emotions and images. That is the language of the subconscious mind, is feeling. And when you think a thought, it creates a mental image in your mind, which will then proceed to an action and attraction in the outward reality. But the simple thing you need to understand here is working with the subconscious mind is done with feeling and emotions. All right. And if I break this down even further, thoughts are energy. Emotions are energy in motion, right? Emotion. which creates motion. It all begins with the energy, which is your thoughts. You can direct your thoughts. And what you focus on, as we said earlier, where focus goes, energy flows, right? You will attract that back into your life. So if you're thinking negative thoughts, you will attract that more back into your life. This is why, again, you have to center your business and your life in God, because God will guide you and you will make the correct decisions from His alignment. Why your conscious mind is not enough. Here is the truth most people do not want to hear. You operate from your subconscious mind approximately 90% of the time. 90. That means only 10% of your day, your decisions, your reactions, your behaviors is being run by your conscious, logical, rational mind. That means only 10% of your day, your decisions, your reactions, your behaviors is being run by your conscious, logical, rational mind. That means only 10% of your day, your decisions, your reactions, your behaviors is being run by your conscious, logical, rational mind. I said that 3 times to emphasize this point. Because I'll say this to people and they're like, oh, that's nice. No, understand this is what is creating your results. The ones you want or the ones you don't want. It's 10% is conscious, right? That's why you say you want something, but you can't move towards it. The other 90% is being run by the programming that is installed before you were 7 years old. Think about that. The beliefs you hold on to about money, about your worth, what you deserve, about how hard life has to be, most of that was written by a child who had no ability to question it, filter it, or choose differently. And yet that programming is running your life right now. This is why willpower does not work in the long term to reprogram your mind. Willpower is a conscious tool trying to override subconscious programs. When your conscious desires conflict with your subconscious beliefs, the subconscious mind always wins every single time. The answer is not more willpower. The answer is to go deeper than the conscious mind and rewrite the program. Romans 12:2, be transformed by the renewing of your mind. So understanding the two minds. We have, like I said, the conscious mind. Okay, this is 10% of how you operate. Willpower, logic, short-term memory. This is why, again, if you look at your life right now and ask you, logically, do you believe you should be at a better level? Do you believe you could be making more money? Do you believe that you could be taking more action? You're going to say yes, right? Logically, you know. So if you know these things and you know you should be getting better results and you know you should be acting better, why are you not? Here is why. Because your subconscious mind governs 90% of your reality. 90% of how you think, feel, and act. And how you think, feel, and act will create your results. So again, what our thoughts, they become our beliefs, right? Beliefs will drive emotions. What you believe to be true, what you hold to be true within yourself will create emotions within you. And these emotions will drive behaviors. And in the long term, okay, the beliefs become emotions, become habits. It becomes an automated program in your mind, which is what I call the mind system. And my question to you is this: what have you done to work on your subconscious mind? And 99% of entrepreneurs I speak to, I haven't. Nothing. I haven't worked with my subconscious mind, and they wonder why they can't seem to get to the next level. They wonder why they're unfulfilled. They wonder why they keep having burnout. They wonder why there's resistance. They wonder why they struggle. Even for the successful entrepreneurs who make a lot of money, if anything, those are the people that need this the most, because these are the people that have pushed and grinded and forced their way to their goals, but they've been doing it operating from limited beliefs, weak emotions, and bad habits. This one image here can change your life if you understand it deeper than what I'm showing you right now. If you truly understand what I'm telling you in this training, your life will never be the same again. Ever be the same again. I can't even begin to express to you the different life you can live when you start applying these principles, when you start working with your mindset. Not only will your business grow, you will become more fulfilled. You will become happier. You will just be a better individual. Life will become better. Everything else will be better off if you work with your subconscious mind. There is infinite upside and zero downside. So, as we continue, before you can reprogram anything, you need to understand what you're working with. Think of your mind in 2 distinct layers. The conscious mind, 10%, like we said. This is your rational thinker. This is the planner, your critic, right? It sets goals, makes decisions, and analyzes information. It operates in language, in words, and logic. But it has severe limitations. The moment your attention shifts, conscious control hands back to the subconscious mind. Understand, okay? We can only process with the conscious mind about 40 bits of information per second. 40 bits of information per second. That's why the other day when I was saying to you in the previous training, right, the previous module, look around your room, look for this, what do you see? And then when you look for it, and then you find it, you notice, you bring awareness to it, you see it. That is because you cannot consciously focus on many things at once, or your brain would shut down. Your subconscious mind, I'm not sure the exact number, I forgot, but it's millions of bits of information per second. And that's the subconscious mind, right? 90%. This is where the real operating system lives. It stores every belief, every emotional memory, every habitual response your nervous system has ever formed. It does not think in words, it thinks in images, feelings, and patterns. Crucially, it cannot tell the difference between something that is real and something that is vividly imagined. That is not a flaw, that is the gateway. Because it means that what you consistently imagine with emotion, your subconscious will eventually accept as fact and believe. And once it accepts it as fact, it will organize your entire system around making that your fact and reality. Whatever you impress into your subconscious mind will be expressed into your reality. That is a law. And your belief doesn't reflect your reality, it creates it, then it is reflected back to you. Why is this so important, guys? Well, let me ask you this, right? The fears, because we only have two core emotions, we have fear and love, right? When you think about the fears in your business that are holding you back from growing it, are they actually real? Like, logically, are they real? No, they're not real. Logically, you know they're not real. They are happening at a subconscious level. But the thing you need to understand is going to blow your mind away is you're just imagining them. And because you imagine them, and because your subconscious mind does not understand the difference between what is imagined and what is real, it is perceiving that as a true danger, so it doesn't move towards it. It's perceiving it as a potential threat, so it doesn't move towards it. Anything outside of you that you perceive as a potential threat, you will not move towards it. Let me prove this to you. If you go and cross the road, okay, and you see a car coming speeding towards you, do you have to make a conscious effort to think, should I step back out the road? No, you just instantly do it. This is how your subconscious mind reacts to things in your life. It will react in that same exact way, and then the belief will be installed, and then it won't question it, and that belief will be playing out in your reality again and again and again, just as efficiently and as effectively as when you cross the road, you see a car coming and you pull back. You know what to do, but you're not doing it because your subconscious mind has been programmed to avoid moving towards a thing that you say you want. Again, this can be down to many things: not having clarity of your vision, not knowing exactly who you need to be, not knowing your true motivations why. Once you've got clear on those, then it comes down to reprogramming the mind. That's why this program, I believe, is the best in the world at helping entrepreneurs make money. Because all of these things here, if you're not applying them, you're going to be leaving so much money on the table. It's undeniable. I can confidently say this is the best program in the world for entrepreneurs to make money. Hands down. Introducing the mind system, okay? Input, process, output. So it's literally that, it's a system, okay? So you input your thoughts, you process it with feelings, and the output is actions. This is where everything changes. The mind system is not a concept, it is a mechanism, a deliberately constructed, internally installed operating system built from your vision, your identity, and your purpose, and programmed into the subconscious mind so deeply that it begins to run on autopilot. It runs on autopilot. In the same way right now that you're running on an autopilot that is not allowing you to achieve your goals and the visions you hold in your heart, right, and this thing you've wrote down, this will work in the same way. Because you need to realize, and we said this in the previous lesson, in the vision module, whatever you impress into the mind, it will move towards. It doesn't care. It doesn't know what is negative or positive. It just understands this is the target we want to move towards. This is why, again, the mental imagery that precedes the goals and visions you hold is vital, because if you do not give yourself a crystal clear image, whatever the image is, you're going to move towards it. So you can say, I want more money, but if your subconscious mind interprets that as $1 million, then you will move towards $1 million. But if more money you interpret it as, I don't know, a $1 bill, then you might find a dollar bill on the floor and you got what you asked for. Your subconscious mind will quite literally gravitate towards the things that you are impressing into it. Just as a business needs a system to run without the owner forcing every outcome, your mind needs a system to run without you forcing every thought, every decision, every action. Imagine you was running your business with no systems. How hard would it be to operate? How many decisions would you have to make day to day? How many moving parts would there be in your business? Well, let me ask you this, right? Effectively, like your mind, or essentially your mind is more powerful than your business, right? Your mind is extremely powerful. What's your system for your mind? You don't have one. That's why I've created this. Most entrepreneurs have no system for their mind. They have intentions, they have goals, but the subconscious level, they are still running on the old software. It's all logical, like we mentioned in the module 1, right? We mentioned in module 1 talking about the goes the left and right side of the brain. And that's what I'm trying to say to you guys, is that you can have these logical goals and these logical desires, but if you do not work with the subconscious, you're leaving a lot of money on the table and you're not reaching your full potential, right? The mind system changes that. The input of the system is your vision, your identity, and your purpose. The what, the who, and the why you have already defined. So what we do is we take what goes in, the what, the who, the why. We reprogram it using a simple process, right? Meditation, praying, and visualizing. And what comes out is how we think, feel, and act. And that will drive our results. Okay? Now, what I do for my clients is I create custom meditations and guided meditations that just automate this whole thing so they don't even have to think about it. That's the next level. But essentially, it's meditation, praying, and visualizing. This is how you reprogram your subconscious mind. This is how, as well, you build a stronger relationship with God. So, people talk about hypnotherapy and things like that. Personally, I don't like doing that. Why? Because hypnotherapy and things like that insinuate that you are the one creating it when it's all God. Give your glory to God. Stop thinking it's you and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. It's like, no, God is. God is going to create your life. God is going to bless you. God is going to bring you everything you ask for. That's why you need to know what it is you want, who you need to be and why. You need to meditate on that. In the Bible, it says, be still and know that I am God. Pray. All right. Speak to God, pray to God, and then visualize that. That is, for me, developing faith. And then as you start to do that, you renew your mind, you clean your heart, you start to think, feel, and act like that version, and you step into it. The mechanism is reprogramming, the daily process of installing that input into the subconscious through meditation, visualization, and prayer until it becomes a dominant program running underneath everything you do. The output is a new way of thinking, feeling, and acting automatically, consistently, without force. Think, feel, and act. This is a sequence that everything flows through. Think, feel, act, and it becomes a flywheel. Right? It becomes a flywheel and it loops around. And over time and repetition, you will be amazed. You will be truly amazed at how your life will transform. Like, your life will quite literally transform, and it will be happening in a way where it's unconscious. It's just happening, and you're like, it's just as easy for me to thrive than it was to survive, which is what we're stepping into. Thriving over surviving. So the mind system works on the input. Change what goes in and you change what comes out. The mind is a system. Input creates thoughts. Thoughts process into emotions, and emotions drive actions. Like I said before, thoughts are energy. Emotions are energy and motion. And then it creates motion, which is an action and attraction. The action you take and the things you draw into your life. So by mastering the input, what you see, hear, say, and imagine, you begin to rewire the entire system. And when your subconscious is aligned, your actions and results become inevitable. How this changes the way you think, feel, and act. Here is a sequence most people live in. They have an experience, it triggers a thought, the thought precedes a feeling, the feeling drives an action, the action produces a result, and the result confirms the original belief. Like this diagram we went over in the who section, right? It all starts at the belief level. It all starts at the subconscious level, which allows you to tap into the potential, create the action and the results. Round and around it goes. This is why so many entrepreneurs keep recreating the same reality with different circumstances. The external change, the external details change, the internal program doesn't. The mind system interrupts this loop at the source. I'm working with the cause, where 99% of these entrepreneurs are working with the effect. And they wonder why they can't get the results they want. They wonder why they keep feeling stuck, or they can't seem to break out the cycle they're in, because they're working with the effect rather than the cause. The cause is your mind. The cause is the way you think about everything. How you think determines how you feel determines how you act. This is why, again, if you're building with not having God in the center of your life, you're probably building from fear. And even if you build a successful business from fear, in my opinion, you lost. Because you're still in fear. And if you're in fear, you're not in love. And if you're not in love, you can't give that to the world. Does this make sense? By consistently reprogramming the subconscious, installing a new identity, a new belief, a new emotional baseline, you change what the mind defaults to. And from that new default, a new sequence begins. New belief, new thought, new feeling, new action, new result. This is not theory. This is how the brain works. This is for you guys that think mindset's woo-woo. We cover it all here, guys. We've got the neuroscience, we've got the woo-woo stuff, and we've got the faith and God stuff as well. I've had days in my business where I make $45,000 doing little to no work. Not because I was grinding, but because I had already instilled the belief that my business grows with simplicity and ease. That belief directed how I built, how I delegated, and how I operated. If I had believed business was hard and complex, I would have built something hard and complex and found endless evidence to confirm it. Your belief doesn't reflect your reality, it creates it. Like my brother Nero Knowledge says, shout out to Nero Knowledge. You don't have beliefs, your beliefs have you. Think differently, feel differently, act differently, and build differently. And this is what the mind system produces. Beliefs are not true in themselves, they become true in our experience, in our reality, if we believe them. This is the key thing here. So now, you have a great understanding in everything is happening in the subconscious mind. Everything is happening beneath your awareness, and it's happening at a level that you're not even aware of. It's a program. It's a subconscious program beneath the surface. So your habits, right? The way you act. Let's say you wake up in the morning and you say to me, John, I know if I woke up earlier, if I had a better morning routine, I would make more money in my business. But you keep waking up and going on your phone. That's a habit. You could replace that habit with waking up early and not going on your phone. It's that simple. If you have a habit of eating junk food, you could replace that habit to eat clean. If you had a habit of skipping the gym, you could have a habit to go to the gym. Habits are indifferent. Habits are indifferent. They just are. They're not good, nor are they bad. They are just a habit. Just like a belief is just a belief. It's not a good belief or a bad belief. It's a belief. Same with an emotion. Energy cannot be destroyed. It can only be transmuted. So if you have a bad emotion, it just has to be transmuted. The belief has to be transcended. Right? The habit has to be transcended. You cannot destroy these things. You can only replace them. This is the huge thing here, guys. You have the energy already there in your subconscious mind. You have to learn how to transmute that energy and channel it into the thing you want. And this can only be done using the subconscious mind for long-lasting, serious change. Okay. So we've covered that. Now let's talk about our state and how we create. All right. The state we are in is going to be broken down of a few things. Now, before we go deeper into the practices, you need to understand something fundamental. Your state is how you create, not your strategy, not your tactics, not your work ethic alone, your state. State equals your thoughts, okay? Your focus, like where you're directing your thoughts, where you're directing how you want to think about business, life, and everything in between. Coming from that is your feelings, okay? Your actions, your focus, your physiology, so how you sit, your posture, and your emotions. Imagine I was like this the whole call. Yeah, your state equals thoughts and focus and physiology and emotions. The feeling is a single temporary emotional signal, excited, anxious, tired, sad. Guys, come on. You see that? It's state. A feeling is a single temporary emotional signal, excited, anxious, tired, sad. It's just one input. A state is your entire operating mode. The combination of what you're thinking, what you're focusing on, how your body is held, and what emotions are running through you simultaneously. And here's what matters. Your belief determines your state determines your decisions, and your decisions determine what you build. Go into this diagram here as well, right? We can see up here we have higher frequency emotions, peace, joy, and love. Down here we have shame, guilt, apathy, grief, fear. Which one is going to help you make more money? This one. Every single time without fail. If we look here as well at this diagram, love versus fear. Fear is high frequency, right? Creates order and coherence. Coherence is alignment between the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. Strengthens your immune system, ignites growth and repair. Okay? Versus fear, lower frequency, creates disorder and discoherence, lowers your immune function, creates stress and disease. So you tell me which one is going to make you more money. It's love every single time, and God is love and love is God. So when you operate from a state of fear, lack, and doubt, you make fear-based decisions. You build a fearful business. You attract more evidence of scarcity. This is why you can see millionaires who feel poor. It's not the money. It's deep down within, they feel unworthy. Why do they feel unworthy? Because they have an emotional charge behind that, which is most likely shame or guilt. And because they chased money to fulfill that internal void, and the money never fulfilled that internal void, now they have a lot of money and they still feel bad. But what do? They either keep pushing and keep burning out, or they just stay stuck. Tell me I'm wrong. It's facts. It's undeniable. Nothing outside of you can fulfill an internal void. Nothing outside of you is going to heal your internal wounds. If you build your business on shame and guilt, you are not going to change that internal wound, and you will continue to carry that for the rest of your life and pass it on to your son, your daughter, your wife, your loved ones, your clients, and everything else, because you transmit energy and people are going to feel how you feel within yourself. These are facts. This is why I'm saying to you, when you're building your business, build it on God, because only God can give you the true love that you're after, which is the only thing anyone is ever after, is to feel good, and to feel good is to feel love. And you can feel love, most importantly as well, not most importantly, but a huge way to feel love is by serving others and giving to others, which is one of the main reasons why I've developed this program, is because it's more blessed to give than it is to receive. When you operate from a state of faith, abundance, and certainty, and ultimately love, you make aligned decisions, you build with clarity, you attract more confirmation of the vision. Again, this is what I'm saying to you guys. If you're an entrepreneur, let's say you build a business, but you build a business to such a level where you can't even have a holiday, you can't even take a week off, you can't even spend time with your family, your son, your daughter. Did you really win? For me, that's not winning. For me, winning is having it all. For me, is defining a crystal clear vision of truly what I want. And even if, for example, my vision means I made less money, but I have that vision, I'm successful. Imagine you have two things, right? You have a vision. And so what we spoke about before, you have a vision, you have a goal. Imagine you have a vision that is to whatever the vision might be, right? And then you have a goal. And the vision, let's say you achieve the goal, but it doesn't allow you to live the vision you had. You didn't win. So I would rather set a clear vision and go after that, then set a goal that's logical and achieve that, and not live my dream and what's in my heart and what is from God, right? This is why state control is one of the most critical skills an entrepreneur can develop. Not mood management, not positive thinking, the ability to consciously shift your internal operating mode on demand so that you are always creating from the right state. And the primary tool for state control is the practice you're about to learn. Right? Again, going back to what I was just saying, for God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. Emotions like fear, doubt, and anxiety are not God-given. They are installed. And what has been installed can be replaced. So why reprogram your mind is the only true way to success. Your brain has a property called neuroplasticity. This simply means the brain can change. Simple as that, right? New neural pathways can be built. Old ones weaken through disuse. The mindset is not fixed, it is malleable. Every time you have a thought, neurons fire together. When those neurons fire together repeatedly, they begin to wire together, forming a groove, a pathway, and a habit of mind. Neurons that fire together wire together. This is how your current beliefs were formed, through repetition, through emotional intensity, through consistent reinforcement over time. And this is exactly how they can be replaced. Repetition plus emotion plus imagery equals rewiring. This is the formula behind every lasting internal change. The key to access your subconscious mind. So this is another huge point here, guys. You have to learn how to access the subconscious mind, because if you don't know how to access the subconscious mind, it won't be reprogrammed. The conscious mind is a gatekeeper. It filters, analyzes, questions, and doubts. Try to install a new belief consciously. I am successful, I am confident, I am enough. And the critical, analytical mind will reject it with evidence to the contrary, right? If you don't believe that to be true. You have to go around the gatekeeper. Simplicity, repetition, emotion, and consistency are the keys to reprogramming your mind. Your brain operates at different frequencies depending on your state of mind. These frequencies are measured in hertz and called brainwave states. There are 5 primary states. So we have gamma, beta, alpha, theta, delta. Now, the best way to get into a deep meditation is through theta. And I'm going to break down for you exactly how to do this. Here you can see more about how this is broken down, but I'm not going to read them all out for you right now. Just understand that theta is the most powerful reprogramming state reached in deep meditation, right? Basically, it's when you can tap into the subconscious mind, not to get too sciencey on you guys. Now, the goal of this mind system is to consistently access alpha and theta, where the subconscious becomes receptive and new programming installs without resistance, right? So when you operate the lower brainwave states, from stillness, from alignment, God's guidance become accessible. The noise quietens, the direction clarifies, your path is lit, not from your own straining, but from the light that comes through stillness. Again, if you have not meditated before, if you've not tapped into these things, you will be shocked about how powerful this is. When you truly start to tap into your subconscious mind, you pray, you visualize, and you meditate, you will get guidance. You will get shown the path. Like, that's why I'm creating this program right now, because during a meditation, I was told to do it. So I do it. It's that simple, right? So here is the mind system. We have to create it, we have to install it, we have to apply it. That's it. Create it, apply, install it, and apply it. Now, how do we create it? We went over this in previous modules. You need to get clear on your current reality, how you think, feel, and act, what you believe about the external world, your current reality, and you have to create the opposite of that. So what will be the new beliefs, the new way I'd want to think, feel, and act? What do I want? Who do I want to be, and why? You have to then install this, which we're going to break down now, and then you have to apply it. So you know the vision, you know the identity, you know the reason why. Now you have to make it real internally before a single external result has arrived. This is where most people skip the most important step. They get the vision, right? They have a goal, feel the motivation, and immediately start doing it. But they haven't yet installed it. They haven't yet made the new identity so familiar to the subconscious that it becomes a default program running beneath everything. That is what this practice does. Through meditation, prayer, and visualization, you take everything that you have defined and you press it into the subconscious until it becomes more real internally than the current external reality. And once the subconscious accepts it, the actions follow naturally. The decisions become effortless, the results become inevitable. Be transformed by a renewal of your mind, like we just said. Now, there was something I wanted to mention from this. Oh yeah, so what I see with a lot of entrepreneurs as well, what they do is this, right? They have a goal. And this is what I used to do as well. They have a goal. They're like, oh, let me move towards the goal. And they start pushing towards the goal. Okay, they start taking action, they start taking action, they start taking action, they're moving towards the goal. But because they have not clearly thought about their goal, what they truly want, they haven't really truly thought about who they need to be, and they haven't thought about why, and they haven't reprogrammed their mind, they do it almost from this like burst of dopamine because they're chasing money. That's what they're doing. They're just chasing money. They're just chasing the next high. They get their high and then they're like, okay, I've had my hit. Let me slow down. It's like a crack fiend in a way, right? They get their hit and they're like, oh, I'm good now. And then they need money again. They go and find a way to make money. So it's like a crack fiend. It's like, oh, let me chase money. You get the money, you have the success, you cool it back down again. But if you have a big purpose, a big vision, you know really what it is that you want. You know who you are, who you need to be. You know why you want that, why it's important to you. And you program this into your mind. I promise you right now, everything in your business and your life will change. Because I know I just answered so many of you entrepreneurs' problems that you experience with these roller coasters and these highs and lows. It was just answered for you right there, wasn't it? Exactly. So how we install this, very simple, okay? Calm the body, open the heart, meditate, pray, and visualize. Now, again, I'm not going to dive too deep into this right now, exactly how to do this, but it does what it says on the tin. Calm your body, open your heart up, right? Breathe into your heart, feel gratitude, feel love, and then meditate, pray, and visualize. Okay, you can access these documents below. I think we're going to make them available for you guys. So breaking this down, step one, calm the body. Okay, you cannot access the subconscious mind from a state of stress. In a high beta anxious reactive state, the gatekeeper is fully active, nothing new gets in, the old program just keeps running. So the first step is to slow everything down. Close your eyes, breathe in 4 counts, hold for 4, out for 6 to 8. Again, I'm not going to dive too deep into this process right now, but just understand that when you're getting into this state, you cannot be in these higher brainwaves. You cannot be in beta brainwaves because your mind will not be impressed. You have to get into the lower alpha and theta brainwaves. Step 2 is you want to open your heart. Okay, start to think about people you love, for example. Just visualize that. See those scenes playing out. Experience that. Feel your heart begin to open. Okay? And then number 3 is you begin to meditate, pray, and visualize. So once you're in that calm, relaxed state, right? Once you've opened up your heart, then you can begin to pray, right? You can begin to meditate, like just be breathing. Narrow your focus. Visualize, start to see scenes playing out and praying. And this is again what I do for my clients is I create custom meditations. I think we're actually going to put a free meditation down below where you can access it. So that should be in the description where you can access that for free so you can understand this. Now, this is where the installation happens. Not 3 separate practices done in isolation. One continuous movement through stillness, alignment, and vision. You meditate first, you quiet the conscious mind, you drop beneath the noise and into the open receptive state where the subconscious becomes accessible, not forcing thoughts out, simply letting them settle. Like water that has been stirred, you stop stirring and it clears. From that stillness you pray, not from lack, not from fear. Okay? From the elevated state of a man who already knows. This is so important. You speak the vision as truth. You surrender to the how. You express gratitude for what is already unfolding before it has arrived. You give it to God and you release it. One of my favorite Bible verses, therefore I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it and it will be yours. When you're in meditation and praying, you cannot be asking and begging from a place of lack. That's why you have to open up your heart to be able to receive. This is how we receive when we are in an open state. If our heart is closed, we're in fear, we don't feel love, we don't feel like we deserve, we push it away, right? And from that place of surrender, you visualize, you step inside that reality, not watching it like a movie, inhabiting it first, right? First person, present tense, you see what you see, you feel what you feel, you breathe from inside the life you are building until the nervous system accepts it as real. This is the sequence. Stillness opens the door, prayer aligns the heart, visualization plants a seed. And a huge lesson here is don't make it work, let it work. Hold the feeling as long as you can, and then open your eyes and move, okay? So there's so many things, again, I can dive into in this, but just understand the basic premise of relax your body, open your heart, and begin to see the scenes playing out, okay? Ideally, for me, I meditate for an hour a day. I visualize for an hour a day in that process to meditate, pray, and visualize, because at this point now, it's just, why would I not? It creates my life, and you can pretty much understand from today's training how vital this is, right? Now, I just want to break down for you why these things are so important. So visualization, seeing it before it exists. Your subconscious mind cannot reliably distinguish between a real experience and a vividly imagined one. This is verified by neuroscience. Studies comparing athletes who physically practiced a skill against athletes who only mentally rehearsed it in vivid detail with emotion and sensory immersion found that the mental rehearsal group showed nearly identical neurodevelopment to the physical practice group. The brain fired the same pathways. The muscles responded to the signal. Because as far as the nervous system was concerned, it had happened. This is how powerful visualization is, guys, okay? Visualizing and using your imagination is not some woo-woo nonsense. It's a direct command to the subconscious mind, which is creating your reality. When you clearly visualize the end result and feel as if it is already done, you are programming your internal guidance system. Your job isn't to force every step or obsess over how it will happen. Your job is to see the vision, feel the outcome, then release control. Once the image is planted, your subconscious will begin adjusting your thoughts, decisions, and actions to bring it into reality if you do not interfere. If you do not interfere. Imagine you plant a seed in the ground for a tree, and then you go back the next day and dig up the seed to see if it's growing. Would you do that? No. You would never do that, right? This is how you have to have faith and trust and let go, okay? You will start noticing opportunities, making aligned moves, taking confident action, not through force, but through flow. Nikola Tesla said, I construct the machine in my mind, I run it, I see where it wears, I make improvements, and when I finally build it, there is no difference between the mental model and the physical one. If you understand that, your life will become so much easier. The process becomes, see it clearly, feel it fully, and move with faith. Now, one of the golden questions I always receive from my clients or people I work with is, do I visualize the outcome or do I visualize the process, right? This is a very common question I receive. Now, I want to explain it to you like this, right? You want to visualize both. So you want to visualize the end product, because what this does is it instills belief inside of you, right? If you start to visualize, for example, a certain milestone in your business, or a financial target, or a car that you've attained or something, your mind will then believe that that is attainable. Okay, but again, it's like this. If I say to you, okay, do you believe that that car can now be purchased? You'll say, yes, I've experienced it. But the golden question is, do you think you can get there? This is the golden question, right? Do you think that you can attain that? And the only reason you don't think you would be able to attain that is because you have not been able to visualize and clearly see yourself as that individual. So you almost want to visualize the outcome as the external. It's the vision, it's the things that you want. But the process you want to visualize on your identity and who you need to be, right? So when you're visualizing, like I said, when you're going to be visualizing these external things, you're going to visualize the materialistic gains and everything else. That is going to strengthen your mind to what you believe is possible. Also, adding on to this, understand, once you have visualized an end outcome and you've experienced that in your mind, by default, your mind will move towards that reality. Because here's how it is broken down, right? Some high-level mindset. Well, all of this is high-level mindset, but here's some real high-level mindset source right now, right? Think about, let's say you're here and your goal and your vision is here, okay? Getting to this goal, there is going to be doubts, fears, lack of beliefs, whatever it might be, in the way of getting to this reality, yeah? So, as you are, the goal is here, you are here. As you're moving towards this, right? Imagine these fears and these doubts and these whatever it might be that's blocking you from getting to this reality. Now, if you have visualized it many, many times where you have seen yourself in this reality, by default, your mind will remove these blocks and these doubts and these fears and these worries in between the process of getting to the goal, which will allow you to step into flow state and move towards the goal a lot easier. Why is this? Well, think about it. Think about things in your life right now, goals you have accomplished, things you have achieved, that once upon a time was hard, or you couldn't conceive it. It was like outside of your grasp. You were like, how do I make that happen? You know, like, how do I make that a reality? But now, when you think about it, if I was to ask you, let's say if you've made your first $10,000 month online, for example, you've made your first $100,000 month, and I say to you, you think that's easy? You'd be like, yeah, it's easy. What changed? Was it the process or was it the identity? It's always the identity, right? You removed blocks that were in the way. Now, think about this, right? If you're telling me that from where you are to where you're going, there's blocks in the way, are these blocks even real? Or are they illusions in your mind and stories in your mind that are secretly keeping you from getting to this reality because at some level there is fear attached to it? I can guarantee you that is it. There is a doubt, there is a fear, there is a worry, there is some kind of pain associated with getting here. So you create these obstacles and roadblocks to avoid getting to here as efficiently as you could. Right? You'd rather stay safe than move towards this. Now, when you begin to visualize and construct in your mind an end destination, an end reality as if it's already done, knowing that the mind cannot tell the difference between what is imagined and what is real. In fact, let's do this exercise right now. If you're watching this, well, you are watching this, just close your eyes and begin to imagine that you are standing on a 50-story skyscraper. And just imagine your toes are just dangling off the edge of the building, right? You can just kind of stepping off a little bit and start to look down and see the cars moving around down below. And now just start to lean forward a little bit. Okay, now you can open your eyes. Every time I do that, I still feel that experience, even though I know what I'm doing. But my subconscious mind, that's how powerful the subconscious mind is there with a small example. It cannot tell the difference between what I'm imagining and what is real. Okay, so if my mind can imagine I'm on the top of a building, and it can imagine that I'm experiencing that right now, well, think about your fears of growing your business. Think about the pain that you experience of these illusions in your mind that aren't even true. Like, just take a step back and go, what do I believe? Like, what fears do I have about growing my business? What am I subconsciously avoiding in my business? Why? You will be imagining a worst outcome scenario. And it could be something crazy, like you don't want to be rejected by people. If you make more money, there's more stress in taxes. If you grow your business, you're not going to know what to do with the money. If you make more money, you're going to lose your friends because they're going to reject you because you're making more money than them. This is how it goes down. I'm not good enough, right? I'm not worthy. You can't see yourself in that reality. There will be a subconscious block that is stopping you from stepping towards the thing that you logically say you want. Going back to what we said earlier, logical, and then we have the subconscious, right? The rational mind, the irrational mind. Your rational mind is going to be like, yeah, I want to move towards a goal. I want that goal. I want to attain that. But your irrational mind has another story going on. Implicit beliefs versus explicit beliefs, right? The explicit belief is I want to achieve that, but the implicit belief, that's the thing that's holding you down. That's the thing holding you back from going all in. Right? Does this make sense? So it's all happening at this deep subconscious level. This is why, again, it's like, you know, your heart is destined for like this greatness, this next level up. You want to get to the $1 million month. You want to hit that next milestone in your business, but deep down within, you're like, pain. There's some kind of pain associated with my goal, so let me not move towards it, right? But that's why I'm saying to you, when you visualize the end goal, when you visualize it already accomplished, what happens is if you have achieved that by default, all of the things that you feared had surrounding that will disappear. They won't be real in your mind anymore because you've imagined a different outcome. And that fear that you have is not real anyway. You are choosing where you focus your energy. You just begin to channel your focus into what you want and the outcome that you want. Hence why I said in module number 1, vision is so important, because you begin to focus on what you want. And again, whatever block you have, whatever fear you want, just start to write down the opposite of what you want, because you're choosing one or the other anyway. And the fears that you're imagining, they're not real. They're not real. Choose what you want to believe. Choose what you want to believe. The things I just said, if you understand that, again, it's going to change your life and your business forever. It's undeniable. So, where was we? So yeah, we basically want to visualize the outcome. Visualize the outcome for those reasons I just mentioned there. But also, let's go through this. Yeah, there are two types of visualization and both are needed. They serve different functions. Outcome visualization is stepping into the end state, right? This is the destination, the fully realized version of your vision, the life lived. You are not imagining the path to get there. You are standing inside the result, experiencing it as if it's already real. You see the environment you're in. You feel the freedom in your body. You hear the conversations you're having. You notice the emotions, the gratitude, the satisfaction, the peace, the aliveness. The goal here is emotional immersion, right? You want your nervous system to feel what it would feel like if you were already true. You are not watching a movie, you are the actor. First person, inside the reality, not observing it from a distance. This is what programs the destination into the subconscious. This is what programs the vision and gives you alignment with where you're going. Like when we was talking about the plane that takes off at the airport, it goes off track, but it goes back to the goal. This is what this outcome will do when you begin to visualize on it. Like I was just mentioning, if you're visualizing on what you fear, you'll move towards that. If you're visualizing on what you want, you'll move towards that. The question is, what do you want to focus on? So, this is what activates the servo mechanism, your mind's internal GPS, and it gives a target to lock onto. Now, outcome visualization works on your identity and your emotional baseline. It lifts your self-concept to match the person living in the vision. Over time, behavior naturally aligns with the identity you've been rehearsing internally. It also produces something equally important, detachment. When you are fully anchored in the end state, when you have been in your mind, felt it in your body and accepted it as your new reality, you stop grasping, you stop forcing, you stop obsessing over the how. You have already arrived internally. The outer journey becomes lighter because again, at the end of every experience is a feeling we want to experience. That's why we attach to things, because we think that it's going to bring us the thing that we say that we need, which is ultimately going to be love. And when we already give ourselves the thing that we want internally, which is an emotion, right? We detach from the outcome and we just simply want it instead of needing it. That's why you're attached to things, because you need it. And because you need it, you're desperate for it and you're chasing it. And what you chase runs away. Yeah? And what you seek is seeking you. So when you already internalize that embodiment of that state of being, you start to attract those things to you. That's how it works. Okay? Now, faith is a substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. This is literally what you're doing here as well. You're creating faith. This is what faith feels like in practice, not wishful thinking, holding the end as real before the evidence arrives. Like the Bible verse said, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe you have received and it will be given unto you. Well, how do you believe it? It's in the subconscious mind. In the Bible, it says the kingdom of heaven, kingdom of God is within you. So when you go within, when you meditate within, when you pray, when you visualize, when you begin to experience this, right? Then you will begin to let go and you will have faith because you're seeing it. Faith is belief in the unseen, but the unseen, first of all, has to become seen. So when it is seen, you then believe it and then you will step into it. Think about this. Anytime you go into the meditation, all you're essentially doing is shining light on the thing you want. And what is light will then be manifest in the external world. That is some real value right there. Now, process visualization, rehearsing the execution and process. This is mental rehearsal of the specific actions that move you towards the vision. Instead of seeing the destination, you are watching yourself from inside, performing the action successfully. You see yourself on the sales call, calm, confident, fully present. You see yourself creating content, killing the free course you're dropping on YouTube, Jonathan. The words flowing naturally. You see yourself leading your team with clarity and composure. The goal here is neural preparation. You are pre-installing the experience of executing successfully before you are physically in the situation. Your nervous system has, in effect, done it before. The anxiety of the unknown is replaced by the familiarity of rehearsal. Research consistently shows that performers, athletes, and entrepreneurs who use process visualization make fewer errors, recover faster from mistakes, and operate from significantly lower stress responses than those who do not. So, for example, what you could be visualizing is just sitting down and being focused if you struggle with being focused, right? Let's say you're procrastinating, you visualize yourself being focused, and when you could visualize, for example, wanting to procrastinate and then not procrastinating. If you want to raise prices and you can't seem to step into that, visualize yourself closing that deal at a high price point and celebrating it. Then again, all of the fear surrounding that will dissipate. They go away. This is how magical and powerful this stuff is, guys. It is literally like that. Whatever fear you're experiencing in the external world is just an internal fear being mirrored outwards. So work with the internal and the external fear goes away. Think about experiences in your life that you fear doing. You're like, oh my God. And then you do it. And then you're like, what? It was that easy? That is what mental rehearsal does. You process it before you have to go into the outward reality. And on top of that, when you do it in mental rehearsal, you can do it infinite times. You can loop it back again and again and again and again. And that is how you're going to become a new person. That's how you're going to rewire your mindset. Now, using both together, outcome visualization installs the what, the who, and the why. It will shift your beliefs and make it real. Process visualization installs the behavior and identity, how that person acts. Together, they close the gap between where you are and where you are going, not through effort alone, but through neural rehearsal that makes the future feel familiar before it arrives. This is how the mind system operates. You install the destination through outcome visualization, you rehearse the execution through process visualization, and between the two, your mind is aligned at every level. Vincent van Gogh, I said this quote many times today, but first I dream the painting, then I paint the dream. Now, I wanted to share this with you because this blew my mind away when I read this, right? You become what you rehearse. This is the Heath Ledger principle. When Heath Ledger prepared for his role in the Joker in The Dark Knight, he didn't just act, he became the character. He locked himself in a hotel room for over a month. He wrote dark journal entries from the Joker's perspective. He isolated from friends, disconnected from reality, and went deep into the mind of a chaotic, unpredictable villain. He changed how he spoke, moved, and even thought off screen. He wasn't playing the Joker anymore, he was living as him. His performance became iconic, but it came at a cost. His mental health deteriorated. He struggled with anxiety, insomnia, dependency. Not long after filming wrapped, he died. This is not just a story about acting, this is a story about identity. His subconscious mind did not know the difference between the character he was rehearsing and reality. He fed his mind and body a consistent image, emotion, and behavior until it became who he was. Again, where you have to align this with God, because if not, you might be building your identity, your vision off an ego, which isn't actually what you want, and it's not what God wants for you. This is again why people will burn out, because they'll be building something that isn't truly for them. They're doing it from low-level thinking. Thoughts repeated with emotion become beliefs, belief repeated with action become identity, and identity becomes your reality. This is the dark side of the law, but the same process works in a powerful, deliberate way when you're done consciously and with intention. When you visualize your future self daily, when you speak, walk, act like the man you are becoming or the woman you are becoming, when you feel as if it is already done, your subconscious starts building that identity for you. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. The version of you that consistently rehearse becomes the man you live as. Now, focus and detachment. Here is something that seems like a paradox until you understand how the mind works. You need total clarity of vision and total detachment from the outcome at the same time. The focus gives your internal guidance system a target. Without it, your mind has no direction. It drifts into whatever is loudest, fear, comparison, or noise. The detachment keeps your nervous system calm. When you fixate on the outcome with anxiety, grasping force, and obsessing over the how, you put power on something outside of your control. Your brain interprets that as a threat. It shifts from the prefrontal cortex, clarity, creativity, flow, into the amygdala, which is the fear part of your brain, fear, survival, and contraction. And you block the very thing you're trying to create. One of my other favorite Bible verses is, "Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path." Notice a lamp to your feet, not a spotlight illuminating the entire journey, just enough light for the next step. You don't need to see everything, you just need to trust the direction, take the next step, and know that the path will be lit as you move. This is the operating posture of the mind system. So I want to really emphasize this point. As you have this vision now, you know what you want, you know who you need to be, you know why you want to get there, you're reprogramming your mind. We're doing all of this to be the individual day to day. Now, think about this. At the level you're moving towards, the goal that you want to achieve, at the end of that experience is an emotion, is a feeling, right? You should never attach to the outcome. You should never, because again, let me ask you, the things you've achieved, the things you've attained, right? The watch, the car, the lifestyle, the money, everything else. Even the business goals that you've achieved, like projects you wanted to work on. Was it ever as fulfilling as you thought it was when you got the thing? Never. It never is, right? It's so anticlimactic. Hedonic adaptation states we adapt to whatever becomes familiar, right? So when we are going after the goal, when we're visualizing, when we're getting clear on what it is we want, who we want to be, why, we're programming the mind, it's important to remember, to think from that vision so we can step into it every day. Because if I ask you right now, you say, okay, John, my vision is to, let's say move into my dream home. Okay. Move into my dream home with my family. Okay, cool. Who would I be? I'll be a loving father, a loving husband. I would be a leader. Okay, cool. Why is that important to me? Because I value, being the best man possible. I value being able to be strong. I value reaching my full potential. Okay, I'm programming that into my mind. You want to put yourself into that reality now so you can be and become that individual. That is it. That is it. That's the secret sauce. And then it's like the things you want, the home, the external, the materialistic things, they are just a bonus from who you already are. They are just a mirror and a reflection of the love you have within you, because as we know, money will just show you who you truly are, right? Money's just going to reveal to you who you truly are. So if you're sad in the pursuit of making money, you're going to be sad when you have money. But if in the pursuit of growing your business, you operate from joy, peace, and love because you've got clear on that, and when you think about your vision, you've crystallized it. You're like, what do I truly want? I want to live a life where I'm peaceful, I'm happy, I'm really abundant, I'm really successful, right? But you're so clear on that. You step into that every day, you're rehearsing that. You start to be that individual today. When the external things come, when the materialistic things come, it's just an additional thing. It's a bonus. It's a thank you. I don't need that. I want that. But I'm good with or without. Because, God, the heart of man, plans his way. The Lord will establish his steps. It might take you 10 years to achieve your goals. It might take you 20 years to achieve your goals. It's on God's timing. So if he delays your manifestation, if he delays the thing you've asked for, you're telling me in the whole pursuit of that, you're going to be miserable? You're going to be sad? Doesn't make any sense. Nothing external is going to fulfill you in the way that the process can, the journey, right? Service to God, obeying God. The joy in the journey, guys, not the destination. This is why I'm saying to you, it's not about doing this to acquire and appear, right? Attain things and appear to be a certain way. It's not about that, guys. These external things are not even real. They're illusions in your mind. It's about being and becoming. It's about being the best individual, being that version of yourself who you just want to be now, because that is what brings you true joy, peace, and love. And it is what aligns with your highest core values. Again, it goes back to the thing I was mentioning before. I do, so I am, versus I am, so I do. Do, be, have. No, it's be, do, have. But when you define the being, you have to be so clear about truly how they think, how they feel, how they act. Like crystal clear clarity, and then step into that. So what the mind system changes is our thoughts, which is our energy, our feelings, which is the emotion we operate from, right? And the motion and attraction that we create in our life, and which is our results, right? Like I mentioned before, thoughts are energy, feelings become emotions, energy, emotion, which creates motion, and this becomes a loop. So when practice is done consistently, three things shift at the deepest level. Our beliefs, the stories you carry about what is possible for you, about what you deserve, about who you are. These are not fixed truths. These are installed programs, and they can be replaced. And our beliefs drive our behavior, which drives our results. So the second thing is our emotional patterns. The default feeling states you return to under pressure, anxiety, self-doubt, overwhelm. These are not your personality. They are conditioned responses. Through reprogramming, you install new defaults: calm, confidence, clarity, and faith. All right? Habitual behaviors, the automatic actions you take without thinking, the way you respond to setbacks, the way you treat time, the standards you hold to yourself. These are downstream of identity. Change the identity at the subconscious level and the behaviors follow automatically. The sequence is everything. Reprogramming, new belief, new emotional state, new behavior, new result. You do not have to force a behavior, you have to install the belief. You are always telling your brain what reality you believe in. Are you feeding it power or fear? Love or fear, right? So, this is what I want to end it on. You can choose to operate from love, which is God, or fear, which is not from God. Your choice. Now, when I break this down here, these three components, right? The beliefs, the emotions, and the habits, these are the subconscious mind, like we mentioned before, right? So it's 90% of how we behave. So when you reprogram the mind, when you use the mind system, what's going to happen is you are going to start to truly renew your mind. You're going to start to reprogram your mind. You're going to start to reprogram the beliefs that you hold on to, the emotions you hold on to, the habits you hold on to that are driving your entire reality. And once you do this, it's as simple as this, guys. In the way right now, if you're operating in a way that you don't want, let's say you're waking up in the morning and you have limiting beliefs, you have doubts, you have fears, you have worries. they're just learned. In the same way, you could have feelings of joy, peace, and love and excitement, okay? You have emotions that are weighing you down. Again, like I kind of mentioned there, but like, let's say you have emotions like fear, anxiety, whatever. You can replace them for love, joy, and peace. This is why it's called renewing the mind. If you have bad habits like wasting time on your phone, scrolling social media, eating bad food, whatever it might be that's taking you away from your greatest self, that's taking you away from God, you can replace them. And as easily as it is for you to do the bad behavior, it can be just as easy to do the good behavior. They are indifferent. It's the meaning that you give it which creates the feeling, which creates the action. And I can promise you right now, the reason why you're still stuck in this loop is because of condemnation. Because you keep repeating the cycle and staying in the loop. I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy. The shame, the guilt, the low frequency emotions which keep you down here. But when you begin to direct your thinking of how you want to think about yourself, how you want to feel, how you want to act, you start to reprogram the mind using the mind system. You start to step into that. You take the action, you get feedback. You improve, you reflect. As you do this consistently, you will become a completely new person with a new reality and new results. So, again, this was profound training. I know you've never heard it in this depth, like anywhere before. So I hope you found value in this one. And I will see you in module number 5, where we're going to be talking about taking action and the doing aspect, tying this all together. Okay, I'll see you in the next one. God bless. You've just been through module number 4, where you learned how to reprogram your subconscious mind to create long-lasting change and create the results that you actually want. Now I'm going to explain to you the habits, the routines, and the daily disciplines you need to follow to ensure you stay consistent and focused on this journey to making it a reality and tying this all together. Welcome to module number 5, which is about the doing aspect, taking action. Okay, now this is a really, really important lesson, and as you're going to have gone through the entire program, this is going to tie it all together, because I'm not one of those guys that says, oh yeah, mindset is just using your imagination and visualizing. Mindset has a very, how do we say, it's got a bad stigma on it, I believe. People view mindset in the wrong way. The way I teach mindset is very unique and very different from most people, okay? And action and discipline is one of my highest values, and it's something that I highly, highly emphasize in my teachings, okay? If you're wondering why I've changed position, we're just in Miami now. We've flown to Marbella. We're in Marbella right now for some business, and that's why I'm in a different location. But let's dive into this, okay? So doing and taking action. Now, the thing I've noticed with most entrepreneurs is they take action, but here's the problem. If you're just taking action, but it's not aligned, and you're forcing yourself and you're pushing and you're grinding, you're never going to tap into your full potential. So one of the biggest things about taking action, right, is to make it so effortless, so much of a flow that you naturally want to take the actions. This isn't to say that you're always going to feel good and feel like you want to do it. To be honest with you, right now, I don't want to make this video. It's 4:20, I've had a long day, and I don't really want to do it, but the reason why I'm aligned with it is because I'm able to do the things I'm going to share with you in this video training today. So we're going to start off with a Bible verse, which is, no discipline seems pleasant at the time, but painful. Later on, however, it produces a harvest of righteousness and peace for those who are being trained by it. Okay? So let's break this down, guys. And this is, again, this is another value-packed training, guys. Just, you know, if you've watched the previous ones, you know how valuable these are. This is going to, like I said, tie it all together, but let's get into this. So, you know what you want, you know who you need to become, you know why it matters, and you've begun to reprogram your mind, installing this into your subconscious mind. Now comes the part that makes it real, the doing part. Knowing what you want, okay, obviously we've been over that. What is it you truly want, the vision, all right? Who you must be, okay, and your reason why. And then we've got the way you program it into your subconscious mind using the mind system. Okay, but without consistent, disciplined, focused actions, you won't achieve any of it. Faith without works is dead, James 2:17. Now, like, discipline, guys, for me, yeah, it's not just about even accomplishing a goal. It's about the man of character you become on the journey. Okay, because if you're just going to go out there and you just get given money, are you truly successful? No, you just have a lot of money. It's the pursuit of the goal that makes it enjoyable. It's the person we become on that journey. It is the challenges, it is the hard times. Like when I get this video done today, I'm going to feel so good about myself because guess what, guys? Like I said, I don't really want to be sitting here right now doing this. I want to go and chill, right? That would be the path of least resistance, but I'm doing the thing that I know is going to yield the best results and get me to my goals, right? So most entrepreneurs believe taking action and discipline is about pain, about suffering more than anyone else, about forcing your way through life until the goal shows up. That is not discipline, that is punishment. Mostly driven from guilt, shame, and apathy. If you keep operating in this way, where will this take you in the next few years? And this is the whole point I'm trying to get at, guys. Like, you can operate from guilt, shame, apathy, and grief and these low frequency emotions, right? But why? That's my golden question for you. Why? There is a better way for you to achieve your goals when you operate from peace, joy, love, flow state. In the Bible, it says, right, for God did not give us a spirit of fear, but a spirit of love, power, and a sound mind. So if we're operating from apathy, grief, and shame, we're operating from the enemy. We are doing it from a way that is not sustainable, that is not from God, that is not from a place of flow, from love, from joy. So why would you do that? This is my entire point I'm trying to get across throughout all of my trainings, is we can operate from love, joy, and peace. We can flow towards our goals. We can be pulled towards our goals. We can enjoy the process, even if it is challenging, even if it does get hard. In the Bible, as well, it says, consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trial of many kinds, because it produces perseverance. Like, the challenges are the blessings, guys. But most entrepreneurs, right, what they do is they just operate from this constant struggle and pushing. Oh, it's going to be hard, bro. It's a hustle. That's just a choice. That's a belief you've adapted, right? And you live by. But let me ask you, is there another reality where you can go after your goals and it can be fun, it can be joyful, it can be bliss? The other thing I want to mention as well, guys, is that, look, in the pursuit of the goal, the external thing is never guaranteed. We can never guarantee the external manifestation of the thing we're asking for. We can't guarantee that, or the timing of it and everything else in between, but we can guarantee the actions that we take. And that is what I'm going to break down for you in this training today. We're going to dive into the 5 daily habits that you're going to be taking every day that are going to absolutely transform your life. And the formula, the system I've built for this, world class, guys. Like, this entire training that I've created, all thanks to the glory of God giving me this wisdom, being able to share with you. But the creation of this, of course, from God, but from myself as well, putting this all together, guys, world class. You're going to see people start using the who, what, why framework. You're going to see people using the Discipline 30 principles that we're going to break down in here. You're going to see people using the pray, meditate, visualize. These are all concepts I constructed myself. I'm not copying from nobody. I'm my own person. Right, I'm my own individual person. I get the downloads from above and they come through me to you guys. You understand? So as we get into this, right, you can push your way towards your goals, right? Or you can be pulled towards your goals. The what, the who, why, and the how have given you a strong foundation, but it is important to find a system that allows you to stay consistent, discipline, and focus on the journey. That is what I'm going to help you master in this training. One of my favorite Bible verses is, for what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world but lose his soul? Right, so again, I want to keep emphasizing this throughout. I know far too many entrepreneurs that make $100,000 a month, $1 million a month, right? But they do not feel good about themselves. And you ask them, well, do you snooze your alarm? Yes. Do you scroll social media? Yes. Do you still struggle with lust? Yes. Right? Do you feel low frequency emotions like grief and shame? Yes. Okay then, so understanding that wherever you go, there you are, right? And the true success in life is not about attaining success. It's about being a successful individual. Being and becoming, not acquiring and appearing. Do you understand? So most people on their journey, they start off, they chase a goal, right? They chase a certain lifestyle or a materialistic thing so they can feel good about themselves. But the problem with that is when they get the thing, they're like, didn't really change me. The thing that you're going to get the most fucking fulfillment from, the most joy from, the most fulfillment from, the most peace from, is the journey and following your values and your principles. This is something I didn't actually include in the previous trainings, right? I should have really, but it was just too much information already. I wanted to keep them around an hour each module, but you got to get clear on your values. We talk about that in this training today, but you have to know what you value. And if I ask you guys, what do you value? Do you value waking up on time? Do you value crushing a gym workout? Do you value being consistent? Do you value being disciplined? Do you value being focused? You're going to tell me yes. The reason why you're not, we're going to explain to you in this video today. Of course, you need to know what it is you want, okay? You need to know what it is you want, number one. You need to know, number two, who you must be. Number three, you need to know why you actually want to achieve that. You need to then program that into your mind so you start to align with it. So you start to impress into the subconscious mind vision, the belief surrounding that, okay? You start to impress into your subconscious mind the identity of that individual. You start to truly embody that individual in your mind, visualize that, impress that into your subconscious mind. And then you want to understand your reasons why and impress them into your subconscious mind so they're driven with emotional power. And then you want to take that and use the mind system and impress that into your subconscious mind day in and day out with consistency and repetition. Okay? And then we want to take action. Because again, like I was mentioning, the outcome is out of your control, right? We don't know when the goal will be attained. One of my other favorite Bible verses is, the heart of man plans his way, but the Lord will establish his steps, right? So it is out of your control. There's many things on my journey that I wanted to attain. For example, buying my Rolex here. When I bought this watch, I got it at 27. I wanted to get it at 25. Trust me, I tried my hardest to get it at 25. But for whatever reason, God slowed down the time frame in which I received this. And in the Bible, right, the story of Joseph, where he is quite literally thrown into slavery and he's sold into slavery by his own brothers. It took him around 13 years for his vision that he was promised by God to come into fruition. So in God's timing, it doesn't matter. But in the pursuit of that, you have to maintain character. You have to maintain discipline. You have to maintain the individual that you know you just want to be, regardless of outcomes, regardless of external manifestations and accomplishments. Because if you're in the pursuit of something just for the accomplishment, you're missing the entire point. It's about character development. You should become a successful individual, and then the goal catches up to you. Do you understand? This is such an important point. This is why, again, you have to define your values, okay, what you truly value in your life, and stick by them with discipline, okay? If you apply the what, the who, the why, and the how, and you're doing that, but you don't have the ability to understand how habits work, how the mind works, how you form and construct habits in your mind, right? You're going to lose at some level, right? Because habit formation, understanding how the mind works, how it creates automatic patterns to basically allow you to act, is going to either make you or break you. Habits make or break a man. We all know this, right? So one of the biggest things I teach about habit formation, right, is building consistency over intensity. I'm going to be mentioning this twice in the training. We're going to get onto it later on as well. But the number one way to stay consistent is to make it so easy you cannot fail. And over time, the consistency will build habits, and then you can become more intense. I'm going to break down for you exactly how to do this and the habits you're going to apply further on down in this training. Okay? Now, you want to focus on small daily actions that focus on keeping you in peak state and high energy and that are sustainable for the long term. Consistent, moderate repetition produces stronger neural pathways than irregular bursts of intensity. This is such a massive point as well, guys. Because what we're trying to do here, we're not trying to be intense. We're not trying to become this Superman in a few weeks. What we want to do is we want to build the identity. And the way you're going to do that is by being consistent. And what this does is it begins to reshape your identity. It begins to reshape the way you see yourself, and it begins to strengthen your habits. It changes the way you think about self. It changes the way you feel about yourself. It changes the way you act towards yourself. You could go to the gym every day for 10 minutes a day for 30 days. And if you emphasize that and truly reflect on that and acknowledge that you are now a person who hits the gym, it will be more powerful than if you went to the gym for an hour every day for 30 days. But in the back of your mind, you did not reinforce the identity. One is from a place of being, the other one is from a place of doing. One is from a paradigm of I am, so I do. The other one is from a paradigm I do, so I am. We want to step into the I amness. I am, so I do. I am healthy, so I go to the gym. This is why we have to have clear values, understand our values, and then have principles that align with these values that cannot be changed. A principle is just set in stone. You can't say, I value health and fitness, but I don't eat healthy and train. That makes no sense, right? The principle of being healthy is you eat healthy, right? And you work out and move your body. You can't say, I value my health, but I eat McDonald's and don't work out. Can you see how the principle cannot be changed? You can change the value. You can choose your values. I'm not telling you what to choose. I'm going to suggest them to you, right? And I think you know in your heart what is for you and what isn't, but you get my point. So, consistent, moderate repetition, we've been through that. The brain rewards rhythm. It rewards predictability. It builds its most powerful automatic sequences and behaviors that show up the same way, okay? Around behaviors that show up the same way, at the same time, day after day. This is why, again, building routines is so important, guys. On my travels around the world, I've been traveling the world for 3 years now. As I've traveled, there's been many times where I've locked in, and then there've been many times where I was traveling like non-stop. So I would be on the move very, very consistently. Every single time I would lock into a destination and I would get into my flow, into my rhythm, into my routine, my productivity, my happiness, my fulfillment, every area of my life would go up. When I would travel and be on the move, I would then have to use my conscious mind and think about, where am I going to go tomorrow? Where's the gym? Where's the local restaurant? Where's the local supermarket? Everything in between, and it would completely throw me off schedule. The times in my life when I've just been locked in the most is when I'm the most consistent. Even on my travels, I was still able to maintain all areas of my life because I use consistency over intensity. But the point is, if you are locked into a place right now, I don't think most people travel the way I traveled. Right, for 3 years non-stop. Most people are locked into a home base. They have a house. They have a routine. You want to build routines. If you're not building routines, right, I promise you right now, you're leaving so much money on the table. It is ridiculous. If you do not have habits, right, if you've not constructed positive, empowering habits into your mind, like waking up, for example, and not scrolling on your phone, going to the gym consistently, eating clean, right, being able to do deep work, being able to meditate, I'm going to break all these habits down for you in a moment. You're leaving money on the table. Because let me ask you this, right? Do you have bad habits in your life right now that are stopping you from stepping into your fullest potential? 100%. So if you have bad habits that are stopping you from stepping into your fullest potential, just understand that a habit can be replaced. A habit can be changed. So if you have a bad habit, it just is neutral, by the way. Habits are not good or bad, they just are. The same with beliefs, they're not good or bad, they just are. Okay? When you have a bad habit, you can quite simply replace that for a good habit. It doesn't matter. Your mind does not know if it's good or bad. It just knows that it's a habit. We have to define what is good and bad. We do that. But we can quite easily change that. So it's easier for me to work out and hit my 4,000 calories a day than it is to not work out and eat shit food. It's easier for me to focus and lock in on deep work than it is to scroll social media and get distracted. It's easier for me to meditate for an hour than to waste time and watch TV. Can you see that, guys? So imagine you have those two versions of myself, right? Version 1 watches TV, scrolls social media, okay, and doesn't go to the gym. Versus the version of me who meditates, right, who does deep work, and who works out hard every day and eats his macros. Who's going to win in life, bro? Now, understand, there was once upon a time when I was younger where I would more easily do the other bad habits. But I was able to change the way I was thinking. Again, using all of the frameworks and teachings in this course right now. Yeah? So, small wins build confidence, right? Confidence builds momentum. Momentum builds transformation. Also, the focus of daily small actions, you will become the individual and shape the identity of this individual. The game is to override. This is such a big point, guys. The game is to override the mental resistance, build up the habit, and then it will become effortless for you to take action on that. Now, we're going to get onto this in a bit more, right? But I want to emphasize this massively, guys, yeah? I'm not saying to you guys, yeah, just meditate. And we're going to break this down in the Discipline 30, which is the system that I've built, right? I'm not telling you to just like meditate for 10 minutes a day, work out for 10 minutes a day. No, I'm telling you to start here so you can build the habit. But you're going to get to the point, and I talk about this further on in this training, where you are quite literally, yeah, it's going to be more enjoyable for you and easier for you to, for example, meditate for an hour than to do 10 minutes. I meditate for 1 hour every single day. But that is easy for me, right? I go to the gym and I train so intensely, that's easy for me, okay? But the reason why it is because I built the habit. I remember when I first started going to the gym, when I first started meditating, I couldn't meditate for more than 5 minutes. I couldn't train for more than 10, 15 minutes without feeling like I want to get out of here. I remember going to the gym, half-assing my workouts, leaving early, everything in between. I remember when I wanted to get in shape and I would eat all the wrong foods that took me away from that, right? I remember when I wanted to work on my business and I would waste the entire day. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? But the point is now I have quite literally, and this is the most simplest way I can explain it to you, we always move away from pain and we move towards pleasure. I switched them on their heads. So what was once painful for me is now pleasurable for me. And what was once pleasurable for me is now painful for me. So I would quite literally feel pain if I was to waste time. I would feel pain if I was to eat bad food. I would feel pain if I was to scroll social media. It doesn't align with my identity now as well, most importantly, because I see myself as a winner, because I've stacked these habits, because I've built myself up so much now. I see myself as an individual who operates in that way. It quite literally is impossible for me to act in like that is incongruent with that identity I have formed. Do you understand this, guys? One of the biggest factors as well, like I said, is building the habits using the Discipline 30 that we're going to get into in a moment. So, as we've seen this diagram before, right? Most people, what they do, yeah, is they focus on outcomes. They're like, oh, I want to make more money, okay? Then they go to the next step, which is the process, what you do, okay? So this is what you have, this is what you do, okay? So they're like, okay, well, I'm going to do these things and whatever else it might be. But the core thing you want to focus on is identity, who you are, who, all right? Be, do, have. That is the different, that's the way you need to think about this. Now, understand this, right? When you are building your identity, it does not matter about the intensity of that, okay? Because let me break this down for you. Right now, yeah, if I say to you, for example, I'm like, hey, like, tell me 5 reasons, right, why you're not confident. You can give me 5 reasons why you're not confident. I could say, give me 5 reasons why right now why you're not disciplined. You could give me 5 reasons, okay? I could find reasons if I really was to look deep enough. Now, if I say to myself, if I say to you guys, give me 5 reasons why you are confident. Give me 5 reasons why you are disciplined. You're going to be able to find them. The biggest thing you need to understand, guys, is the emotional charge behind the belief. That is it, point blank. There's no other thing to go into about this. It's the stronger the emotional charge, the more powerful it will be, and the more you will believe it. The second thing is evidence to support that. Now, again, recognizing this, right? If I say to you, what's 5 things you've done this week that was disciplined of you, you could find them. But if your mind is set on, I am a loser, I'm not successful, I'm not good enough, and everything else in between, your mind is going to quite literally filter, look for the evidence to support that. Okay, it's going to look for evidence to support the initial belief you hold about yourself, even if you take massive action, even if you're in great shape, even if you make a lot of money. If your default belief is, I'm not good enough and I'm not worthy, you will find a way to prove that to yourself, whether you sabotage it or you just stay in a low frequency. So the key thing with the Discipline 30, right, and with all of these principles I'm sharing with you, over time, right, what you must do is you want to reinforce, this is who I am. This is why one of the daily habits I'm going to break down for you here, guys, is planning. And within planning, it's going to be about reviewing the day and planning the next day. Because if you look for evidence to support, I done what I said I was going to do today, right? And you have evidence to stack up that proves who you are. You have proof, you have evidence. You can quite literally transform your life rapidly. Because again, you have evidence right now that you are the person you want to become. It's like, are you focused on that though? Or are you focusing on something else? Does that make sense? I hope so. Very important lesson there. So we have to really be shaping our identity. But again, most people think identity is about doing more, doing more, doing more. It's a component of that, yes. But as you do, you have to reinforce and reflect on the fact of, this is who I am. This is who I am. I'm that guy. I went to the gym today when I said I was going to go to the gym today. Even if it is 10 minutes, you have evidence to support that now. All right? You have evidence to support that now. So how habits actually program the mind. So we have the cue, we have routine, we have reward. Every habit that you have, good or bad, runs on this loop. The reason old habits are difficult to break is not weakness, it is how your mind works. Once a habit is created, the brain stops deciding and starts executing automatically. So this is a diagram showcasing how a habit is formed. So in the beginning stages, your brain is very high activity, right? So you can see it has to think about what it's doing. It has to be actively thinking about it. Once the habit is formed, right, over time and repetition, the brain shuts down. This is why you will find yourself, right, from like prime example, 20 minutes into this video right now, I'm in flow state, right? I'm in habitual flow state right now. I'm not thinking about what I'm doing. I'm just talking and talking and talking without stuttering, talking about my points. My brain has quite literally shut down for the past 20 minutes until I became aware of this. Now my brain is aware of it. It goes back up again. So you can look at this same diagram. Whenever you formed a habit, it went like this. Learn the habit. Okay, now it shuts down. This is why, yeah, when you try to change yourself, you say, I'm going to change myself. You try to do it with conscious power alone. And then you look back and then your brain shuts off into autopilot and you default back to who you are and how you see yourself and what you believe to be true about yourself. That is it. You're looking for the answers to change your life. It's in this program. There is no one better talking about this stuff in the space than Jonathan Gabb right now. I just know it to be true. Now, when you look at this, like I said, your brain is quite literally thinking about the habit and then it shuts down. You can switch this out and build new habits. This is why I'm saying to you, it's not about the intensity, it's about the consistency of it. Because if you consistently go to the gym for 30 days and you keep on reinforcing to yourself, this is who I am, this is who I am, then you can increase the intensity. Then it will become automatic. And what will happen is, because you start to see yourself as a winner, you're not going to go, I promise you right now, you do it for like 7 days, yeah? If you was doing 10 minutes a day, by day 7, you're going to be, I might as well do 30 minutes, bro. Like, you know how many times I would go to the gym, I'd say, let me just go for just 10 minutes to bypass the mental resistance, and I'll do an hour. right? Or like I would say to myself, all right, cool, let me just cook both of these steaks right now. I'm not really hungry. I'll just eat one of them, and I eat both of them. It's just tricking your mind into these principles, right? This is such an important diagram right here. Just understanding that alone can change your life, yeah? This is the mechanism beneath the identity shift. You are not trying to motivate a new behavior every day through willpower. You are encoding a new automatic sequence through repetition until it runs without conscious effort, like we discussed in the previous modules. Right, the unconscious competence, conscious competence, you get the point. The cue triggers the routine produces the reward reinforces the loop, repeat enough times that it becomes who you are. This over time will transform the way you see yourself, and the person you see is the person you will be. This is why intensity is not as important as consistency. All right? If I ask you now, if you could replace your bad habits for your good habit, would you do it? It is actually very simple and easy to do this, and once you apply what I teach in this module, your bad habits will be replaced for good habits. All right? Just as easily as you perform a negative habit, you will just as easily be able to perform positive habits. This also links back to the previous module on the how. Because your mind cannot tell the difference between imagination and reality, you can quite literally visualize yourself becoming a new individual. Habits are indifferent. Like I said before, they are neither good or bad, they just are. And every time you perform a habit, the neural pathway associated with it strengthens, making the signal faster, stronger, and more automatic. Neural pathways are basically the brain's habit trails, right? So just think of your mind, yeah? These habits you're forming is like a motorway, right? Think of it like that. And the more you are, imagine the more you're strengthening a habit, like the more cars are going onto that motorway, the more busier it's getting, the more stronger it's getting. That is how you want to think about it, all right? It's just trails in your mind that get stronger depending on which one you focus on. Every time you think a thought, feel an emotion, or perform an action, neurons fire together in a sequence. And I think I mentioned it here, but neurons that fire together wire together, right? The more that sequence repeats, the automatic and efficient it becomes, like a path through grass that gets worn down, the more people walk on it. Think of it like a path in a field. First time you walk on a new route, it's overgrown and effortful. Walk it 100 times and it becomes a clear, easy trail. This is habit formation in action. The brain is literally rewiring itself in response to what you repeatedly do and think. The subconscious is not a fixed program. It is a living, adaptive system that responds to consistent input. Okay, this is also science behind Romans 12:2. One of my favorite Bible verses, be transformed by the renewing of your mind. That is a precise description of neuroplasticity, habit formation. The mind can be renewed, repetition is how. So if we just break this down, guys, what we're getting at here is this, right? Once you have formed a habit, like the habit is there. So if you have a habit where, like in the evening, for example, you scroll on your phone, I promise you now, yeah, you can replace that habit for reading, for example. You can replace that habit for something positive and more empowering. Yeah, it's a habit. It just is. Good or bad, it does not matter. What I'm gonna break down for you again, I'm not gonna dive too deep into habit formation specifically on this training, but when it comes to habit formation, right, you just need to understand, how do I replace the routine? Because the routine is the process of the habit forming. Like when we saw the brain shuts down, right? We just have to replace the routine that gives us the same reward. So for example, let's say this is one example of a habit that I formed in my life that quite literally changed my life. Yeah, it's a small example, but it's a powerful one. Every time I'd go out for dinner, I'd always want to, like, I don't want to get a dessert, right? I don't want to eat anything sweet. And I'd always end up getting something sweet for dessert. I don't want to do it. I want to get in better shape, whatever else. So what did I do? I replaced the habit, right? And what I done is I started to order chamomile tea with honey, right? So I'd have this chamomile tea with honey. So when the desserts would come, I would be there sipping a herbal tea, still tasting sweetness, still feeling pleasure, and it replaced the craving. This is the key thing here. The craving and the reward still was met. Do you get what I'm saying to you guys? So as we continue, the journey is a destination, right? This is going to be another massive point. Let me just go and get a drink of water and I'll be back. The journey is the destination. The destination will never give you what you think it will. Okay? The journey is the destination. The goal ever recedes from us. One of my favorite quotes of all time, this is, the goal ever recedes from us. The greater the progress, the greater the recognition of our unworthiness. Satisfaction lies in the effort, not in the attainment. Full effort is full victory. You already know this on some level. You have hit targets before, closed a deal, reached a number, achieved something you had been working towards, and felt the rush last about 72 hours before the emptiness returned, before the bar moved, before you were back at zero chasing the next thing. This is not to say you should not have goals, but it is to say do not get attached to them. Viktor Frankl, right, who wrote the book Man's Search for Meaning, writing from an inside Nazi concentration camp, identified something that suffering stripped every other distraction away to reveal. Meaning does not come from arriving, it comes from the pursuit itself, from the alignment between who you are and how you are living, from the sense that you are moving in the direction of your higher self, your deepest values, and your God-given purpose. This is huge, guys. It comes from aligning with your higher self, following your deepest values and your God-given purpose. So I can't emphasize this point enough, right? The journey is the destination. It's never about attaining a goal. It's never about hitting the milestone. And I want to emphasize it again. We must have goals. We must have visions like we've discussed in the previous lessons, right? But if you're so attached to that it's going to eventually, this is going to be the thing that changes my life, it won't. It just won't. And you've all experienced that. The beautiful part of life is the journey. It is the character development. It's the days where you don't want to go to the gym and you hit the gym anyway. It's the days where you don't really want to work and you work anyway. It's the days when you don't really want to do the thing, but you know it's in alignment with your values, so you follow through and do it anyway. That alignment, that daily moment-to-moment congruence between your inner world and your outer actions is the thing you are actually looking for, and it is only available in the journey. It cannot be found at the destination, because the destination, when you reach it, simply becomes the new starting point. And remember, wherever we go, there we are. This is why working on all areas matters so deeply as well. You're going to see the 5 habits I break down for you. They cover mental, physical, financial, spiritual, and emotional progress. Because again, there was many times on my journey where I would master, let's say, my business and my finances, but I was neglecting my spirituality, right? Or I'd master my fitness and my health and I was neglecting my business. And I realized, I was like, why am I always trying to rush somewhere? Why am I always sprinting somewhere, burning out in the pursuit of chasing something when the thing I chase never brings me to true fulfillment? When I took a step back and started to focus on mastery of all areas, looking at my life holistically, right? Winning in every area, right? My mindset, fitness, business, relationships, happiness, fulfillment. That is when I truly started to love my life, okay? And everything went up as well. So this is the point I'm trying to make. So a man who wins financially but neglects his health is not winning. A man who builds a thriving business but loses his faith in the process has made a bad trade. A man who achieves everything on paper but doesn't know who he is without the achievement has built nothing that matters. Okay? The person who tends to his mind and body and spirit and work and relationships consistently, imperfectly, day after day, is the man who looks back at the journey and recognizes it as the thing he was always seeking. Let perseverance finish its work so you may be mature and complete, not lacking in anything. James 1:4. This is about quality of character formed in the process of staying the course, of showing up when it's hard, of remaining true to your values, and compromise would be easier, of trusting God with the outcome while bringing everything you have to the day in front of you. Another one of my favorite Bible verses is, "Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path." God is always speaking to you. He's always telling you which steps you need to take, which direction you need to go in, all right? And basically the values you should be following. I believe that regrets are our guidance. They're telling us what we should do and shouldn't do. You never go and hit the gym and eat clean. You never work on your business and go, I shouldn't have done that, right? Because you know that it's true and alignment with your higher self. But if you do something that's not aligned with your values, what do you say? I shouldn't have done that. Because God is guiding you. He's trying to tell you what to do and what not to do. So, focusing on daily actions allows you to detach from the outcome. We're going to get onto that in a minute as well. That's another thing that I've observed with entrepreneurs, massive one coming up. When you become too attached to the result, peak performance becomes impossible. Your mind gets overwhelmed by the gap between where you are and where you want to be, fixating on every step required to get there, every variable outside your control, every possible way it could go wrong. The law of detachment is not about not caring. It is about trusting the process so completely that you can release the outcome and fully inhabit the present moment. You have done the internal work, you have set the direction. Your only job now is to show up fully and let go of what happens next. Commit your work to the Lord and your plans will be established. Again, going back to what I was just saying before. Commit your work to the Lord simply means, what is he telling you to do? What is the guidance he's giving you? All right, and just follow that. If he's saying to you, you need to wake up earlier, then do it. If he's telling you, you need to hit the gym and get in shape, then do it. If he's telling you, you need to focus more and work on your business more, then do it. Because you're not doing it for yourself. You're doing it to please God. Okay, you're doing it because it's not about you. It's about serving God. Yeah? The heart of man plans his way, but the Lord will establish his steps. Another beautiful Bible verse I mentioned before. But again, it's like we cannot control the outcome. We don't know what steps we're going to go down in our journey, but we can control if we show up every day with following our values, staying true, and having integrity. This is the highest form of action. You plan with intention, you execute with everything you have, and you release the result to God. That is it right there. One of the absolute biggest reasons I see entrepreneurs fail or not achieve their goals is simply because they give power to things outside of their control, taking their power away from what they can focus on. This is such a huge one. They're like, oh, I didn't close the deal. Oh, I didn't achieve this thing, whatever it is. It's like, yeah, but is that in your control? And furthermore, have you been focusing on the things that you should be doing? Have you been following your values every day? Because if the answer is no, the goal would never fulfill you anyway. So it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy where you're chasing this external thing and you know in your heart it's not going to bring you what you truly want. So you sabotage it anyway, right? So focus on the process, on the actions you have full control over, make them so easy it's impossible to fail, and build up from there. There is a psychological phenomenon that explains why the car, the revenue, the milestone, the launch, whatever it is, the recognition never delivers what you thought it would. It's called hedonic adaptation. Your brain wants to normalize whatever you achieve, acquire, or experience given enough time, because that's the new baseline, right? We've all been there where we go, let's say you go into a 5-star hotel, or you buy something new, or you live a certain lifestyle. And then after a few days or weeks, it becomes normal. And you're just like, this doesn't actually change anything. But the one thing that always gives us fulfillment, the one thing that forever allows us to feel good, is the journey and following our values and being true to our higher self. Tell me I'm wrong, right? It's facts. I don't care how much money you're making. I don't care what you're attaining. Wherever you go, there you are. And respect is earned every day. Respect is earned every day. And you have to earn that through following your values and the principles that are aligned with that. So the first month in the new apartment feels extraordinary, but by month 4, it's just where you live. The business hitting 6 figures felt like the dream. Now 7 figures is the minimum. Whatever you achieve, it will just become normal. The brain is not designed to let you rest in achievement. It is designed to keep you moving, always recalibrating what is normal, always raising the threshold of what produces satisfaction. From an evolutionary standpoint, this kept humanity progressing. But for the entrepreneur chasing fulfillment through outcomes, it's a trap with no exit. Because if the mechanism that delivers the satisfaction keeps moving the goalpost, you will never arrive. You will spend your entire life on one milestone away from feeling you are chasing. This is why the journey must be the reward. Now, I want to keep emphasizing, I'm not saying you shouldn't have goals and visions to strive for, but it's the intention in which you go after it. If you're constantly going after more money because you think in some way, shape, or form it's going to change you as an individual, you couldn't be more wrong. You have to look at who would you truly be as your highest self, right? If you had infinite money right now, who would you want to be? You have to be that. And like we've said many times now, the outcome and how we get there is out of our control. So we have to focus on the process. But we're not doing it we're doing it unconditionally because it's who we are, not because if I do this thing, I'm going to get something from it. It's just, I value waking up early. I value hitting the gym. I value making money. I value growing my business, right? I value doing the actions in my business because it shapes me as an individual. Then the byproduct is money. The byproduct is the physique and everything in between, right? So here's a beautiful Bible verse, right? And I wanted to break this one down in more detail. When I read it, I wanted to share this with you. Better a patient man than a warrior, a man who controls his temper than one who takes a city. Better a patient man than a warrior. A warrior defeats other people, but a patient man defeats his own impulses. Anger, frustration, the urge to react. That's the tougher fight. A man who controls his temper than one who takes a city. Conquering a city is a massive feat. It takes strength, strategy, and power. But the proverb says controlling your own anger beats even that. Because your temper unchecked can destroy everything a warrior ever built. The core idea is external power is impressive, internal discipline is greater. Anyone can explode. It takes real strength to stay calm. The hardest thing to do is rule yourself. Incredible. This was such a powerful verse for me to read and understand about. That is why, again, the journey is the destination. When you can master the minute, the hour, and the day, everything else will be taken care of. I want to really emphasize on this point here as well. Imagine, for example, you attain all of your goals, your vision, right? And you have all of these things, but you just don't feel good in yourself. You still have anger. You still have guilt, shame, apathy. Did you really win? Did you really win? You know the answer. So, business as an addition, right? One of my favorite, how many Bible verses have I got today, guys? For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world but lose his soul? This needs to be said clearly because most of what exists in the performance and entrepreneurship space teaches the opposite. Your business is not your life. Build your life around your business, not your business around your life. You were not created to sacrifice your health, your relationships, your joy, and your presence in the pursuit of money or losing yourself. The highest version of you, the person you are building towards through this entire framework, is not a person who grinds harder than everyone else. He is a man who is fully alive, who brings complete presence to his work and complete presence to his life outside of it, who can sit with the people he loves without his mind being somewhere else, who can rest without guilt, who can enjoy a Tuesday afternoon without having to justify it with productivity. So again, guys, I'm not saying to you, that you shouldn't love your business and be working hard on it, right? It's Friday, it's 5 p.m. right now, I'm here working hard. But what I'm saying to you is this, right? Do not lose yourself in the pursuit of growing your business and neglect other areas of your life. Because what for what? If your business is very purpose driven and it's like you're full on purpose and mission and passion, that could be slightly different. But again, it's like this, right? If you look at your truest self, the highest version of you, he's healthy, he's peaceful, he's loving, he's calm, he's relaxed, he's smart, he's studying, he's learning. Don't look at it from this paradigm of just chasing, and then you get there and you're like, why did I do all of this, right? And again, going back to the Bible verse, Mark 8:3-6, for what shall it profit a man if he should gain the whole world and lose his soul? It just doesn't make sense. And I'm sure we know many entrepreneurs who have done this. They've quite literally lost their soul in the pursuit of their goal. It's just not needed, guys. Stop chasing money and thinking you need money. No, you need God. You need to have a bigger purpose and a bigger mission and outside of just business, right? So I want you to think of it like this: building your business around your life and not your life around your business. Too many entrepreneurs fall into this trap where they start a business because they want to live a better life. No one starts a business and thinks, I want to become unhappier, I want to work more hours, be burned out, be stressed out, and everything else in between. No one would choose that, right? But they end up getting into this trap, in this prison where they just obsess about business all the time. And then they neglect their health and fitness, they neglect their relationships, they neglect other areas of their life. My whole point I'm trying to make is this: if you love business and you're like all in on business, you want to be all in on that thing, do not lose yourself in the pursuit of growing it. It just doesn't make sense. And I understand that we have this passion and we want to step into our purpose and our mission. But again, for what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his soul? If you know that your true version of yourself is healthy and fit and active, spend time going to the gym, right? Spend time with your loved ones. Spend time enjoying yourself. And look at business as an aspect of your life, not everything that you do. Because again, guys, let me ask you this. Do you believe at some level you can influence and create reality? You have a choice to decide exactly how it is, yes. Do you believe you have enough time to do all of the things that you want to do and still grow your business? Yes. So design your life like we spoke about in Module 1 on vision, and don't fall into the trap of just building your business and letting it consume you. And this is not just a action-based decision you will make, like, okay, I'm not going to spend all day today in my business. It is a psychological decision that you make to detach from the business, to not obsess about the business all day, every day. It's like when you go to the gym, you don't go to the gym and then you leave and you're constantly obsessed about the weights. Did I go up in reps? Did I go up in sets? No, you go to the gym, you handle business, you get out. You eat your food, you eat your macros, and you get out. This is how I believe business should be. It's a lie to think that business needs to consume us, and it has to be something that is controlling our life all the time. I believe it's Tony Robbins, and I think he runs or operates 60 businesses, something like that. So if somebody can manage 60 businesses, you think you can manage one and streamline it so you can have a life of freedom and joy. You were not put here to sacrifice your health, your relationships, your joy, and your presence in the pursuit of money or losing yourself. Wherever you go, there you are. This is precisely why the inner work comes first, the what, the who, and the why. Because the person who knows who they are and why they are building does not need the business to complete them. It brings completeness to the business. And from that place, the work is sustainable, energized, and genuinely enjoyable, not a grind you are waiting to escape. Like I was up last night, guys, till 1 a.m. working. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm still working hard, guys. I'm not here just like coasting and cruising in life. I was up till 1 a.m. working. It's now about to turn 8 a.m. in the morning, and here I am working again. But what I'm saying to you is this, guys, it's not done from this place of like, I need to do this, or I have to do this, that I love doing this, I get to do this, but I'm still going to go and hit the gym today. I'm still going to go out with my friends today. I'm still going to go and explore today. So what I'm trying to get at is, do not think that you have to have business consuming you all day, every day. And again, we can add into this, you know, in terms of business-wise, when it comes to actually building a business that's sustainable, you can obviously understand about building systems, building teams, and all of those things there, right? But that's an additional aspect of it as well. I'm not really going to dive into that in this video, right? But the overall thing I would say is this, right? Going back to the first principle, and we're about to dive into some fire after this, guys. I really can't wait to dive into this next part. You've got to realize that your vision is everything. Because if you do not have a clear vision of what you want your business to look like and who you must be, I promise you right now, you can have this idea of like, oh, I want to systemize it. I want to have more freedom. But if you can't conceive that in your mind, you'll never step into it. The man who waits for permission to enjoy the journey never arrives anywhere worth being. This is the day the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Guys, God made this day. This is, again, think about this, right? This journey we are all on, the journey of life, building our businesses. You've just got to shift your mindset from this paradigm of like, oh, this is where I have to just push and grind and burn out. It's an old story, guys. Even if you are in a phase right now, like myself, where you're working harder than ever and you are doing a lot of work, right? It's still done from a place of joy. Another Bible verse, consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trial of many kinds, because it produces perseverance. When you look back on the grind, let me ask you, when you look back on the times where you was working your hardest, weren't those the best times? So why would it be when you're going through it, it's challenging and you're resisting it, but when you look back, you're like, those times actually made me? Because it's your perception. It's the way you believe life should be. It's a struggle. It's not. It's an effortless flow. It's enjoyable. Because again, I've met too many entrepreneurs now. They're making millions of dollars, but they are so unfulfilled. They just feel so bad about themselves. They are drained. Why? It's a choice. It's a decision you are making. It quite literally is a decision you are making, because in any moment I can ask you, why are you happy right now? Why are you grateful for it right now? You can change your state. In fact, that's what we're about to dive into. If you're watching this full course, massive respect to you and congratulations, because your life is going to continuously change throughout this entire thing. But now we're about to dive into some even more powerful aspects of this module, right? This even, like when I was learning about this stuff, reminding myself about this, I learned this many years ago, but as I refreshed my memory on this during the creation of this, it reminded me how important this is, right? This is probably arguably one of the most important things you're going to learn in this module, in this training, the whole course, right? Now, there are going to be 5 habits. Now, before we get into those 5 habits, there is something that determines the quality of everything you do. Not the habits themselves, not the strategy behind them, it's your state. Your state is your current operating mode, and it determines more than any tactic, more than any external condition, and the quality of everything else that you produce. Your state equals the way you think, so your thoughts, your focus, your physiology, and your emotions. See, even as I start to talk about this, it reminds me of my state. And this is why, again, one of the biggest things I'm going to keep telling you guys is we need to be reminded more than we need to be taught. We need to be reminded more than we need to be taught. So, for example, if you're going through this training, right, the biggest thing you're going to take away from it is the number 4 lesson, the how. That right there is where you're going to see massive transformation. Because as you continuously read over the meditation, the winner worksheet, as you continuously read over your worksheet, the operating system of your results. Now, there are going to be 5 habits. And before we get into these 5 habits, there is something that determines the quality of everything you do. One of the most powerful things that I share with my clients and people I work with is this, right? It's not what you do, it's how you do it. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. It's the energy that you put into things, right? You can go to the gym, for example. If you go to the gym and you're half-assing it and you're putting in 50% effort, you're going to get 50% results back. If you're working in your business and you're putting in 50%, you're going to get 50% back. Now, when we're talking about this energy, guys, right? Energy is power. Energy is what creates stuff. Energy creates emotion. Emotion creates motion, as we discussed in many of the modules on this training. So when you're going to do your work, it is so important that you get into a peak state. I'm going to show you how to do that now, but even as I made this module and this specific module here, it reminded me just how important it is to be in a peak state, because you can know exactly what it is you want, you can know who you need to be, and you can know why you want these things. And arguably the what, the who, and the why will get you into a peak state, matching that with the how and the visualization process that I've given you guys, right? The pray, meditate, visualize. But here we're going to help you understand that even more. So as I've been building out this module, the modules, guys, I have learned so much for myself, and you can just see the value of all of these things combined, okay? So not the habits themselves that are going to change your life, the strategy behind them, it's your state. Your state equals your thoughts, your focus, your physiology, and your emotions. Your state is essentially how you create. When the state is off, even the right strategy produces the wrong result. You can know exactly what you want, you can know who you need to be, you can know why you want it, you can know how to program the mind, you can even know what you need to do. But if you're not in the right state, you will never fully step into your full potential. Because again, where focus goes, energy flows. So the feeling versus the state, this is a big different, we have to understand this differentiator here, because most people think state is like, oh, how I feel. No, we're not talking about feelings and emotions, right? We're not talking about that. We're talking about the state that you are in. A feeling is a single emotional signal. You can feel sad, anxious, excited, tired, or frustrated. It is just one input and it comes and goes, right? In any moment, your emotions can change. Yeah, if you think about, for example, something sad that happened in your life, you can feel sad. Yeah, if you think about a time when you felt happy in your life, you can feel happy. For example, I can feel tired, but still be in a state of gratitude. I can feel anxious, but still be in a state of confidence, right? A state is your overall operating mode, the combination of all four elements working together simultaneously. Most people surrender their state to their feelings, right? So they wake up in the morning like, oh, I feel tired. Let me snooze my alarm. But if you woke up and you was in a state of certainty and confidence, I am a winner, right? You could still feel tired. You could still feel sad, but your state is going to drive a behavior, right? A state that you're in. For example, there's been this example here is like, if there's a child under a burning car, a mum can quite literally lift the car up. She's still anxious, but she's in a state of certainty, I'm going to save my child. So the state we are in can be controlled. It can be chosen on demand. So again, they feel anxious and they let that single feeling collapse the entire state. One's feeling dictates the entire operating mode. The man who has mastered his state understands this distinction. He can feel anxious and still operate from a state of confidence. He can feel tired and still operate from a state of discipline. He can feel doubt and still operate from a state of faith. The feeling is information. The state is a choice. Right? Elite performers master their state. This is where I believe this is one area we should focus our discipline on. Disciplining the actions and doing, yes, but most importantly is disciplining the state of being we want to operate from. So whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, think about such things. So we can literally choose what we're thinking about. It literally says whatever is true, think about that. Whatever is noble, think about that. Whatever is right, think about that. Whatever is pure, think about that. Whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, think about such things. That's going to change your state. So again, the 4 pillars of state: thoughts, okay, focus, physiology, and emotions. So these are the 4 areas of state that we have to manage to be able to step into a peak state. So number 1 is your thoughts. Your dominant thoughts in any given moment are setting the direction of the state, not your intentions, your actual habitual automatic thoughts, the ones running beneath the surface while you do everything else. You could say your beliefs, right? Which we covered in the previous modules. So understanding again what I covered in the first ones, the vision and the identity, okay? As we get clear on these things and we impress them into our subconscious mind, we are going to be taking unconscious control of our thoughts. So we don't have to constantly use, like people talk about affirmations, right? Or self-talk. These are good, yes. But the problem with those is they are only done at a conscious level. When we start to impress them into the subconscious mind, they become beliefs. Once a belief is instilled, we don't question it. So it's an automatic response, right? So faith-based thoughts are focused on the vision, right? What it is you want, who you are becoming, on the certainty that the outcome is unfolding, right? Put your state into expansion. Fear-based thoughts focus on what could go wrong, on what you lack, on the gap between where you are and where you want to be, put you in a state of contraction. This is quite literally what happens. Love expands, which is faith, right? Abundance, this just high frequency, and fear contracts. So when you're in a state of fear, you quite literally contract. When you're in a state of love, you expand. So this is why you have to be very intentional about what you want to think about. Like I said, this is not about positive affirmations, right? And thinking positive thoughts. It's about programming your mind to believe the things that are true. Because we know that most of the beliefs you guys have are not true. They're not serving you. You just chose to accept them. So your thoughts is the first thing. Now, the way I look at it is like this, yeah? When you impress your subconscious mind with certain thoughts, certain beliefs, they get pushed into the subconscious mind. And when you say it throughout the day, you have more evidence to support the claim. Because if you go out there and you say, I am confident, right? But you subconsciously believe you're not, you're almost going to be subconsciously reinforcing you don't have confidence. Does that make sense? Like the word, if I say to you the word apple, what comes to mind? Some of you are going to think of an apple fruit. Some of you are going to think of an iPhone. Some of you think of Steve Jobs. The point is the word creates an image. The image creates a feeling. The word creates an image. The image creates a feeling. So when you're saying an affirmation to yourself, if you do not have the image, right, impressed into the subconscious mind of what that means, when you say the affirmation, it can sometimes be more damaging than good because it has no context in the subconscious mind. It thinks of images and feelings. But when you've impressed into your mind and you've read over your vision and you say, I am confident, and you've visualized that, and then you've gone out into the real world, you've taken action, you've reinforced that, you've reflected on that, then what we're doing is we're strengthening the evidence to support the belief. If you don't have evidence for the belief, it's going to be very hard for you to believe in the belief. Quite simply, that's how a belief is, because you hear the thought and then you start to believe it and then you start to stack evidence to support this claim. Okay, so number one is your thoughts. We've covered this in module number 1 and 2 massively. Number 2 is your focus. Where focus goes, energy flows. This is not a motivational phrase, it's a neurological fact. Whatever you direct your attention towards, your brain amplifies. It filters the world through that lens and finds more evidence to confirm whatever you are focused on. Focus on problems, your brain finds more problems. Focus on opportunities, your brain finds more opportunities. Focus on the identity of the man you are becoming, your brain begins to see the world through that man's eye and behaves accordingly. So let me prove this to you, okay? I want you right now, I think we already done this in the training actually. I'm pretty sure we already done this, but let's do it again, right? Look around and look for everything that is around you that is blue. All right, so I can see blue over there. I can see blue here. I can see blue over there. Okay, now, if you close your eyes, I can see blue over there. If you close your eyes, I'll do the same. I'm going to think of a random color. Think of everything you saw that was brown. So I'm trying to think. I can't actually remember anything I saw that was brown. I'm trying to remember. Now, if you open your eyes and look, okay, there's brown right next to me, right? There's soil there, and in the soil there's like these brown rocks. There's brown all over there. The trees behind me, brown right here as well. Brown over there, the chair. This is the point, guys. Your RAS, your reticular activating system, is only going to look for the things that you tell it to look for. And what it will do is it will support your claims. So if you have told your mind, if you have programmed your mind to look for, let's say, lack or scarcity, it's going to find that. But if you look for opportunity and success and everything else, you will find that. And when you match that with what it is you want, and most importantly, the identity, the person who you must be, guys, watch how your life transforms rapidly. So where focus goes, energy flows. Where you're focusing your thoughts on what you're putting your energy onto, you're gonna find it. So this is why you got to program into your mind what it is that you want. Now, number 3, physiology. This is such a big one, right? Your body is not separate from your state. It is a generator of it. Stand tall, breathe deeply, move with intention. They are the direct inputs into the state. The body communicates to the brain. This is the person who is confident, who is ready, who is capable. Studies consistently show that posture, breathing patterns, and facial expression directly influence the neurochemical environment of the brain. You can change your state in seconds by changing your body first. This is why it's so important you exercise and move your body. Right? In the morning, I love to move my body and get it going, whether I'm doing stretching or some form of cardio. I had a cold shower this morning as well. Why? To get into a peak state. So your physiology, you'll notice this, guys, just by changing the way you sit can massively increase your confidence, your power, your certainty in yourself. Now, number 4, we're going to be diving a bit deeper into this one right now, is emotions. This is where most entrepreneurs are unknowingly sabotaging everything, because it's not just about whether your emotions are high or low, it's about what is driving them. It is about the fuel source underneath each action. So most men who are working hard, staying disciplined, pushing towards a vision are doing it from the wrong place, and they don't even know it. They are operating from guilt, they're operating from shame, they're operating from fear. I should be further ahead than this. That's guilt. Something is fundamentally wrong with me. Shame. What if this doesn't work out? What if I'm not enough? Fear. And as you can see, these are all low frequency emotions, guys. So yeah, you can push. You can achieve your goals from a state of fear and grief and apathy and shame and whatever else. But it's like, why? You are choosing that. You are choosing that. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. These emotions can produce movement, yes, but in short term, guilt and shame can drive a man to work harder, push further, stay later, and so he mistakes them for discipline. He thinks that discomfort means he is serious, that the suffering means he is committed, but guilt and shame are contraction states. They pull the nervous system inward, they narrow the vision, they make the work feel like a punishment, like something you do to make up for what you lack, not something you do because of who you are. This is the overall thing I'm saying, guys. We're not saying, oh, don't work hard. You know, don't go after your goals. How are you going after your goals, my bro? Your default state of being is love, peace, and joy. The fruit of the Holy Spirit. Yeah? That is your default state of being. So why would you say, if I gave you the choice to operate from love, peace, and joy, more in a flow state, enjoying your life, happier, more fulfilled, more grateful, more abundant, versus being in a state of shame, guilt, lack, right? Which one would you choose, my bro? Exactly. This is why I say to you, I truly believe the weakest men, the weakest people are the ones that just keep operating from low emotions because they don't want to face the pain. So they just keep running from it and running from it and running from it. And I promise you right now, whatever you suppress, right, it will find a way to be expressed into your outward reality. That's a law of the subconscious mind. Whatever is impressed into the subconscious will have to find a way to be expressed. So if you right now know you have guilt, you have shame, you have these low frequency emotions controlling you, if you don't deal with them, they will keep on popping up in your reality. Because God wants to free you. He wants you to operate from love. So you cannot sustain a life built on shame. You cannot build something lasting from fear. The foundation is weak, and the higher you build on it, the harder it falls. Everyone then who hears these words of mine and does them will be like a wise man who built his house on the rock. And the rain fell, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat on that house. But it did not fall, because it had been founded on the rock. And everyone who hears these words of mine and does not do them will be like a foolish man who built his house on the sand. And the rain fell, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat against the house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it, right? So this is it, guys. Go ahead. Please, guys. If you don't agree with this, go ahead and build your life from low frequency emotions, right? Build your life from shame. Build your life from guilt. Build your life on anger. Watch how 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it will come crashing down. This is exactly what happened to myself. I built my life on weak emotions, anger, sadness, pushing, grinding. I am not enough. When I make more money, I'll finally be enough. Everything, you know what I'm talking about, everything in between. And I got to the level where I was making a lot of money. I was traveling the world. I had the freedom. I was going everywhere I wanted. Dubai, Bali, Thailand, right? Spain. Just living my dream life. And then it all came crashing down. Why? Because I was building on a weak foundation. And I just know as I got closer to God, he had to show me this, right? So again, for you watching this right now, yeah, it's just a decision. Do you want to live from love or fear? It's an easy answer, guys. Yeah, let's go. So this is one of the most important distinctions in your spiritual life as well as your performance. God convicts, shame condemns. Massive lesson coming up, guys. Conviction is gentle, clear voice that says, this isn't aligned with who you are called to be. Return. It's restorative. It points towards the path. It carries hope. Right? It's like, hey, bro, like, this isn't who you are. Let's reassess what's going on here, and let's see how we can change this. Condemnation is the crushing weight that says you are the problem. You are broken. You will never be enough. It's destructive. It does not point towards a path. It just presses down. This is why those entrepreneurs that say, oh, you need to build your business on shame. You need to just be sad. Bro, you are a loser, bro. And I mean that with respect in the sense of you are losing at life because your paradigm is life should be suffering. Life should be painful. Life should be a constant battle. That is an internal wound, right? Just projecting outwards. And then you're trying to fix it by working on your business. Whoever constructed this story in their head, and it's like, yeah, this is how it should be. It doesn't make any sense to me, and I don't accept that narrative at all. I believe I'm a man of God, and God loves me, and God wants me to operate from love. Again, this isn't to say we're not going to have challenges. This isn't to say we're not going to get tested, but consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever we face trials of many kind. Right? One comes from God, the other does not. The man who understands the distinction stops using shame as a motivational tool. He stops performing and going against God. He stops building from a place of proving something, and he starts building from something entirely different. Right? Again, this is why these entrepreneurs are depressed, or they're just sad, or they operate from apathy. Come on, guys. Like, this is explaining to you why. So again, it's like how we think, feel, and act. Now, the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such thing there is no law. These are high frequency states, guys. But the fruit of the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, is love, joy, peace, forbearance, right? Which basically means to persevere. Kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. So when you're in the Holy Spirit, bro, you're not stressing. You're not worried. You're not anxious. Just have faith. You trust. That's it. So they expand the nervous system, right? The state you operate from determines not just the quality of your results, but the quality of your life in the process of building them. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. So let's talk about how to apply all of this, guys. But before we do that, I just want to recap all of this, because we covered a few different topics in this module so far, but ultimately it's like this, guys, right? Taking action is about building habits, right? It's about making it automatic and effortless and systemized to take the actions that you know are in alignment with what you actually want. So if you know, okay, well, yeah, if I do this habit, it's going to make my life better. How do we take the bad habits and replace them for good habits? Then we've identified that the journey is the destination. We're not trying to arrive somewhere, guys. We're not trying to get to a destination and sprint there and think that that's finally going to change our life. The journey is the destination. And then in the pursuit of the goal, right, it's about being in the right state. It's about being grateful. It's about operating from joy, from peace, from love, and truly enjoying this process. And again, I want to emphasize this, guys. This isn't going to happen overnight. Like, you're consuming this content right now. This is a lifelong journey, in my opinion, right? And as you start to understand these principles and you really apply them, I can guarantee you right now, it's going to make you more money than anything you've ever learned before. I promise you this right now, yeah? It's going to allow you to be more happier. It's going to allow you to be more fulfilled. It's going to allow you to be more peaceful. It's going to allow you to just live an overall better life. That's it. So once we understand these things, guys, now we're going to be talking about how to actually, like, logically apply these things. Because like I mentioned before, I'm not one of these mindset coaches that's just on the all this woo-woo stuff, like, oh, just manifest it, you know, just visualize and it will come to you. Like, no, my bro. Like, you can sit there and visualize, but if you snooze your alarm, what are you doing? If you don't work out, what are you doing? If you don't do the work, what are you doing? Like, you got to match you got to match the thinking with action, right? You've got to be able to align the thinking, and when you align the thinking, when you have that internal knowingness, then you take action from that paradigm. This is it, guys. I'm not saying we just sit here and we manifest stuff. I'm not that guy. Trust me. So the Discipline 30 is a system I've created, and I've been using it myself now for many years. Now, Discipline 30, it's not a motivational program. It's not a challenge. It is not a burst of intensity designed to produce a short-term result. It's a system. All right, it's 5 daily habits repeated with consistency over intensity, designed to keep your mind, body, and identity locked into the person you are becoming every single day for 30 days until those habits stop feeling like effort and start feeling like an identity. The goal is to complete 30 days, right? Celebrate the success, and then go again until these habits become who you are, and they are a part of your daily routine, and then you increase the intensity, okay? I'm going to dive into that more in a moment, what I mean by this. Let me just run through it. So for me now, meditating for 60 minutes a day, effortless. Working hours a day, effortless. Working out and eating my macros, effortless. Studying and learning daily is effortless. Planning and reflecting on my day is effortless. But once, they were hard to execute on. Using the Discipline 30, they slowly became easier and easier, and that is exactly what the Discipline 30 will help you do. Every time you complete 5 habits, you send a signal to your subconscious mind. This is who I am now. And the subconscious, which accepts whatever is repeated with conviction, begins to accept it as truth. So what we're focusing on here, guys, right, this is the biggest shift you need to understand, because so many people are in. I promise you right now, when I speak to entrepreneurs, right, I was coaching yesterday a sales team that I've done, upwards of $3 million a month sometimes. And I was talking to them and I was like, do you guys have limiting beliefs? They're like, yeah. Do you guys have low frequency emotions? Yeah. Do you guys have bad habits? Yes. Okay then. So I broke down for them, how the subconscious mind works. I wrote all of this information about what we've covered so far in this course. And I asked them this question, right? It's like, okay, what needs to happen next? And I'll ask this to many, many different entrepreneurs. What needs to happen next? Their paradigm is always this, right? Oh, take more action. Wake up earlier. Basically do more. I'm like, no. You have to realize, guys, it's not about doing more. It's about being more. It's about changing the behavior. It is about changing the identity. If you do not change the identity, you will always go back to the way you see yourself. I cannot emphasize this point enough. People hear my teachings, yeah? They don't understand them most of the time. It goes over their head because they're so programmed to live in a certain way. They've been so brainwashed to think a certain way, but you just have to understand this right now. It is not about doing more, guys. It is about being more. We're going to get into this, right? So this is such an important lesson, guys. Like, I can't even begin to emphasize how important this stuff is, right? Identity first, behavior follows. The key focus here for the Discipline 30 is consistency over intensity. Okay, you want to make it so easy and simple that you cannot fail. Over time, repetition, and with consistency, it will begin to slowly shift your identity in how you see yourself. And when you change the way you see yourself, you will naturally act in alignment with that individual. The other reason this is extremely powerful, because you will begin to link pleasure to the actions. And when you link pleasure to it, you will want to do it. I don't do to become disciplined. I am disciplined, therefore I do. All right, so it's a shift in identity. I am, so I do. The goal here is to build a new identity and over time increase the intensity. I'm going to keep repeating that, guys. So let me just recap this, okay? Building discipline, taking action is not about just taking action. Because I'll ask you guys right now, yeah, have you been disciplined in the past? You're going to tell me, yeah, bro, I've been disciplined. Have you been consistent in the past? Yeah, I've been consistent in the past. Okay, then the question is, why did you stop? Why did you stop? It's because you don't see yourself as that individual. You don't see yourself as that guy. So what you do is you push, and then you go back to the default way you see yourself. What I've done with the Discipline 30, and this is again from years of coaching, guys. This program here, the Discipline 30, is elite, right? You are building on 5 daily habits which help you master your mental, physical, financial, spiritual, and emotional well-being, right? The reason I'm doing all of them is because I don't want to just win in one area of my life. And if you just want to win financially, okay, that's down to you. But I mean, no one willingly chooses to just win in one area. If you could win in all areas, you would, right? So when you're building on these habits, right? Let's say I know meditation is going to change my life, right? I know working out is going to change my life. I promise you now, the reason you don't do it is because of the mental resistance you have towards it. That's it. It's a mental game. Most people think, okay, I'm going to work out. Like, this is going to be my year. I'm going to get jacked, right? And they start going to the gym and then they stop. You need to think of it like this. If you can be consistent and reflect and acknowledge this is who I am, you will start to link pleasure to this behavior. And when you start to link pleasure to the behavior, then you will be inclined and wanting to do it. Once you can just have that psychological shift where you link pain to, let's say, skipping the gym, or pain to eating bad food, and you can link pleasure to eating clean food and hitting the gym, or you can link pleasure to working on your business, and you can link pleasure to growing in whatever area of your life and pain to not, you will by default subconsciously move towards that. Now, as I mentioned in the previous lesson on the reason why, we covered the understanding your reason why, the pleasure and the pain. You're not always going to feel motivated, guys, and I understand that. But what I'm trying to get you guys to do is this, right? I want you guys to build the habit. This is the whole point. Habits are automated behaviors. Think about that word. Automated behaviors. It is now easier for me to meditate for an hour every day than it would be easier for me to scroll Instagram for an hour. Like yesterday, I went out with some friends. I came back at around 11 p.m. What's the first thing I done when I came home? Meditated for an hour. Meditated for an hour. I didn't come home and scroll. I came home and I meditated for 1 hour. And then I planned my day and reviewed my day. And then I updated my team. And then I done some more work and I recorded a meditation for one of my clients. The point is, guys, the point I'm trying to make, it is harder for me. It's harder for me to come home and just do what the most people do, to scroll social media, waste time, whatever else. It's harder for me to do that. Why? I'm no different from you. I've just programmed my mind to do this. When I first started meditating, for example, I couldn't do it for longer than 5 minutes, bro. I couldn't do it for longer than 5 minutes. But as I started to build the habit and the consistency, I started to love it more and more and more and more. And it started to become something that I wanted to do. So the same with the 5 habits I'm going to break down for you now. They are easier for me to do those than for me to not do them, right? So the minimum for each habit is 10 minutes. And I'm going to break this all down for you, don't worry. The minimum for each habit is 10 minutes. The goal is to increase the intensity the more disciplined 30s you complete. The reason we have 10 minutes is because 10 minutes removes the friction. The biggest enemy of consistency is not laziness, like most people think. It is the feeling that you don't have enough time to make it worth it. And it's like, it's not just the time you have. It's like, you know, I have to go for an hour. And then it's like I said, you link pain to it. So you just resist it, guys. It's like, you know what to do. You know what you should do, but you don't do it because the mental resistance you're creating in your mind. So 10 minutes destroys that excuse. And once you start, most days you will keep going, right? Start small, stack wins, and let the identity build from the inside out. It does not matter how slowly you go as long as you do not stop. And I want to emphasize this point real quick as well, yeah? If you can't commit to 10 minutes for 5 habits each day, you just don't want to win. There's one thing I can't teach you, and that's hunger. There's one thing I can't teach you, and that is hunger. If you cannot say, I'm going to commit for 10 minutes on each of these habits that I know is going to change my life for 30 days, 50 minutes of your day, you just don't want it bad enough. I've made this program, the Discipline 30, so easy, so simple, that you quite literally cannot fail unless you just don't want to win. I can't explain it any other way, right? Again, I can't teach you guys hunger. So here's 5 habits broken down, right? Let me see. I think I broke it down. We've already covered them, actually. Here they are. So number 1 is planning, right? Number 1 is planning your day. All right, I'm going to go overview them first, and then we're gonna jump into the in-depth of them, right? Planning your day, meditation, deep work, working out, and studying. The reason why I'm telling you guys, been doing this now for many, many years. These are the 5 habits. These are the only 5 habits you need to change your life. The only 5 habits you need. I used to have, instead of planning, it was wake up at 6 a.m. every day. But I realized some people, they might be better off waking up at like 8 a.m., for example. So these are principles, guys, right? Think about this. If you tell me your identity and what do you value, you're going to tell me, well, I value being more peaceful. I value having clarity. I value certainty. I value growing my business. We do these things here. These are principles. So if you plan your day, then you follow the plan. If you meditate, you're going to be more calm, you're going to be more present. And of course, when I talk about meditation, I'm talking about going within, opening, visualization, praying. Deep work is going to grow your business. It's going to allow you to be focused. Working out is going to keep you in peak state and energy. And then studying is going to keep your mind sharp. So I have really thought about this deeply over my journey, and these are the only 5 habits you need. And what you'll notice is when you do these habits, it's going to feed into other habits. It's going to be a positive reinforcement. All right. So habit number 1 is planning your day. Now, planning your day, probably one of the most important habits of them all, because if you don't plan your day, you're going with the flow. And if you're going with the flow, you're going to just do whatever you feel like. Okay. If you understand again the power of the conscious mind versus the subconscious mind, if you don't have a plan, what you're going to default to your subconscious patterns. But when you have a plan, you can then channel and focus your consciousness onto these actions that need to get done, and then you just have the discipline to follow through. If you don't have a plan for the day, you're going to just, like I said, do random things. You're going to be operating from your past programming. So having a plan is very, very, very important. So most entrepreneurs start their day by operating on their phone and just being reactive. This is what they do. They just wake up and they're reactive. Guys, let me share this with you as well, right? Time right now is 8:32. This is my phone here. All right? You can see on this phone, there's literally nothing on here. There's nothing on here. Why is that? Because this is my alarm phone. My other 2 phones that I have, my business phone and my personal phone, they're turned off. Why would I wake up and go on my personal phone or my business phone when I've got a big project that I'm working on right now that requires my full focus and attention? It doesn't make any sense, right? Why would I go on my phone before I've prayed and connected to God? It doesn't make any sense. So you just got to realize that if you, again, this kind of links to planning your day, and it also links to your identity as well. But when you have a plan for the day as well, I just find that I'm way more likely to 100% more likely to follow that through because I am disciplined. I am, so I do. And it's just easier, guys. I wake up on this phone as well, right? I'll show you right now. What do I have open? My Discipline 30, okay? And inside of here, I have my plan for the day. All right, so you can see exactly what I'm getting done. 6:45 alarm, 7:30 study, 8 work, record the course module second part, and then I'm going to be recording other aspects of the program. 12, and then I've just put here up till 12 o'clock, right? And then after that, I've got some other things I'm doing today. I'm going to have more of a free flow day in the afternoon because I'm leaving. Anyway, the point of the matter is plan your day, have it in time frames. Now, most people, what do? They wake up before the day they've even had a single intentional thought. They're already reacting to emails, to messages, to other people's priorities. The day has been hijacked before it's even begun. Planning will help you override this. It will allow you to be proactive rather than being reactive, guys. This is the main point. Without planning, you are just going to do what you feel like and most likely take the path of least resistance and the easy choice. One of my favorite quotes by Brian Tracy, I remember reading this many, many years ago. Effective performance is preceded by painstaking preparation. Committing to a plan, deciding in advance what you will do, when and how long for, reduces decision fatigue and eliminates the cognitive cost of choosing in the moment and dramatically increases the probability of follow through. You do the hard thinking once and then you simply execute. The conscious mind can only process, like we've mentioned, 40 to 50 bits per second. Is very narrow and it's very focused. The subconscious can process 11 million bits per second, running constantly in the background, processing everything your senses take in, regulating your heartbeat, your breathing, posture, emotions, memories, and habits simultaneously. When you don't plan, you hand control to the subconscious mind. That means your day is run by habits, impulses, emotions, autopilot, and not intention. You react instead of direct. When you sit down and plan, you use your conscious mind deliberately, that narrow but powerful flashlight to program the subconscious mind in advance. So that's what we're doing here. We are taking the time, right, to take a step back and plan and think about what do I need to get done tomorrow. Then we just have to go and look at the plan logically and go, okay, let me do that. And you go into autopilot. And again, this is the beauty, guys. That's what I'm saying to you. I've thoroughly thought this entire program through, as you can see, right? When you have the vision, what it is you want, you know exactly what vision you're building for your life. You have the goals, you have the vision. Okay, boom. We know where we're going. We know what we're building. 2, we know who we must be, the identity of that individual. We are impressing that. We're like, this is the individual, that the way they think, the way they feel, the way they act. 3, we know why we want to get there. We have the emotional, compelling reason why. 4, we begin to program that into our subconscious mind, right? Using the mind system, meditation, praying, visualizing. We're seeing that. We're experiencing that. We're writing our goals down. We're impressing it into the subconscious. When you have these elements aligned, coming to take action is going to feel a lot easier, guys. I'm telling you. Because you know what it is you want, who you are, why, you know how you're going to get there. And then you now have the Discipline 30 that's going to allow you to take the conscious action. All right? So once the subconscious has a clear target, it works 11 million bits per second in your favor, noticing opportunities, keeping you on track, filtering distractions. It becomes your engine, not your obstacle. Like we've said before as well, your mind is a goal-seeking mechanism. Your mind is a goal-seeking mechanism. So you've got to program it into your mind. Without planning, the subconscious defaults to what's familiar. Old habits, comfort, distraction. You spend your 40 conscious bits reacting all day. Willpower drains fast because every decision is made in the moment. And with planning, you make the hard decisions once, in advance, when you're calm. The subconscious then executes automatically. Discipline becomes easier because the path is already laid out. One of the main reasons you do not have discipline is because you lack clarity. Think about the times when you have clarity on what you want, right, and the outcomes. When you can see it clearly in your mind, it's so much easier to execute and do the work. Clarity is power. Planning also builds self-trust. Every time you write down a plan and execute on it, you send a message to your subconscious mind, I am the man who does what he says he's going to do. All right? This is why it's important to reflect and review your days, one of the habits we're talking about right now. and weak, so you can see the person you have been with clear evidence. One of the biggest lies people believe is this: you don't become confident by shouting affirmations in the mirror, but by having a stack of undeniable proof that you are already who you say you are. Outwork your self-doubt. Now, this is going a bit off topic for planning, but I want to emphasize this because when we're talking about planning, I'm talking about planning and reviewing your day. If I ask you right now, are you confident, right? Why are you not confident? You can tell me. But if I ask you right now, why are you confident? You can tell me. It's simply down to where you focus your energy. The truth is you are already confident. You just stopped believing you were. This paradigm is backwards. You see, you don't build confidence by stacking proof. You already are confident, right? So look for it and reinforce that into your identity. Think about it. If you build from the paradigm, I am not confident, when do you decide, now I am confident? And on top of that, in the pursuit of the goal, if you believe you are not confident, what type of action does a person who does not see themselves as confident take? You were not born thinking, I am not confident. At some point through repetition, environment, and experience, you absorbed that belief and that you weren't enough, and your subconscious accepted it without question. That belief has been running on autopilot ever since. So the real question isn't how do I earn confidence? The real question is, when did you decide you were not confident? When did you stop believing? Because you didn't lose confidence through lack of achievement, you lost it through a shift in belief. And if a belief with no evidence could convince you that you weren't enough, then the same power of belief can bring it back. You just need to apply what we spoke about in module 4. All right? So how to plan your day, write out your outcomes for the day, put them into time blocks, follow the plan with discipline. Now, I want to emphasize on what I just covered there because I went a bit off the topic of planning, but I want to emphasize this, guys. When you plan your day, it's not just about planning your day, it's about reviewing the day as well. Like I would say arguably that reflection and reviewing is just as important as planning, because if you just keep on planning and doing, but you don't take time to review, you can't see your blind spots. On top of that, if you do not recognize the progress you're making and start to acknowledge that, you're constantly going to be operating from a paradigm of, I'm trying to get somewhere. When you reflect and review a day and you cross and tick off the wins, you're like, this is who I am. Again, like I was mentioning there, so many people, right? Probably all of you watching this right now, the fact, for example, doesn't a confident person invest time into learning how to improve their life? 100%. So you watching this right now, you have evidence to support that you are confident. Just by watching this far into the modules, you are confident by default because you have studied into this program to improve your life. Does that make sense? So essentially, guys, planning is putting in time. This is the way you want to plan, right? You want to break down the time frames for the day, step by step. 2 is you want to break down the outcomes for the day. 2, you want to put them into time frames. And then 3, you want to work the plan. It really is that simple. In fact, let me show you this real quick as well. So as you can see, this is the Discipline 30, okay? And as you come into this, we can see here, I'm going to pull up one of these ones, for example. So as you can see here, inside day 4, for example, I have my outcomes, I have my time frames for the day, and then I have my daily reflection. What did I do good today, right? What could I have done better today? You get the point. So, like I said, these are the 5 habits: plan, meditate, work out, deep work, study, and the progress here. The key is this, guys. You're going for 100% success rate, right? If you can't, if you can't do 10 minutes a day, I don't know what to tell you. This is the rule. Like, you do 10 minutes a day of each habit forever. Not that's it. And like I've said to you guys, sometimes I might study for 10 minutes, right? Sometimes I might study for an hour, but the minimum is 10 minutes. But like I've said, for me, meditation now, I do an hour a day, minimum. It's just, that is my baseline now, right? So the minimum you do is 10 minutes, but feel free to increase it. And this is, an elite system, in my opinion, how to change your life. So yeah, that's that. Anyway, going back to this. So that is how we want to plan the day. Like I said, I know I went into a bit off topic here on specifically planning, but I wanted to emphasize that you guys have to review your day so you can recognize and acknowledge who you are. Okay, so number 1 habit is planning. Okay, again, there's so many other things I could dive into in this module, but it's just going to go too in depth, right? But when it comes to planning, it's very, very important as well that this is in alignment with the vision you've created in module number 1. So you have this big vision for your life, okay? You have the ultimate vision for your life, and then you have what I call the next chapter. So you write down these shorter term visions, which are like quarterly, 3 to 6 months, right? Around that time frame. And you put 3-month plans, 1-month plans, 1-week plans, and then daily plans. And if you take care of your day, you take care of your week. If you take care of your week, you take care of your month. If you take care of your month, you take care of your quarter. That's how you want to break these things down. The heart of man plans his way, the Lord will establish his steps. It doesn't mean that the plan is always going to come to fruition, okay? But the golden rule is this: do not change the vision, but you might have to change the plan. Mike Tyson said, everyone has a plan till they get punched in the face. But again, I'm trying to, in this program, guys, that like I said, there is so many other things I can dive into, but it would quite literally be a 30-hour program. And I want to just kind of give you the overall foundational points, which is what, who, why, how, and doing. And I nearly didn't even include the how and the doing into this program, but I was like, they have to be in here, right? So number 1 habit is planning. For now, just think about planning your day, but let's just focus on that. Number 2, meditation, guys. Now, when I think about meditation, for me is this, right? Meditation is about channeling my focus onto an intention. That's how I describe meditation for myself, right? So when I'm meditating, I like to meditate, then I like to pray, and I like to visualize. This is what I like to do. Beautiful Bible verses: be still and know that I am God, right? The number 1 habit you can form is spending time in silence and stillness, and within that time frame of silence, you're going to meditate, pray, and visualize. Without it, you're going to take action from your old state. You're going to take action from your old identity. You're not going to have a relationship with God. You're basically not going to know yourself, and knowing yourself is arguably one of the most important things you can ever do. Because when you know yourself, you can take congruent, aligned actions. So every morning before the world gets in, you have a choice. You can let the day set your state, reactive, scattered, pulled in every direction, or you can set your state first and then move through the day from that foundation. Meditation is how you set that state. A consistent meditation practice produces changes in the prefrontal cortex, reduces the amygdala reactivity, lowers cortisol, and increases the neurochemicals associated with focus, clarity, and calmness. And I actually went in to understand these deeper, guys, when I was doing my research, because I like to know why I'm doing something more. And I've been meditating for many, many years now, but these studies even surprise me to some degree. Prefrontal cortex, this is your planning, decision making, and impulse control center. Meditation literally thickens the gray matter here. More developed PFC, right? Better at long-term thinking, staying regulated under pressure, and choosing response over reaction. Guys, why would you not meditate? Number 2, amygdala reactivity. The amygdala is your threat detector. It fires when you're stressed, anxious, or triggered. Meditation shrinks its reactivity. Stuff that used to hijack you emotionally just doesn't land as hard. You get longer gap between stimulus and response. So think about it, as an entrepreneur, fear can drive us so much, yeah? When you meditate, pray, and visualize, it goes away. Cortisol, your primary stress hormone, chronically elevated cortisol destroys focus, tanks testosterone, disrupts sleep, and keeps you in survival mode. Meditation brings it down systematically over time, not just in the session, but as a baseline. Spiritually, it is listening to the side of your relationship with God. Prayer speaks, meditation listens, both are needed. With my meditation practice, I like to pray and visualize, like I mentioned. And we've kind of covered this already, actually, in the previous modules and in the how. But this is why for my clients, I give them a custom-built meditation that will allow them to get into the peak state, focus their thoughts on the vision and their goals, raise their emotions, and get them in to see the highest version of themselves. So again, for me, meditation is basically time in silence. And as I meditate, as I become more calm, I then pray and I visualize. And like I mentioned there, this is why I give to my clients a custom meditation that quite literally gets them into a lower brainwave. As we discussed in the how section, we lower their brainwave so their conscious mind shuts down, and then I look at their goals and their visions and what they're moving towards, their identity, and I walk them through a specific visualization sequence that will bypass the conscious mind, go into their subconscious mind, and reprogram their mind. This is how I'm able to get the client results. You'll see them on this channel. You'll find the information, whether you go to check us out on the website. If you're a serious entrepreneur and you're watching this far, you probably are going to end up working with us just by this value alone. Like, you understand we can help you, but you get my point. So that is one of the things we heavily work on with our clients, is the reprogramming of the subconscious mind using the pray, meditate, visualize technique. So that is that part, right? Meditation is the second habit. The third habit is deep work. Okay, it's focused work that's going to actually move the needle in your business, right? Again, deep work is what I'm doing right now. It's 8:48 in the morning. I have not been on my phone. I have not opened up any other distractions. I'm focused on recording this module. That's it. I'm not thinking about replying to people. I'm not thinking about the next things I need to do. I am focused on one task at hand. Deep work is the habit that produces results. Deep work is the ability to sit down with full presence, no distractions, no interruptions, no split attention, and bring everything you have to work that actually matters. Most entrepreneurs are addicted to shallow work, emails, notifications, reactive tasks. They feel busy, but they are not building. Busyness is not progress, it's the illusion of progress. This is also where detachment principle pays dividends. When you are fully present in the work, not watching yourself work, not measuring every action against the outcome, the quality of output is categorically different. You are not forcing, you are flowing. Right? Understand this Bible verse. Whoever watches the wind will not plant, whoever looks at the clouds will not reap. Basically saying that there's never going to be the perfect time. Okay? And if you're just constantly waiting for the right moment, it's never going to come. Right? So you want to identify the one thing, the single highest leverage activity that moves your business and vision forward most directly. Remove all distractions, phone silent and face down or out of the room, or just have a phone where you don't have any access to external things entirely, and set a timer for 90 minutes is the optimal window for sustained focus before cognitive performance begins to decline, and then just do the work. Yeah. If 90 minutes feels impossible, start small and build up. For this habit here, do 10 minutes. Link it to pleasure and build up, right? Using the discipline 30, then go again. The goal is not the length of the session. The goal is the quality of the presence and essentially how much pleasure you link to this behavior. So again, guys, look at this, yeah? The truth of the matter is we know what to do. You probably heard these habits before, plan your day, meditate, do the deep work. But again, you have to make sure that you're using the discipline 30 so you can program this into your mind, so you can stay consistent rather than being intense. Right? Build up. If you do 10 minutes of deep work every day and you link it to pleasure, I promise you the next day you're going to want to go back. If you do like 4 hours of work and then you feel tired and drained after it, you're going to subconsciously link it to pain and you're going to resist wanting to do it again. Okay? So deep work is essentially doing the work, guys. Now, the other thing I want to mention onto this, I really believe, this is what I've observed, for myself before I started to apply these principles, and for many people I've observed, whether I've worked with them or just observed them in general, what most entrepreneurs are doing is, the reason they're so reactive and the reason they're so just in this state of reactivity, scrolling Instagram, checking notifications, checking Slack and everything else in between, is because ultimately they don't feel good now. They don't feel peace now. They don't feel joy. They don't feel love. So what they're doing is they're looking for these external things to give them validation, to confirm everything that they're trying to get. So like, for example, let's say you constantly look at your Stripe account, or you're constantly looking at the Slack channel. Well, what's that doing? It's giving you a feeling, right? Well, when you've mastered your state, when you're in a peak state, like right now I'm so calm, I just feel peace, I just feel relaxed, I feel love, I feel joy. Why would I need to look for external things to give me a feeling? I already am, right? And that's why I believe so many entrepreneurs, they're constantly anxious and stressing out, is because they have programmed themselves to be in this constant state of like chasing and survival. And it's like, even when you make the money, you go back to this default here. So ultimately, it's really about, you can see how these all interlink together, but, being in this peak state, getting yourself into the right state, and then focusing and then letting go of these external things that are giving you false dopamine and everything in between, right? So that's a huge point I wanted to get across there. Now, number 4, guys, working out. Your body is the vehicle for everything you're building on. For me, working out is more than just building a physique. It's a mental, physical, and even spiritual practice. When you crush a gym workout, you build discipline, focus, consistency, and your character. You also feel so much better in terms of energy levels and confidence and power. The workout habit builds the identity of the man who honors himself and his body, who shows up for himself even when no one is watching, who keeps a commitment to himself, the most important commitment there is. Every rep is a vote for the man you are becoming. The hand of the diligent will rule, but the lazy will be put to forced labor. So I mean, look, guys, yeah, when we're talking about this as well, it does not need to be complex weights. It doesn't need to be complex weights, running, boxing, swimming, body weight. The modality matters far less than the consistency. What matters is that you move every day, that you raise your heart rate, that you put your body under productive stress and give it the signal that you are a person who performs. I remember hearing this from Jay Shetty, right? He likes and values working out, but he doesn't like training weights and things like that, but he plays tennis. So he's still exercising, he's still moving about. I'm not going to tell you you have to go to the gym and build a physique and build muscle. No, if you don't value that, then don't do it, right? It's just, what do you value? Like, truly, what do you value? And once you define that, for me, I used to really like just bodybuilding, right? Just hitting the weights, you know, building my physique that way. But now I like to do more endurance, more high intensity workouts. So although I don't build as much muscle as I used to, I value that so much more. It puts me in a peak state. It makes me feel good. It makes me feel energized. So the overall thing here is working out. All right. And know what brings you the true fulfillment here and commit to that. And on top of that, you should be eating clean. And if you want to take it to the next level and you really want to take it serious, track your macros. Again, I'm not going to push these on you and say you need to do them, because everyone's unique and individual. But in my opinion, if you're not tracking it, you're slacking. And yeah, so working out and tracking your diet is going to be massive for your health, you know, your performance and everything in between, your energy levels. All right, so working out, pick something you enjoy and commit to that. And then number 5 is studying. This is, again, these habits, I'm telling you guys, if you just commit to these for 10 minutes each every day minimum, again, you're going to start to realize the pleasure of them and you're going to increase. So your mind is always being programmed. The only question is by what? Every piece of content you consume, every conversation you have, every book you read, video you watch is an input that shapes your beliefs, your language, your thinking patterns, and ultimately your identity. Most people consume unconsciously. They scroll, they absorb fear, comparison, and noise, and then they wonder why their inner world feels chaotic and their outer world reflects it back. When you study daily, it keeps your mind on point, feeding it information that will actually benefit you. And when I talk about study, I do not just mean listening to an audiobook on a walk or in the car. I mean sitting down, intentionally listening and taking notes, reflecting, and truly understanding what you are learning. All right? So studying, guys, you know, for me is always something I've done, like studying when I was, you know, learning sales, for example. I got very good at sales. Obviously, learning about the mind, as you can see, I've got a bit of understanding of how the mind works, right, and how the subconscious mind performs. I mean, it's just years of studying, guys, you know, and to this day, I still study for 10 minutes minimum every day. And yeah, if you're not learning, right, if you're not constantly improving, you're going to slow down in that realm. So make sure that you study every day as well. This is another habit. So these are the 5 habits that I recommend. In fact, I just know these are the only 5 habits that you need that will change your life the most, right? Plan, meditate, deep work, out, and study. As simple as that. So let me just break down for you the Discipline 30 so you have an understanding of it. Planning sets the direction for the day. Meditation sets the state from which you operate and program in the mind. Deep work is the output where aligned identity meets action, aligned action. Working out maintains the vehicle, the physical, emotional, and neurochemical foundation that makes everything else sharper. Study controls the input, feeding the mind daily with the material that supports and reinforces the identity being built. If you remove any one of these, right, the system will weaken. That's the way I've observed for myself and other people. So keep all 5 and you have a daily machine, a system that builds the mind, trains the body, produces the output, and feeds the spirit every single day. Another beautiful Bible verse: let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. I want to emphasize this as well, right? There's going to be a lot of you that are going to watch this and be like, okay, John, so I like it, but let me change it. Just don't change it, guys. I'm an expert at this. I have coached thousands of people, thousands, right? Between my communities, working for Iman Gadzhi, Charlie Morgan, other big entrepreneurs in their communities, right? And I'm telling you, when people complicate stuff, it doesn't work. Follow these habits, commit to them, okay, and your life will transform. We've given you enough evidence now to support each claim and why it benefits you. You know, I don't need to convince you anymore. So commit to this plan and go from there, all right? So we've mentioned this before, but I'm going to remind you again. Consistency beats intensity, right? This is the power of the Discipline 30. I've created it in a way so you cannot fail. Consistency beats intensity, consistency beats intensity, consistency beats intensity. The goal is to be consistent over intense. This is why for each habit, all you have to do is complete them for 10 minutes each minimum. As you do this, you'll build the habit, and over time and repetition, it will become who you are, and it will become automatic and effortless for you to follow through on these behaviors that keep you in alignment with your highest, most authentic self without needing to force it and feel like you are constantly burning out. All right, we've covered a lot of this stuff here, so I'll brush past this right now. The last thing I want to leave us on, guys. There is a reason God gave you self-discipline as one of the 3 gifts named in the Bible verse, for God has given us a spirit of not of fear, but of love, power, and a sound mind, right? When you think, actually, that might not be the Bible verse, but anyway, self-discipline is a gift from God, okay? Power, love, and self-discipline. I believe that is the same Bible verse, but not as a burden, not as a punishment, as a gift, as a capacity to built into you by design to help you honor the vision he placed in your heart. Discipline, rightly understood, is not self-denial, it is self-honor. It is a daily act of saying, I believe in the vision enough to protect it with me, with my time, my energy, and my actions. Every day you complete the 5 habits, you are not just building a business, you're building character. You are proving to yourself and to God that you can be trusted with more. Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. Now, I've just had a thought, right? Here's what I'm going to do. The Discipline 30, I give to my clients that work with me, right? But what I'm going to do to basically say, I respect you and I truly want to give back to you even more. If you end up applying to work with my team, you book in a call, if you're not qualified, I'm going to give you the Discipline 30 for free. I'm just going to give you that for completely free. So yeah, if you apply to work with us, that's mainly for our clients. We give to them. But like I said, if you apply and you're not qualified for whatever reason, I will just give you the Discipline 30 as a gift for watching this far ahead. Just let them know on the application process that you watched this far, and just mention the Discipline 30 for free and we'll give it to you, right? That's just the way of saying thank you. But with that being said, guys, I'm just going to recap this module now. It was actually a lot longer than I expected, right? It's been about an hour and 40 minutes, this one, but taking action and doing is the last component of all of this, right? Most people are so focused on taking action. But if you don't know what it is that you truly want, where are you going? If you don't know who you must be, who are you being, right? Like, what is the identity you're stepping into? Are you fully tapping into your full potential, your full power? If you don't know why you want to get there, are you really going to be as driven and as in that peak state as you want to be? If you're not actually programming your mind to align the thoughts with your conscious and your subconscious mind, you're never going to tap into your full potential. And then lastly, of course, is the action and the doing. But if you're not taking action in the way I've explained in this module here about being consistent over intense, right? Looking at the wins, reflecting on them, acknowledging who you are, boosting that self-esteem, boosting that evidence, this is who I am, right? Building up the habits that you know are going to better your life. I just know you're not going to be consistent, guys. And I'm telling you, this is like years of practical experience for myself. My own journey, coaching thousands of people now, and just deeply thinking about this stuff. Like, I am obsessed with learning about the mind, how it works, how to help you, how to improve lives. This is why I've put together this, 5-hour plus program and just giving it away for free. Yes, like I mentioned, I want to attract clients from this, but most importantly, I want to serve you. I want to see you win. I want to see you thrive. So I challenge you to just not just watch this training, but truly study the teachings we've gone through so far and really apply them into your life, So this was discipline and taking action and the doing part. I'm sure you have a much deeper understanding now of how discipline actually works and how to take the correct action. Just remember, consistency beats intensity. Pick those 5 habits, do them for 10 minutes minimum each day, build up over time until they become a true habit that you want to do, and watch how you're going to then want to plan longer. You're going to want to study longer. You're going to want to work out longer. You're going to want to do more deep work, and you're going to want to meditate longer, which are all going to be foundational habits that feed into everything else that you do. So that being said, I hope you enjoyed this module, and I'll see you in the next part of this in the next part of this course. See you soon. Congratulations, you've just been through the entire training program, and I'm sure, as you can see, it was some of the most valuable information that you have ever consumed in how to grow your business and make more money using the power of your mind. Now, what I need you to do right now, I truly hope that this impacted you and it changed your life and is going to allow you to make more money and grow your business so you can live that life you truly deserve. With that being said, all of the information is good, but what I need you to do is download the meditation below so you can truly understand what it's like to tie all of these concepts together and understand it practically through meditation. So click there to download the meditation, because truly a business can never outgrow the entrepreneur or the team who are operating it. Once you begin to master your mindset, once you begin to work with the information and the wisdom that I shared with you today, I can guarantee you right now, you will be able to make changes in your business that you could not even imagine without making any changes to the strategies, the tactics, or the funnels, or the how-to, simply by changing your mind. Now, if you want to know more about how you can work with us, you can go to mindtrepreneur.com, where you can see client interviews, client testimonials, the results we have, how our process works, and everything in between. On that website, you can apply to work with us, where if you qualify, you will speak with myself or my team. We'll jump on a call with you and break down exactly how we can help you if we think you can. It is an application process. We do not work with everyone. We have very high standards with the entrepreneurs and businesses we work with. So apply to work with us, and if you're a good fit, you'll qualify, and we guarantee we will take your business and your life to the next level. God bless, and I'll see you in the next video.